There's no time.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, here we are. It's Friday night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, Louis sent us this shirt, right? Was it Louis that sent it?
No, Bee's Nest.
Oh, Bee's Nest sent us this shirt.
Yeah,
That's right.
Bee's
I'm
Nest.
sorry. Yeah, that's right. Because, he said that...
Got that in Mexico for you.
Yeah, got it yesterday.
But he said he's
so-
going to miss the show tonight. He says he's going to listen to it on repeat.
Okay,
Replay.
well, see, I am wearing it. And also, I
Yeah.
wore it in a couple of other reviews, like a
Yeah.
recorded one that we did today about Old Boy, and I did a recording today about a movie that's going to be up in a couple weeks, so it'll be on, like, several of them. But yeah, it's a cool shirt. Thank you.
Yeah. They got people fucking around in the comment section that today's show we're going to finally learn Tom's backstory.
Yeah.
Somebody goes,
you
no,
and
he was
your-
a wild child, not a child
You
killer.
and your Damian Thorne
Yeah.
ass when you were little.
I wasn't that wild. I wasn't that wild.
You were, yeah.
No, I was
you,
a good kid.
You weren't any like worse than any like other little boy.
No, some people say,
You were
well, he was...
mischievous, but
Some people are like, well, he was in a military school, so he must have been bad. No, fucking, I asked to go. I begged to go. I always wanted to be a soldier since I was a fucking baby. I just grew up that way. It was my sexual orientation. It was my sexual orientation. I wanted to go
in
to
the womb.
I wanted to go to Southern California Military Academy. We'd fucking pass it, had the cannons out in front. I saw a kid, all the boys in the uniforms and shit. I said, I want to go to that school. Yeah.
You seem like
Yeah.
you reacted to it the same way I reacted the first time I saw the Addams Family, like the
Yeah,
Morticia
yeah.
on there. I was like, that's what I want to be like.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
be witchy like that lady.
I love that school. It was kind of like Cub Scouts and then like Boy Scouts. You know what I mean? But and school at the same time. I didn't live there.
Yeah.
Just daytime. It was fun.
Yeah, you.
It's a good thing I left when I did though. Left in 8th grade because 9th grade rolled around, man. It's like girls were starting to become.
And all the
you know,
hormones kicked in.
Yeah.
Pow!
Yeah.
You'd have been like,
Yeah.
yeah, you've been a little frustrated.
Time to
with
go.
this.
Time to go. Time to get away. Get out from around all these boys. Yeah.
I see that. I see that.
It was coming, yeah. Be looking out the window in the fucking school bus, fucking watching them in their fucking skirts. They had fucking.
Look at him bouncing.
Well, they had a Catholic school that was right next to us, fucking Catholic girls' school.
Oh, well,
You
yeah.
came out, it's called St. Mary's.
Yeah.
You sit and had a fucking cute fucking schoolgirl outfits. You know what I mean? And you're like the same age as them. You know, and they have the little.
Yeah,
fucking,
so it's not creepy.
No, no. Fucking, you're like, oh man, with the socks and the little shoes and the fucking skirts and shit. And fucking, me and all the fucking boys at fucking SCMA thought they were just fucking knockouts. A lot of them were. Their dads were putting them in there to hide them. Yeah, they were hiding them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You boys keep your filthy
Yeah.
mitts off
that's
my
exactly
daughter.
what's going on.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that's probably what happened.
Yeah, the Catholic.
Malachi Washington said, I don't remember what I was like as a kid, I presume. I was a very quiet, bookish child, which will shock no one because that's pretty much what I'm like nowadays too. I haven't changed all that much, honestly.
I never thought I'd end up with a girl like her. I didn't.
Thanks. That sounded almost kind of regretful there for a second.
No, I didn't expect it.
Don't say anything mean, or I'm going to tell everybody how you right before we started recording, you were wearing a wife beater.
Yeah,
and then you came in here.
And I tested. I says, "No, this doesn't look good on
And
camera."
I told you, I said, you look like you're like rednecking on the couch, like you're gonna watch the NASCAR.
Yeah, it didn't look good. It was black though.
So you would have changed the shirt.
It was a black wife beater though. Had a logo on it and everything that I put on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks good in person though.
It does look good in person.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's the thing. It's just like...
It didn't look that good on camera.
Yeah, because you wear it sometimes like around the house and stuff, and you don't actually look like you're about to watch the NASCAR, but for some reason on camera you did kind of look like that. I don't know why.
At the club one time, remember?
Yeah, you did.
Boots and fucking all that shit, yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on. Maybe it's because like on the show you can only see like the.
You can only see part of it.
You can't see your shoes, or your pants, or anything like that. So
you don't get the impression of the full package. See.
Right. All you see is like the top, and you're just like
the full magnitude of the male beauty. You can't get the fucking. It just looks lazy.
Yeah, you just kind of like look in these like you should have a Budweiser in your hand. Yeah. That kind of looked like what it was. What, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're damn right.
You bitches.
I'm not even a bitch. I'm a cunt, baby.
Yeah, he's always trying to fucking get one up on him, man. It's battle of the sexes.
We gotta do something, man. We always gotta claw our way to the top, you know. Ilsa said, "Y'all are so different, but seem perfect for one another." Everybody says that.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
I had a bad habit of fucking dating strippers and shit. I did.
A lot of dudes are like, that's not a bad habit.
That was kind of my type. That was actually kind of my type. The crazier they were, the fucking more I was attracted to them. I like bad.
That's a very common dude thing.
Yeah, I like bad girls. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was very attracted to women that are just bad.
It's funny because
you kind of outgrow it.
Yeah, you do. Because I kind of feel like that was kind of one of the reasons I was kind of pissed off. Like, I didn't really, get a lot of dates and stuff when I was growing up, because I was kind of like the smart, nerdy girl. And it's like, they always wanted to go out with these crazy, like, hot chicks.
Yeah.
But then they would, like, want to be friends with me and complain about how crazy their girlfriends were.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, bitch, don't talk to me about that kind of shit.
The girls real fucking...
Why don't you go out with a normal person?
Girls who are real attractive kind of tend towards crazy because...
They get away with it?
Yeah, they skate on their good looks.
Yeah.
And because they're good looking, a lot of guys have run through them and fucked them over, so they're kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So but
there is a lot of truth to what George Carlin said about dudes are stupid and women are crazy, and women are crazy because dudes are stupid.
Well, actually, the reason now I'm explaining myself, which I really don't need to explain myself. I'm just gonna explain myself.
You don't need to.
After I got out of the army and went to Boston, I was hanging out places like Man Ray and fucking Hex and shit like that. And I like goth girls, it was my culture, it's kind of how I grew up. So all the quote unquote good ones were college students, and you didn't want anything to do with them, really. The ones that weren't college students that were in there that worked for a living and made money like I was doing were strippers, basically.
Yeah.
And they were cool.
Yeah,
they were a lot better than college girls. College girls are fucking... Well, that was all Ivy League, so it was all fucking Harvard and MIT girls and Tufts University and stuff. And nah. Just you have to understand the culture, the local culture, to understand it. It's kind of like if you're outside a military base, the girls don't want anything to do with the guys that are in the army. They've already got a bad reputation. They're just fucking bums that fucking sit around, Yeah. And the bars taking up space, and fucking, you know what I mean. One GI ruins the reputation of the other GI. They just stink up the fucking place. That's stink up the place. Yeah, that's what college students are. That's the way college students are in college towns. They just fucking stink up the place.
Well, that's the thing. It's just kind of like, you like to be able to judge everybody on their own merits because everyone's an individual. But sometimes if you've hung out, like,
they're in a mass, so they have a mass culture.
Yeah, and it's kind of like if you've hung out with enough, like, like frat boys, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to think all frat boys suck, even though I'm sure there's probably a tiny portion of a percentage of them that are
at that place in time.
Maybe
at that place in time, the college goth girls that were in the clubs there were kind of like, they were college goth girl versions of frat boys. They that same, real predictable. You knew what was going to happen. You knew what they were going to say, and very limited in what you could do. They had pretty tight schedules and real bad habits and bad living conditions and fucking bad thinking and just, the college scene's fucking bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I guess it depends.
They're
on
only there for
a certain.
They're only there for they're all the same. They're only there for a certain period of time, so they constantly act like tourists, and they're just annoying.
Yeah.
They act fucking 10 years less mature than they are. You know what I mean? They could just...
Yeah, I know what you get.
They're just, what I'm talking about? They're still in high school, basically. But it's worse. Yeah. Well, from the point of view I was older than them, and I was coming out of the army. So from my point of view, they were still kind of like high school people.
Yeah.
But snottier and more more uppity, but didn't have any means though, you know.
Well, they were faking it till they made it. You know?
Yeah, faking it till they made it. They didn't have any damn money. They didn't have any money. So, you know, you couldn't really do much with them. They were constantly fucking on your bill.
Sponging off you.
Yeah, sponging. And then they want to go back to the dorms and shit. You're like, I ain't going back to the dorm. I gotta go, baby. Yeah.
It's like you got a roommate and they haven't cleaned the place in like fucking 3 months.
Well, no, it's as bad as a fucking GI picking up some chick fucking downrange and fucking trying to take her back to the barrics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work out.
Yeah, nobody wants to fucking...
Yeah,
I've
right.
been in dorm rooms. It's like, because I had friends that were in college and shit like that back at that time. And,
yeah.
you know. But, yeah, somebody asked when I lived overseas in the UK, did I ever visit the actual pub used in American Werewolf in London? Sadly, I did not. You know, although I wish I had. Maybe one day I'll go and visit it one of these days. How much does it suck that goth is now a fetish? Yeah,
it always was. Though.
It kind of always was.
It always was.
It's kind of why a lot of goths won't go to like quote unquote normal bars or are real uncomfortable about it, even now, like to this day. Because man, you go to some place and there's like a bunch of fucking frat dude type of place in there, and you're like the one or two like goth people in there. They are just not gonna leave you alone. They're just gonna fucking hover like all night long. Well, shit, man. A couple years ago, I was at iBar one night. It was like a Saturday, which is 80s like new wave or whatever. And I was sitting by the bathroom because I was waiting for you. You were in the bathroom, and I had like 3 fucking frat dudes like surround me and try to. And I was like basically just telling them to right to their faces like to fuck off because you have to because they're stupid and they don't like take a hint. So you have to basically say, hey, fuck off, I'm serious. But even then they wouldn't go. And I'm like, great, there's 3 of them. So goody. Yeah, super fun.
They're asking us what we're drinking.
This right here is a delicious concoction that is coconut vodka and orange juice, yeah?
No.
Is it orange juice or is it pineapple juice?
Just pineapple juice.
Oh, it's pineapple juice. I thought we were out of pineapple juice.
No, I found another one back there hiding. Okay.
Well, look at that.
It's in that damn little cart. It's
because I thought the other day you were like, man, we're out of pineapple juice, but orange juice is good in it
coconut and pineapple with a splash of lemon in that one.
I feel like I'm in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, mine's the same, but also has a splash of mango in there, which actually it doesn't really need it. I think I just should have left it. Okay, here's the deal. Going to fucking iBar, and I kept ordering fucking Malibu, and my bartender's looking at me like, fucking Malibu, what? And I was like,
Malibu's good.
Yes, yeah, but that's like he's looking at me, fucking going, going.
We're gonna have to revoke your man card, Thomas.
Yeah, that's a bitch drink. That's a bitch drink. But I fucking liked it. You know, I said, put some Malibu, put some rum in there, put a little bit of extra rum in there.
Man, don't let people tell you not to drink what you want to drink.
It's expensive and it's weak, though.
It is very weak.
It's weak. I could drink a whole bottle of that. It tastes good.
Probably I could too.
Yeah, it tastes good. But my bartender's fucking sitting there looking at me like,
he's judging.
Motherfucker. You know, I was just like, man, I'm gonna get something later. And he's like, yeah, right. Yeah. No, I'm gonna get something.
Should I just hold on to your balls for you right now?
Right. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
And then
we love you.
Yeah. So then so what this tastes like is the way I got it done now, it's Pinnacle vodka, coconut flavored vodka with pineapple juice and ice. It's like Malibu, but without the cream.
But it's manly enough to be because it's vodka.
Yeah, it's got that manly intensity.
Okay. It's a workaround. It's a workaround.
Yeah.
What we like to make fun of dudes' fragile egos. It's so easy.
She's saying it's like toxic masculinity.
It's so easy.
It's not true though.
Y'all are so sensitive.
You bitches.
You can't even drink a drink you like because another dude's giving you some stink eye about it.
Malibu? You look at me.
Man, if I was the dude, I'd be like, man, put a big fucking umbrella in that. Put just put fucking lights in it and shit like that. That's right, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable.
I'm just gonna start off with a couple of those. Now I'm gonna move to something else. I was gonna start off with a couple of those. I'm move to something else. He's like, yeah, right.
You want to give me shit about it? I'm gonna punch you right in the fucking jaw.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. I'm not a dude, but if I was a dude, that's what
you saw that shit happen.
Yeah, I know.
I had to explain and shit. It's like, yeah, right, yeah. So, okay, put a little bit of rum in it. Oh, you sure you want some rum in that? With me, I'm a bitch. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You sure you want some milk? You want me to put like a nipple on it so it's like a bottle?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I should suggest that.
Well, I started off on the because he knew better, so he knew he could fuck with me.
Yeah.
He knew he could fuck with me because I was
We've
drinking
known him
those
forever, it's
fucking
fine.
Tokyo teas.
Yeah.
Which is just all of the boozes in the same damn glass, and it comes out green.
They don't even taste like alcohol.
Doesn't taste like alcohol.
But that's why they're deadly. Because...
Tokyo tea. Oh shit.
Or Red Death is a similar thing.
The
And
Red
actually,
Death,
I hadn't had one in a while. But last time we went to Memento Mori, thank you, Gadgy3, because
What'd
Jenny
you say?
said C word.
Yeah.
Woo, I'll say it all the time, and people give me money every time I say it. Just,
say
cha-ching, cha-ching, every time I say the C word. But yeah, so I hadn't had one in a while. I used to get them all the time. But last time we went to Memento Mori, and I was like, man, I haven't had a Red Death in a while. Let me have one of those. And, our bartender, Tiff, she was like, ooh, you haven't had one of those in a long time. I was like, I know, right? So yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's like, it's a double, but it's pretty much, what the fuck is in it? It's vodka, tequila, rum. Is there whiskey in there? I don't know. Like pretty much all the boozes are in there. And then there's like a little bit of some other shit in there that makes it taste like it's not alcoholic in the least.
Yeah.
But man, you drink 2 or 3 of those and you are on the fucking floor.
Yeah. Now, for Jordan, I got a good take on this. He says if Tom wants Malibu, he gets Malibu. And then he goes, Manabu. That's the next thing. Manabu.
I would spit vodka out my nose.
Manabu.
It's now Manabu
It's
because
now
Tom is
Manabu.
drinking it.
You guys are fucked up, man.
You guys are so funny.
Yeah. You guys are fucked up.
Oh my god.
And then Michael says, just order it in a dirty glass. You'll be okay. I said, yeah. Yeah.
With a cigar sticking out the top or some shit like that.
Yeah. T just showed up. What's up, T? You know that bitch didn't see Red Sun either. She's like, oh no, I'm going to see it next week. Yeah. Okay.
Stop nagging her, Tom.
I'm nagging that bitch. I gave her
He's a
homework.
nag,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
for
a nag.
sure.
No, I'm just trying to navigating through the accomplishments of what was done. I got other fans watching Conan. Fucking Xanada fucking watched. I got him on to Apocalypse Now. He watched it 8 times.
Wow, I'm
He
impressed.
said he just let it run in the background. He kept
Yeah.
getting back into it. And he says he got to where he just loved it. And I said, now you need to watch fucking Conan, the first one, because that's also Milius.
Yeah.
And then I said, then you got to see Jeremiah motherfucking Johnson.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier.
Nobody's seen that movie. That was like 73. It's a great Robert Redford movie where he's Jeremiah Johnson, one man against the elements and the Crow Nation.
Eating livers.
Yeah, he's the American. He's a cannibal. He's the American Conan, trying to survive up in the snow.
Except with a big ass beard.
Big ass beard.
Like ZZ Top.
Yeah.
Oh my god. DJ Maniac said that the Red Death drink is called Red Devil elsewhere.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's probably the same thing. I don't know exactly what's in there. It's red, obviously.
It tastes like Hawaiian Punch.
It kind of tastes like Hawaiian Punch, but it is really, really alcoholic.
Man, it's all booze.
Pretty
booze.
much.
It's like Long Island iced tea. It doesn't taste like it's alcohol, but that's all alcohol.
And there's tequila in it, but you can't taste it.
Can't
There's
taste it.
tequila in it.
Yeah.
There's vodka in it. Whiskey. I think there's
Yeah.
whiskey in it. There might be rum in it too.
Yeah, it's just everything.
And then it's just like a little bit of, I can't think of like what gives it that flavor, but it tastes just like a Hawaiian Punch. Pretty
it might
much.
have a little bit of grenadine in there and some
Probably.
some sour mix or something, just a little bit. I don't remember what.
Yeah, but it's like bright. It's bright red.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I said, you drink 3 of those and it's like your fucking memory is wiped of
Yeah.
the evening. So, you know what I mean. But they're cost effective.
Mhm.
You know, I think they only cost. Well, shit, man. I think a double. I think is maybe, what is it at iBar? $14. I think they're $14. But you only need like 2.
Tina says, you know this bitch has not seen Red Sun yet. All right, fuck you, Tom. She said forget you, but I know she means fuck you. That's all right. You can say fuck you. You got enough rank in this show where you can say fuck you to me. I ain't gonna take offense. It's fucking funny.
Well, yeah, he's not gonna get offended.
Yeah.
I
But
say
she
that-
said I
I say
watched
that to
most
him
of your
all the time.
recommendations.
Yeah. I thought
Yeah.
John Rambo was the American Conan. Well, yeah, I guess you could make a case.
Yeah.
That's not John Milius though. So.
Yeah, Rambo's
We're going
a good,
out of the universe.
Yeah, Rambo's a good Rambo's a good character, good writing. There was only Rambo 3 was Some people say Rambo 3 is one of the best ones, but I think I thought in terms of storytelling, Rambo 3 was kind of one of the weaker ones. But
yeah, I did as well.
But no, doesn't compare because Jeremiah Johnson is an epic movie. It's like you're gonna go on a damn journey. It's like Apocalypse Now, and it's like Conan 1, where it's like everything's fucking like you're out in the wilderness. You know, everything's a big scope and fucking the music and everything. You just feel like you're there. Feel like you're suffering along with this dude.
I certainly feel.
Yeah, it's got an intermission in the middle of the movie. It's one of those kind of movies.
Because you got to like take a break.
It's like time to take a break. Well, it's pretty long. They forgot all about intermissions. They should have did that shit on a Snyder Cut and all these other movies where
well, like I said, everybody's watching it at home now, so you can just pause it whenever. It's like back in the old days when you had to watch everything in the theater. Everybody's like, "Holy shit, I'm not watching something that's like 2.5 hours long. I gotta go to the bathroom."
He goes, "Fuck you, Tom."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I also wanted to give like before we do I know we're almost like half hour in and we're not even talking about,
we gotta
like
start
whatever.
shit.
But I have one more shout out. I want to thank Ken for returning to Patreon. So hey,
thanks Ken.
Thank you very much. And he's like, he's always
there's all this like economic difficulties, man, during the apocalypse.
Well, shit happens.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, well,
just gotta hustle.
You do what you do.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Gotta become post-apocalyptic on these motherfuckers. Just make money any way you can.
I just trying to make more shows, man.
Like T does.
I'm trying to make more shows.
Many
actually, starting next week. Wait, what the fuck is today? Okay, so starting next week, the end of next week, I'm gonna start posting even more movie reviews that I just did, old movies and new movies. So I'm like a few weeks ahead on those. So I'm going to start posting those because I'm not going to do Witching Hour anymore. Or I'm only going to do Witching Hour like intermittently, like if I feel like it. Because that just seemed like it took a long time to do. And I know some of you guys liked those, but it seemed like they didn't get a lot of hits. You know what I mean? So so thanks, Kim, for that. I also wanted to give an update on Path Kitty, which I talked about on the Wednesday show.
Yeah.
I have been feeding Path Kitty.
Yeah.
I'm not going to steal her, I promise. Because I'm pretty sure...
That's a barn cat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she lives at that house that's right there, like on the other side of the fence, because she won't really go like really far away from that house. She's always like in that little area. So yesterday I brought her some treats and she was like, "Oh man, I'm your friend for life." I even got her like, she was like swishing around my legs and stuff. She ate all the treats and then she got right up in my face. She was licking my nose and all this other kind of stuff. And I was just kind of like, oh man. I felt so, and then I started walking away, and like she starts following me, like, "Hey, I'm coming with you." And she would stop and look at me, and I'd be like, "You coming with?" And she'd be like, "I kind of want to come with you." And then so I was kind of like, "Well, shit." And then today I took her some dry food. We had some seafood food, and I took her some of some like chicken temptations, and I put it down, and she ate every single piece. Yeah, that cat is too skinny. You know what I mean? I'm not going to steal her.
I never touched the cats. I don't know.
Well, maybe we should go on the path tomorrow and see if we can see her. Although I don't know, like I always see her like really, really early in the morning, like between 7:30 and 8:30, because that's usually when I'm out there. And she's always out there, during that time. If we went in the afternoon or something, I'm not sure she'd be out there because it might be too hot. But thank you, Tila.
Read it off.
This is for you, Jenny. Tom can kiss my red son, LOL. And yes, I know it's SON, blah, blah, blah.
Well, thanks, T.
She's also getting sick of your shit.
Well, it's the way it is, man. It's the way it is. She would like that movie, though.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Yeah. Mango's going, man, 51 people watching, there's like 14 likes. What's wrong with these people? Well, one of the things is that some of these people are watching on smart TVs.
Yeah.
And there's usually there's like a limited ability to like something.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
It's a fucking pain in the ass. So that's
because I wish that I could like more things on the smart TV thing, but I always have to like wait till I'm watching shit on my laptop so then I can like hit it. So that's kind of sucky. But yeah, so I think that's all. So yeah, I decided that I don't really want to kidnap Path Kitty. I'll just make sure that she's like fattened up some because it bothers me how skinny she is. That's all. Just feed her. Yeah, so I'm just, every time I go out on the path, I'm just going to take some food. Yeah. And let her eat them. Because she ate everything. But I took, like, it wasn't a huge amount, but it was probably like a third of a cup, maybe. And I just kind of, like, laid it down by the little bench there, and she ate she sat there and ate every single piece. And I was kind of like,
a lot of times barn cats are fed human food, leftovers from the house. Although, yeah, they probably got a kitty chow. They probably just give her a boring diet. That's why she'll probably eat anything you give her.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's like, it just seems like, yeah, Sophie said I'd steal that cat. Haha.
They'll put another one in there.
I basically stole our big guy from our old apartment complex parking lot. Flea-ridden and skinny, out in the rain. You're mine now, kitty.
No, if they got fleas and they haven't been fed, then that's fair game. That means
yeah, well, see, that's why I'm kind of like, I'm monitoring the situation.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that she seems skinny, because when you pet her, you can kind of feel her little backbone and ribs and stuff. And her fur is, she's not dirty, but her fur is a little bit matted, like, because she's like kind of long haired like Beijing is. And I feel like no one's brushing her. I was actually going to take the brush out today, but I couldn't find it. It's around here somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. Maybe it fell behind the nightstand or some shit like that, because it was on the nightstand and I haven't seen it in a couple of days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think that's a feral cat, though. That's something.
Oh, it's definitely not a feral cat. It's very, very friendly. And it's honestly, it's not just, I mean, she was friendly to me even before I started bringing food.
Yeah.
Like, she would just, like, rub up against my legs, and she would totally let me pet her. She would meow at me and, like, get in my face and stuff. So, and I've seen her do that to other people, too. She's not scared of people. So, I don't think she's not feral at all. She's friendly.
She doesn't let me pet her, though.
Really?
She didn't like guys. Well, I have a backpack on a lot of times. That might be part of it.
I kind of wondered about that, because I had my backpack on today, too, because today was my ruck march day.
Yeah.
And, but I had the food in there, and I wanted her to come to the bench, because she came up to me, and then I was kind of like, well, come to the bench so I can, like, take the backpack off and take the food out. And she was kind of like, when I put the backpack down, she was kind of like, oh, I don't like that. But I'm like, no, there's food in here. And she was like, oh, okay, it's all right. So she was kind of scared at first, but she didn't run very far. Yeah, Sophie said if you're a shitty cat owner, you have every right to have your cat taken. Cat isn't going to complain. See, that's kind of...
A lot of cats have more than one house anyway.
I'm kind of hoping that that's the situation. Although, like I said, I'm going to monitor it. Every time I go out, I'm just going to take her some food. Because she needs to batten up.
If you brought the cat here, it would spend a few hours here and then it'd go back home. Eventually, it'd probably come back for a visit. Because that's not that far from here.
Yeah, it's not far. It's like literally, I think it's only a quarter mile, if that. Maybe a half mile. But it's not very far. So, you have any other questions you need to answer?
No.
Or are we going to start talking about killer children?
Probably about time to get on the children, unless there's any shout outs or anything like that.
I already did that. Well, we talked about what we already said about Bee's Nest, about sending me the t-shirt that I got yesterday. Various other things. You know what I mean. Tila says, we don't wear shoes in the house. Our cats freak out when we put them on to go out or come in. They hate shoes.
That's funny. Our cats only hate vacuum cleaners.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the cats don't like. You know what's weird though? They're not bothered by the carpet shampooer.
Just the vacuum.
Even though it kind of makes the same noise and it does the same shit, sort of.
Yeah.
But for some reason that doesn't bother them. But the vacuum cleaner, boy, they hate that.
Yep. Especially
Beijing, she really hates
and
that.
We got a quiet vacuum cleaner. That's an Electrolux. They're quiet.
I mean, every single time, like Tom will get the vacuum cleaner out, Beijing will run into my office and knocks everything over, jumping up on like way, way, way up on the top of the hutch on my desk so she can hide behind everything. She like knocks over drinks. She knocks over everything. She's like freaks out. And, I don't know why. Is Tom still oozing bacon grease?
No, it kind of subsided a little bit. I actually don't think it's enough. I don't think my dosage is enough. I kind of feel like it could be about twice this. But we have to see. I have to wait till blood work comes back.
Yeah, wait until your next blood work.
The difference
be doing your own shit
now is that my skin's real. My skin's real fucking moist now. Because when you get older, you start getting dry skin. It's real moist. It's getting kind of that pinkish Caucasian look. You know what I mean? Tell about teeth. These
Caucasian
look like piggies. Look like little pigs.
White people are very blotchy.
Yeah, smells. White people smelling like baloney. But anyway, no, it's.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
I believe it.
Yeah, a friend of mine was fucking into all that black nationalism and shit. Fucking, he was like a hotep too. And he'd go off and on about destruction. He had this book called "Destruction of the Black Civilization" and everything. I read it. It was kind of poorly written, But it was just kind of conspiracy theories, you know, that white people were made by an Egyptian scientist early on. We were like cave people and cavemen that were genetically engineered by an ancient Egyptian scientist.
All right.
Yeah, it's just like black supremacy and shit. It was fucking good book though. It was interesting. It's kind of like something out of Prometheus, you know. They make a good science fiction movie. And then
I'd watch that.
Yeah. So he used to fuck with me a lot. We used to fuck with each other. And he would just say, "You baloney smelling motherfucker. You goddamn fucking up in the cave. Fucking caveman. Fucking, you know, all this kind of shit. You know, it's fucking hilarious. I don't take offense to that kind of shit. And if you take offense, then you add fuel to it. You got to give it right back. You got to say some crazy shit. And then you start vibing. You know, it's fucking funny. Yeah, he was cool though. I liked him.
I mean, there's a lot worse things you could smell like than bologna, right?
That was just one of the generic insults and shit. I didn't even say what I said to him. I get in trouble, but it was safe. Yeah, it was safe because he was fucking with me, so I'd fuck with him. We were working together and shit. We already trusted each other, so it was just.
So it was that right?
Yeah, it was fun. It was just. It was our way of driving each other, kind of like those two dudes out of that damn movie.
Well, that's the thing. It's just kind of like
him. He driving me about dick size and shit. So then we had to start challenging a motherfucker. So pull that bitch out. Who's ever got the biggest dick gets blown. So you got to stop the other dude and shit. So, and he started getting scared. He did just in case. You know what I mean? I might beat him. So I don't. You know, it's all kinds of funny shit we were doing. It's fucking funny.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. That's why it's kind of hard to, like, do, like, a blanket thing of, like, you know, don't get offended by this. Because it's, like, it's different when you know the person and, like, they're a friend of yours and they like you. And it's like, yeah, you know.
Well, he wasn't a friend.
My friend could say a lot of shit to me that I wouldn't tolerate from some stranger.
He wasn't a friend.
Obviously.
He wasn't a friend per se. He was, like, a work partner that fucking, over time, he becomes your friend. But you don't really hang out with him outside of work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And they just fuck with each other and fuck, you know. But it's just funny.
Sophie says, "Ooh, bacon grease and bologna."
He made me into a black racial supremacist. I became black supremacist.
Stop Prob says, "I dated a girl and her breath always smelled like bologna. Never figured it out." Maybe that's all she ate was bologna. I only ate bologna when I was a kid, and then I couldn't really eat it anymore. Because I guess we ate it so much because, you know, we were kind of broke ass growing up, and so we always had like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or bologna sandwiches like at school.
T's laughing
for lunch every day. So when I was older, I was just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to eat that shit anymore.
T said that she's laughing that male bonding is insult for insult. Yeah.
That's how dudes, because they're not allowed to like actually care about one another or actually like. They're not allowed to show any like positive emotions.
So they jump in front of bullets for each other and shit.
Yeah, but it's like, you can't like let anybody know that you actually like love this dude. Yeah. Like he's like your brother or anything. So you always have to be like
the whole infantry is like
dickhead.
The whole infantry is like that.
I know.
All the combat arms.
I find that very funny.
All the combat arms units in the army are like that. And you talk shit about the other platoons and the other companies and shit. Your company's the best and this and that. And you're the best. And then, you know what I mean? And fucking, you're fucking with it. Just constant fucking, it's constant hazing. That's what it is. Constant hazing. And if the hazing isn't there, then there's no bonding.
Yeah.
Because it's
kind of, it's
competitive sport. It's social.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like you didn't experience this because you don't have any siblings. Yeah. But it's kind of the same thing with your siblings.
Yeah.
Like, you can fuck with your siblings. You can call them all kind of terrible names. You can, like, you know, punch them and shit like that. Yeah. And it's like, but you still love each other. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like,
yep, in Korea, it's
I fucking hate
30 degrees below zero and you're in the same damn sleeping bag spooning and shit.
What? It's cold out.
Yeah. Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna get you. Come in a little bit closer. That kind of shit.
Malachi says, why wouldn't you tolerate it from a stranger, but you would from your friend? Well, I guess because your friend, you know them and you know they like you and you know that they wouldn't hurt you on purpose. So it's more kind of like, I don't know. It's just like a whole different dynamic. Like I said,
all animals do it.
Yeah. I mean,
human beings are animals. And like all animals do this.
For example,
fucking with each other.
Yeah. I love my brother. We'll have two brothers and I have a sister. But it's like I love my brother more than anything in the world. But I once like threw a book at his head because he pissed me off. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't do that to a stranger, obviously. But it's like, I got away with it because he's my brother, you know what I mean? I didn't want to kill him or nothing, but it's just kind of like, you know, I don't know. It's like, it's different when it's friends of yours, I guess. Although I guess there comes a line when like your friend is just an asshole and it's just like saying shit about you and you shouldn't tolerate it. But I don't know. It's a fine line.
T's bringing up California recipes now. California ghetto recipes. You take fucking bologna and cheese. You fucking fry it in a pan. You put it on white bread and just put mustard on it. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we ate a lot of that.
When you're real rich, you move up to ham. That's saying something.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you move up to ham. Yeah.
Because I mean, you know, you had the Oscar Mayer bologna. That was kind of like the cheap ass like kid stuff.
Fucking look, raw bologna. Just cold, it just tastes like shit. I never even liked that inside a sub sandwich. All right, but if you fried it kind of hard,
it's good when
it got
fried.
A lot better.
Yeah,
it tastes a little bit more like salami. It got smaller though too.
Yeah, it kind of like curls up a little bit.
Yeah, bologna was bad though. In general, it was bad. That was like some stuff from the 50s.
I mean, when I was a little kid. Shit. You know, I didn't know any better, and I had like my taste buds didn't work correctly.
Yeah, you
like I would totally just eat bologna out of the fridge or eat fucking those raw hot dogs. They weren't raw, but you know what I mean. You just eat them out of the refrigerator.
The difference in price between bologna and salami is so small, though. You know what I mean. You got to be real poor to feel the difference between the two.
Yeah,
but it was more common back in the 80s and the 70s. You saw a lot of it.
Oh yeah,
it's not as common as it was. It's still around, but the quality's gone up.
Well, because it had to.
It had to, right.
I mean, there's so much competition now. It's like back then, it's kind of like everything tasted like shit. But, so there wasn't. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there wasn't any incentive for them to get any better. They're like, whatever, they'll eat anything.
Yeah. Biggest mistake I made when I was a kid, was I tried to cook potted meat. And that potted meat stuff.
Why on earth would you do that?
I thought it would be better because, a lot of that cheap stuff that came out of a can, it was like Vienna sausages. They were better when you heated it up. So I put it in a bowl, right, and heated it up in a microwave, and it vanished. It just became fat.
Yeah.
Fat with a couple flakes of meat in it. I was like, fuck, that's potted meat.
Well, yeah.
Stop buying that shit.
What the hell do you think was holding all that shit together?
Yeah.
Vienna sausages, man. That just reminds my dad used to eat those all the time.
Yeah.
Well, buy the little cans of them and dip them in mustard.
It started off when I was a kid. Shit, why are we talking about this? We got a fucking show to do. I was addicted to buying deviled ham because it had a fucking devil on it.
Oh, I used to be really. I didn't like the actual deviled ham, but I loved that package.
The packaging, right? I would
buy it. The devil on
and
it.
It was wrapped in paper.
Man, I was so into that.
And in the 70s, it was wrapped in paper.
Yeah, my grandma always had some of the cabinet.
So I buy that deviled ham and get some of those crackers. All right, get like the little crackers that had the little cheese on the side.
Yeah.
So I'd get like 3 of those and a fucking thing of deviled ham. Got it from the corner store, the Mexican corner store. We got all the Mexican candy too. And eat all that together. And fucking, I liked the deviled ham until I got it to be about 7 or 8, and it didn't quite taste as good.
When
I was a kid, it tasted really good.
I've always been kind of averse to canned meat in general.
I never had any problem with it.
I don't know why, but I loved that. It's Underwood, I think is the brand name, that has the little devil for the logo. Yeah. And I used to love that because, as a kid, I was like a Satanist or whatever. No, I liked everything that was like creepy, you know what I mean? So it's like, I love that it had like a little Satan on the label. I was like, ooh, that's awesome.
Sophie says she used to love bologna as a kid. Vegan bologna, surprisingly, she always pulls vegan stuff.
Well, yeah.
She's low protein, no testosterone habit. She goes, works out and doesn't have any gains, doesn't gain from it. She doesn't listen to me.
Well,
She doesn't listen to me. She needs to at least be, liverwurst, that liverwurst stuff. Poor man's pate. You got it right, Tila. Deviled ham was like poor man's pate. Exactly. It was good, though, when you were a kid.
Yeah. I mean, I liked some of that stuff when I was a kid, but I don't know if I could. Every now and then I get like a hankering for like some Chef Boyardee or something.
Yeah.
Like double stuffed ravioli, but as a whole, it just doesn't taste like a lot of anything.
See, here's the problem with Sophie. Sophie's a vegan, all right? Which that's okay, but why can't you just be a vegetarian? But anyway. And then she works out, tries to diet, tries to gain some muscle mass and become lean. You're always going to be skinny fat, really, if you're a vegan. You can't build a real good body on that. Some people can, but they're on steroids. All right. And they're fucking eating a lot of maybe like pea protein. It's so much easier though, just to have that fucking, I tell her, I said, man, drink some of that goddamn protein mix, the stuff with the whey protein. She goes, oh, well, no, not whey. That's a bacteria culture. That's an animal. Whey is an animal. My mind is fucking blown. Whey is an animal.
Well, it is alive. I mean, you know. But I don't know. A lot of things.
Whey is an animal.
It is alive. But, you know, I'm just, like I said.
I just can't.
I eat meat, so
I can't vibe with that. You can go into the human body and look at little fucking microorganisms swimming around inside your body. And they're animal cells. And you can't tell the difference between a cell that is part of you or a cell that's from the outside living in there. You can't tell. You're a collection of shit.
Well, yeah, the weird thing is like a person is kind of like a walking garbage
You're
dump.
a walking, yeah. Your body is not going to know any difference between whey protein or any of that other stuff. You know what I mean? It's just that the nutrition, it does need something that's animal-like. But there are animals inside your body being killed that may or may not have been generated by you. You don't know. You're a collection of these goddamn single cells.
I kind of think of myself
colonies and shit.
I kind of think of myself as Madame Trash Heap from Fraggle Rock. That's how I picture myself.
They'll go in there with electron microscopes.
You guys remember
that? They'll go in there in electron microscopes and look at a cell, and there's things crawling around outside the cell, on the cell, inside the cell, doing shit, and no one can really say if that's a part of you or not. It's just in there. That's some spooky shit when you think about it.
Yeah, I guess.
It's hard to know what's human and what isn't. None of that shit's human, and it's all part of you, I guess
I'm not worried about it. Everything's a continuum.
Yeah, it's like a continuum of bullshit happening in your body.
Yeah, I've made peace with that idea. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really bother me all that much. All right, so can we talk about some killer children now?
I'm just
all right.
Blown away that there could be up to 25% of you is not you. It's something from outside living in you.
Yeah, there's like all kind of weird shit. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. They're all like taking up residence in there.
And they're helping you, and you die if they go away, and they're still not you.
Yeah.
There's shit like that.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy to think about, you know what I mean? But I guess I'm kind of like used to it, because I'm just like, yeah, well, that doesn't bother me all that much.
Yeah, man, the pescatarians, though, totally different deal. There are pescatarian bodybuilders that build fantastic bodies.
Well, fish is actually kind of
fucking real good for you.
Protein, because it's not, it doesn't have, it's real lean.
Very lean.
Fish aren't real fatty.
High protein, rich in protein, very easy to metabolize and break down. Eating fish and seafood, fish is one of the best sources of protein. I mean, it'll beat beef.
And like I said, if you told me that I can only eat one meat for the rest of my life, it would easily be seafood. Yeah. Because I'll eat pretty much anything that comes out of the damn ocean. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Especially if that bitch is shrimp.
If somebody said if that's the only meat you can eat the rest, I'd be
shrimp.
Yeah, I'd be alright with that. Yeah,
shrimp will do
I'd
everything.
miss some other things, but man, I could eat shrimp on pretty much anything. All right, so
Tom's gonna Tom, vegan gonna vegan.
Tom's gonna Tom.
Yeah, there's no room for both
of us.
There's
room for both of us
on this
planet. Yeah, she didn't say there's no room.
I can't see my.
Get off my planet, Tom.
Okay. All right, go ahead. There's somebody in the comments right. There's gonna be a hell of a show because this is a good intro.
Because we're almost at an hour. We haven't even started talking.
That's
about
normal though for this show.
That's true.
Go ahead.
All right, so on this one, I wanted to talk about a couple of real, like, notorious cases of killer children, and also just kind of, like, briefly go over a couple of other ones that I found. Obviously, I'm not covering, like, all of them, because there are too many, sadly. But I did want to cover at least these two cases, and then, like, you know, just kind of brief ones at the end that maybe aren't as well known. So, the first one we're going to talk about is little old Mary Bell. I don't know if you guys know who Mary Bell is.
She's a piece of work.
This little girl, she's still alive. She's a woman now, but she obviously. But I guess she's had her identity changed a bunch of times, so I'm not sure if anybody knows exactly like who she is or where she is at this point. But yeah, so this child obviously had some fucking problems. So Mary Bell, she was born in May of 1957. Now, her mom at the time was only 16 or 17 years old. Her mom had some mental problems of her own and worked as a prostitute. Mother's name was Betty. Now, she actually left Mary. I guess Mary was her first kid. but she left Mary alone a lot of the time. They're not real sure who Mary's biological father was. They thought for a long time, and Mary still apparently believes this, that her dad was this dude named Billy Bell, who was a guy, he was kind of like a criminal. This is kind of like a real bad area of England, particularly back then. And he was arrested for armed robbery, like among other things. Now, he ended up marrying Mary's mother, like when Mary was still a baby. So she always kind of considered him her dad. Now, one thing that her mom would do was she would go to Glasgow a lot of the times, like to work, because I guess she had a lot of clients up there or whatever. So she would like leave the kid with, you know, just friends of hers or relatives or whatever. And sometimes she would even leave the kid with like fucking strangers she just saw on the street. She was like, hey, you want to look after my kid? Here you go.
Damn. Like
this one time kind of handed her to this woman like outside an abortion clinic or something. It was like, hey, can you watch my kid for a while? Thanks.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? This is like the 50s, but you know.
Yeah, it was a lot different back then.
I guess.
The public awareness. But she's imposing on other people, trying to get them to be a free babysitter. But people weren't too worried about abduction and shit like that. That wasn't really in the common.
Yeah, I mean, it happened, obviously.
Happened, but the media didn't really talk much about it. And
yeah,
people weren't scared back then.
People are way more worried about it now. But like I said, it did happen back then. It's
people are way more worried about it now, and a lot of that worry is unfounded. Kids are still safe out playing and fucking doing all kinds of shit, too. Depending on where you live, you know what I mean? If you're in a highly congested, maybe low-income area, actually, it might be even safer because they're all watching each other, but the chances there might be a sexual predator that just been released out of prison might be in that area. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the real danger. But shit, we used to run around like feral animals as kids. Come back in when the lights come on, when the street lights come on. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we used
and
to
I was in
ride
Long
bikes
Beach.
And shit like that. Yeah.
Long Beach and Carson and Dominguez, California. It was safe. But
well, it's always safe until it's not.
Yeah, safe until it's not.
You know.
And the 70s.
So I can understand how, you know, parents could have, because like I said, it could happen. It's, you know, statistically, it's unlikely, but you don't want it to be like the one time that you were like not watching the kid.
There's only one time. There was only one time where some fucking sketchy shit happened. We were out running around. And we were like just up the block. Me and Jimmy, we were about 6 or 7. We were playing in somebody's front yard. I think it might have been Tony's front yard. And a car came around, and a fat dude, probably a pedo, said, hey, do you guys know where? And we just froze. And he goes, I know they told you not to talk to strangers.
You're like, yeah, you're goddamn right.
Yeah, it's okay. I just want to know if going up that street is, and he was asking what the names of the streets were. And we just went, yeah. And he goes, okay, thanks. And then he left, and we ran after.
Pervert.
But we had never been warned.
Yeah.
But we just had that instinct that really shouldn't be talking to adults that you don't know.
Well, yeah, because
an adult, a lot of distance, you know what I mean?
An adult that was genuinely lost would stop and ask another adult, like, "Hey, where the fuck am I going?" They wouldn't ask.
I think everybody was at work though. The workout, it was, you know, we had gotten off of school, and I think there was. But as soon as he left, we ran.
Yeah.
But if that dude got out of that car, we would have just fucking booked.
Yeah.
And we were little, but we were fast, and we knew the area. Couldn't have caught us.
Well, yeah, I would have run.
I don't think.
Well, if he was fat, he probably would have had a hard time catching.
I think we're about 6 or 7. I think we're maybe about 7 years old when that happened. Yeah, it was weird. But that's the only thing that was ever sketchy that happened. That I remember.
I've had sketchy things happen. So maybe it's worse for girls, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had, even when I was like a teenager and stuff, you'd always have like dudes pulling over next to like when you were walking to school or whatever. Hey, you want to ride?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Fuck off.
Some chick might. Never can tell.
Yeah, no, you don't. I guarantee that you don't. Like, dude, I'm 14.
Yeah.
Creep. But yeah, dude, they're so creepy. But yeah, so yeah, she like gives the kid to like people in the street. I guess their house was kind of like they didn't have hardly any furniture in there, and it was like really dirty because they didn't clean it, obviously. Now I don't know how true this is, but apparently some of the other family members, like extended family members, they said that when Mary Bell was a little kid, that her mom had tried to kill her and make it look like an accident. Allegedly. Like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know. Maybe she thought the little girl was getting in the way of her business or whatever, and she was like, hey, gonna push you down the stairs. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just saying that some of the other family members said that. Now, by the time Mary Bell was 2 years old, probably not all that surprisingly, she was having a hard time bonding with other people as a normal 2-year-old would. She was very detached and cold. So, like I said, I don't know. This might be a case of definitely there's some nurture, but might have been some nature in there too. Because she did, even when she was 2, I know she didn't have like a great upbringing and stuff. And the neighborhood that she lived in was like real bad. It was always like there was a lot of crime. There's a lot of domestic violence. It wasn't really seen as a big deal, like for kids or wives or whatever to get slapped around. So, you know, it wasn't a great environment for a kid to grow up in. But even in that case, she still seemed from a very young age to be exhibiting signs of psychopathy. Let's just say that. Yeah, she seemed very detached. She would get hurt. She wouldn't cry.
Like a robot.
Yeah, she would do things like, if somebody did something she didn't like, she would just like lash out at them, like just like fucking smash them in the face or whatever. So, you know, she seemed like not right. Now, she said later on, and again, I don't know if this is true or not, because this is just coming from her point of view. She said that from the time she was 5 years old, that she had been subjected to sexual abuse by some of her mother's clients. Like her mom would essentially like pimp her out from the time she was 5. As I said, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not, it could very well be. But it's just, that's her story that she told later on. Another story that I heard about her when she was little was that she saw, when she was 5, she saw a 5-year-old friend of hers get killed by a bus, like get run over by a bus. And that this kind of seemed to severely affect her. And after that, she kind of just, it seemed like she turned off like all of her emotions, maybe. So she starts kindergarten in 1961. Now, the kindergarten teacher said basically, I love that the kindergarten teacher said, and this is a quote, she was almost always naughty. I love that she used the word naughty. And then it goes on to say, the teacher once saw Mary putting her hands around the neck of another child, like she was going to strangle the kid. And they're like, hey, Mary, like, don't do that. And Mary said, why? Can it kill him? Like, she was kind of like, she's just real cold like that. I was like, that goes a little beyond naughty, you know, just saying. You know, she got kind of like teased a lot and was also, and was real violent toward other kids. She would like kick them and punch them and stuff like that. And she was also a fantasist. She would make up a lot of stuff, just tell these crazy stories. So she kind of got known as a habitual liar, like even when she was little and in school. Now, as I said, the area she grew up in, which was Scotswood, Newcastle in England, a very, very poor area. You know, a lot of the tenants there had criminal records. There was a lot of like domestic violence, child abuse, stuff like that. And it wasn't really seen as that big a deal, or it was just normalized kind of. So she actually did a lot of bad shit, like, you know, kind of beating on other kids. She would like steal things. She would do like, you know, vandalism and stuff. But a lot of the other kids were doing that shit too. And a lot of the adults were doing kind of that shit too. So it wasn't really, it didn't stand out as particularly unusual, I guess. Now, as I said, she did kind of really seem to get into the idea of hurting people. But because she was known as sort of a habitual liar, she was kind of known as a show-off. So nobody really took it all that seriously, I guess. Now, what ends up happening, though, is that on May 11th, 1968, when Mary was, I believe she was about 10 years old. So Mary Bell and this friend of hers and neighbor, like she kind of lived in the same neighborhood. And the friend was named Norma Bell. They weren't related, but they just happened to have the same last name. So both of them were playing with this 3-year-old boy. Thank you. on top of this air raid shelter that was in the area. Because like I said, this was a real like shitty area. There was a lot of burned out buildings or like construction going on. So there was just like, you know, this construction sites. It was rubble everywhere and shit like that. So the kid fell and he didn't die, but he was like hurt pretty bad. Now, this was written off as accidental, but in light of later events, it probably seems pretty likely that she pushed him. So, you know, allegedly, not really sure. So, the next day after that, there were these mothers in the area, who were the mothers of these 3 other girls that lived on the street. And they told the cops that Mary had attacked their daughters and choked them. So Mary actually did get brought into custody at this point. And this is before she killed anybody. And they interviewed her and stuff, but they didn't charge, you know, they didn't file any charges at that point. Now, only about a week or 2 later, May 25th.
She's asking to go out.
Okay, well, you better be good though, little.
Yeah.
Don't you go far. Does she have her collar on?
No.
Okay, he's gonna put her collar on. So May 25th, there are these 2 boys, and they're playing in this, you know, abandoned house. Like I said, not a great neighborhood, you know. So they're playing in an abandoned house, and they find a dead body. This body belongs to a 4-year-old boy named Martin Brown, and he is lying dead in an upstairs room. Now, the 2 boys that had gone in there and found the body, it so happened that Mary Bell and her friend Norma Bell were following them, like, inside. And they wanted to see it, you know what I mean? Now, the cops show up, obviously, because the boys called the cops. And the little girls kind of wanted to hang around, so the police kind of had to tell them to leave. Now, they couldn't determine the cause of death on Martin Brown. His body wasn't, you know, there was nothing, you know, obvious that looked like that was the cause of death or whatever. So what they first assumed was that there was like a little medicine bottle that looked like it had some pills, and there were like some pills kind of scattered around. So they thought that maybe he had swallowed some pills from that and like poisoned himself or overdosed or whatever. So that was kind of what they were going with at the point. They didn't think it was a murder. Now, on the day after that, the father of Norma Bell, the friend, like I said, not related, he came in the room and found Mary choking Norma, who was a year older. She was 11. But the thing about it was that Mary Bell, like I said, was very, you know, by all accounts, was very intelligent, very devious. You know, that kind of, she was a very Machiavellian type of child. Norma Bell seemed like she was more, I guess, intellectually challenged, if you want to put it that way. She was like a little bit slow. So, you know, that'll kind of come into play later. So apparently Mary had gotten mad at her friend Norma and was trying to strangle her. So the dad came in, found, you know, saw what was happening and smacked Mary and said, "Hey, get the fuck out of here, go home." Later that same day, there was a nursery school in the area, and the police came and it had been vandalized. Now, inside the nursery school, like there was broken windows and shit like that. They found like all these really weird notes that had obviously been written by children, because if you see pictures of them, it looks like they wrote it with fucking crayon or charcoal or something like that. It's obviously like kids writing. And so they find all these notes, and some of them say stuff like, "I murder so that I may come back. Fuck off," but spelled Fuchof. So, and like kind of run together. "Fuck off, we murder. Watch out, fanny and faggot," which, if you don't like, fanny is a bad word in the UK. It's essentially like calling somebody a pussy. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing. Or, you know, that's kind of what it means. And then this note said, "We did murder Martin Brown. Fuck off, you bastard." And various things of like that. But like I said, in kids' handwriting. So, you know, they thought that was a little weird. But at first, they kind of just thought it was
kids playing around.
Kids playing around, because like I said, Martin Brown, they didn't think that he had been murdered at this point. They thought he had just eaten some random ass pills and like had overdosed or whatever, because they didn't see anything on his body that implied that he had been murdered. Now, here's some creepy shit right here. So 4 days after Martin Brown's body was found, Mary Bell shows up at Martin Brown's house and knocks on the door. And his mom, his grieving mother, answers the door. And she says, I want to see Martin. And the mom is like, Martin's dead. And Mary says, oh, I know he's dead. I wanted to see him in his coffin.
Yeah. Was he in the coffin in there?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
But isn't that fucking creepy?
Yeah.
This little girl's creepy. She's fucking creepy. So,
She wanted to return to the scene.
Yeah, she wanted to see him dead.
She wanted to see, yeah.
It's yeah, she's messed up.
And she's about 10?
She's 10, yeah. I mean, if you see pictures of her as a kid,
yeah,
she's got the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Even as a 10-year-old. Me
and you talked about this, like, earlier, a couple of years back, we were talking about this case. And you said, what would you have done if you found that I said, I killed that little girl? As long as nobody knew.
I think a lot of people would have. I mean,
you're going to find out some more about this chick. And, no, 10 or not, I'd have killed her.
Probably a lot of, it's weird because I feel like, because I want to talk too about the James Bulger murder, and those two kids who were also 10 at the time. And it's interesting how in the 1960s, when the Mary Bell thing happened, it seemed like people were less likely to want to kill her because she was just a little girl. She was an abomination, though. There was something wrong with her, and she was killing other people's children. And the motives behind it and the shit that she was doing was fucking weird. I mean, it was just like coldly... Kind of like that episode out of fucking The Walking Dead where the little girl thought that all the zombies were good people and people were going to fucking convert into the zombies anyway. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's like they might need a look at the flowers moment. Yeah, and she had like fed a couple of them girls to the zombies and stuff, you know what I mean? And fucking that one woman took that little girl out there and fucking had her looking at the flowers and plugged her in the back of the head. That's just when you have somebody that's that fucked up, they're too dangerous. And you can't look, man, I don't want to sound like judge, jury, and executioner, but I'm just saying. They were ordering us to kill dudes for a lot less, and they were good people. I mean, the thing about it is that, and that's kind of why I've been wanting to do this show, because this is a real moral gray area. Because the thing about it is, like, when a kid is this, like, when they're, 16 or something like that, yeah, they know what the fuck they're doing is wrong, you know what I mean? But when they're, like, a little kid like that, if you're, like, 8 years old, 10 years old or something, it's like, and they kind of display these signs of psychopathy, and they do this kind of shit. Now, DJ Maniac is saying, the James Bulger murderers are, walking around free, and they have new identities, and Mary Bell is, too. Yeah. It's like, at what point do you say, I don't think this person can be rehabilitated? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a really hard, like, line to draw. I don't even really think of it in terms of rehabilitation. It's just more like just erasing somebody. Yeah, it's like, well, that's a defective. You gotta go. I mean, because, like I said, I think 90% of the time, 95% of the time, I think that people that end up doing these kind of crimes, I think a lot of it is to do with their upbringing. Some of it's genetic, sure. But I do think that there is a certain percentage of people that are just born, and no matter how loving the home, no matter how many advantages they're given, they're just going to be messed up and they're going to do horrible things. I'm sure it's a pretty small percentage, but I do think that there are some people that probably can't be helped. You know what I mean? I imagine it's probably a small percentage. Like I said, maybe 5%, maybe that's even too generous, but I do think that there is a percentage of people that probably can't be helped. I don't know if Mary Bell is one of those people. She is apparently, like I said, she's running around loose now, and she has a kid and a grandkid, and she has a different identity. And as far as I know, she has not reoffended. So maybe she was one of the ones that could be helped. Although when she was a little kid, you would have been hard pressed to think that she would be able to be, because she came across as like a stone cold killer when she was 10 years old. I just can't bring myself to look at it in those terms of like helping or rehabilitation. I don't care about any of that. I just don't. I'm looking at it in terms of almost kind of like vengeance. You know what I mean? Killed that kid, you gotta die. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, you gotta look at it from my point of view. Fucking in a military context, you're fucking ordered to drop bombs on perfectly good fucking enemy soldiers. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with those dudes. They're dudes just like you. Or just mowing down whole fucking platoons of enemy infantry who are dudes just like you. It's all, you know what I mean? It's not even gray. It's black. Yeah. It's black. But there's a higher purpose to it. You know what I mean? You're trying to win some kind of national struggle between your peoples.
And then you find out later when you get older that your peoples had nothing to do with it. It was banks and corporations and corrupt politicians. But that continuum has been going on for fucking 20,000 years probably in one form or another. It's always like that. Yeah. Go back and you look at fucking ancient Roman conquest. It was about stealing gold and capturing women. That's really what it was about.
Yeah.
So it was all black. There was no black and white. It was all black.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just part of human nature. Then you run into a situation like this. You got one kid that murders another little kid. How can you allow it? You know?
Yeah, and I watched a documentary about this, and like obviously the woman who, the mother of one of the victims was talking about, I don't know if she necessarily said she said she probably would have killed her back then if she could have got hold of her. But she's like, I still hate that girl.
Yeah. Late term abortion. That's all. It's
I guess
late term abortion. Way. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, this little girl, she's,
there was something wrong with that.
Going to the house of the person, you murdered that kid. And
human beings are monkeys. They're monkeys that talk. That's what they are. Apes that talk. All right. There's when you get into a situation where one of them is just totally is malfunctioning in this way, they just got to go. But there's more to this story. I'm kind of getting ahead of it. We'll let you tell the shit that she did afterwards of all this, but just no, it's an abomination. It just is.
Well, and like I said, it seemed very clear that there was something the matter with this girl. Yeah. And like I said, obviously her upbringing played a part, but a lot of kids in that area were brought up in a similar fashion because it was a very economically depressed area, and they turned out, they didn't murder people in this way. So obviously there was something wrong with her from the jump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, a lot of her teachers even said that when she was much younger.
Liquidation.
They thought there was something the matter with her.
Late-term abortion. Liquidation. That's the answer.
But, I mean...
It's almost... I don't even want to look at it in terms of justice or injustice. It's just... I don't know. That's just the instinctive response.
Yeah.
Me. You know what I mean?
Well, Yeah. And I understand that.
Yeah. I'm indifferent to the moral repercussions or the moral implications. I don't even care about that. She didn't. Just say, you know what I mean?
True. Yeah. So okay. So she turned up at the house and was like, "Yeah, I want to see your dead son in his coffin," which, like I said, creepy. Now, May 31st, they had installed a burglar alarm at the nursery school where Mary and Norma had done all the vandalizing. So it went off again. So the cops it went off. So the cops went there, and then they found Mary and her friend Norma just hanging out in the building. Now the police were like, "Well, did you guys do this shit the first time? Did you leave all that stuff?" And they were like, "No, we didn't do that." So they interviewed them and they denied it. So they let them go home. Now 2 months later, a 3-year-old boy named Brian Howe disappeared in Newcastle. Now, everybody, obviously, everybody in the neighborhood, and the cops and everything, they go out and start searching for him. Mary Bell told Brian's sister, because he had an older sister that was, looking for him, it was, worried about it, because, yeah, he should be back by now. Mary tells Brian's sister, "Oh, he might be playing on this, big pile of concrete blocks that was, in this vacant lot, because some of the kids played on it." Now, when they went over there to check, because the sister was like, "Well, he wouldn't play over there. He's only 3 or whatever, and he doesn't ever go over there." But they did actually go over there and look, and it did end up that he was found there, except that he was dead. He had been manually strangled, and police reports said that Mary Bell had strangled him, left him in this pile of concrete blocks, and then had gone back to the body later with a razor and had carved first an N into his stomach, presumably for Norma, but then had gone back with the same razor and then a different person. I guess Norma had come back and made the N into an M. So I guess I don't know if they were trying to implicate each other or whatever. Mary Bell also used an old pair of scissors, cut off some of the kid's hair, scratched his legs all up, and partially skinned his penis. This was a 3-year-old boy.
Yeah, this is the part that pisses me off. So there's sexual mutilation.
Yes.
It's a bad sign.
It is.
It's a bad sign.
It is.
That right there would be enough to fucking run. Just I'd have to do something.
Yeah.
And they're in the comment section saying, yeah, all these people, if they find out where they are, they'd fucking come after them, you know. Because people still hate them, you know what I mean?
Well, that's why they have this and the two kids that killed James Bulger too, which we're going to talk about next. That's why they have to, because people in the UK are just like, yeah, if we find out who they are, we're going to like go and fucking wipe them out.
It's just very odd. I mean, these are the attributes of a serial killer.
Oh yeah, big time.
Multiple murders. There's a sexual element to it, possibly sexual or sexualized motives. And these are like in little kids, man. It's just not right.
It's just so creepy. And you don't see it.
No.
I mean, normally you don't see it in a girl, and you don't see it in a child this young, usually. Yeah. I mean, like I said,
you haven't even hit puberty yet. Usually it kicks in around puberty.
I mean, even kind of your quote-unquote big ticket serial killers that did like fucked up shit when they were kids, they usually didn't progress to like killing people and mutilating people until they were older. Yeah. Like sometimes they would start out doing animals and like, setting fires and shit like that.
There was one that happened in the 90s that I remember. I think he was like a 14-year-old boy, but he was big, and he jumped on the neighbor who was like a 40-year-old MILF. She was hot. I saw pictures of her.
Oh, I'm going to talk about that guy.
Great. You know about that guy?
Yeah.
He jumped on her, but he was a big kid, raped her and killed her, and I think he kept her body for a while, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe if we're talking about the same dude,
he let that body be found. Later on, he killed a teenage girl. And I think he put her under the bed, and she was underneath there rotting for a while.
Oh, maybe we're not talking about
I think that might be the same guy. I might be confusing two of them and putting them together. But I remember seeing the picture of the boy and going like, God damn. I mean, he looks like a kid. He's big, but he looks like a kid.
Well, yeah.
And then you see the woman that he killed, and she was a cutie. She was real cute. It's just like, what a waste. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Kid fucking lunatic.
Like I said, you get one that's defective sometimes.
Yeah, and she was the next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Just like living right next door.
Like I said, I think most of the time you do, when you see these really extreme, like in the case of Mary Bell, this is a very extreme situation. Like I said, even with serial killers that we are familiar with nowadays, even they didn't do shit like this when they were fucking 10 years old. And very, very rarely do you see a little girl doing this kind of shit. I mean, you know what I mean? It doesn't happen all that much. I think that's kind of why she's still this case is so well known, because it's like, you just don't, this is a very, very unusual. And her being so fucking like cold and calculating, which I'll get to in a minute. Like some of the shit that she said, like at the fucking, like to the cops and stuff, was just like fucking crazy for a 10-year-old girl. So at this stage, so the ME, the medical examiner, he's doing the autopsy on Brian Howe's body, and he suggested, he's like, well, I think the killer might be another kid, because even though, the kid was killed and he was strangled, it doesn't look like much force was applied, like, to the injuries. So I think it was probably another child.
Stop propaganda has to go and read out what he said there.
Wait, where? There has to be something behind the sexual mutilation. All the details haven't been told yet.
Yeah, about on the little boy.
Yeah, well,
have all the details been released? He says no.
I don't know. Like, as far as I know, all I heard was partially skinned penis.
Yeah.
And carving initials into his body. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was another case where some girl cut off a little girl cut off another boy's fucking dick and let him go, and he lived.
Yeah, you were talking because you thought that I was talking about.
There was another one. She let him live.
And I don't know about that one.
I think that might have been out in California somewhere.
Yeah, this was UK.
This is like 70s or something. But my memory might be. I mean, I got a pretty good memory, but it sometimes gets two things can get merged.
Well, yeah, because you get mixed up with some things.
Yes,
sometimes.
Just depends on what it is.
Yeah,
depends on how interested I was in it at the time that it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I could have swore that she let one of them live. She cut his dick off and let it. But that must have been another little girl.
Yeah, like I said, unusual. Right. I mean, female serial killers are unusual as a rule, but especially ones that manifest this fucking early, it's just, I mean, it's almost unprecedented.
Yeah.
So they think that the killer might have been another kid. So at this point, the cops are like, they kind of go down in the community and they're asking all the other kids, hey, like, is there some weird kid that would have done this? And they thought that the answers that they got from Mary and from Norma were a little weird. So they brought them in for questioning. Now, one thing, okay, so this Detective Dobson, that was working on the case, he said that when they were having Brian Howe's funeral, I guess the coffin had been in the house, because that was like something if you had the wake in the house, so sometimes the coffin's in there. So the coffin had been in the house. When they had the funeral and they were bringing the coffin out of the house, Detective Dobson said that Mary Bell was standing there, like outside the house, when the coffin was brought out. And the detective looked at her and she was just laughing and rubbing her hands together like a fucking supervillain.
Damn.
And he immediately was like, man, I gotta bring this girl into custody right now because she's gonna do this fucking shit again. He's like, this little girl's evil. So he saw it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So at this point, so he brings Norma back into custody because he figures, rightly so, that Norma was in on the shit. But Norma was not real bright, let's put it that way. So they thought probably Mary was like manipulating her, you know what I mean? Because she was kind of like, I mean, she was 11 years old, but she was like she wasn't kind of all there, you know what I mean? So they thought that Mary had kind of like talked her into it, and she didn't really understand like what the repercussions of it were. Dang. So they bring Norma in, and Norma says to them, at first she had denied everything, but when they brought her in the second time, Norma said, no, Mary did tell me that she had killed Brian, and that later she brought me to see his body, like laying there in the concrete blocks or whatever. And she said that Mary had told her, and this is a quote, I squeezed his neck and pushed up his lungs. That's how you kill them. Keep your nose dry and don't tell anybody. And then Norma also told the cops that when she saw the body, she knew that he was dead. She said his lips were purple. Mary ran her fingers along his lips. She said she had enjoyed it.
Damn.
So they took Norma to the police station that night, and she actually gave a statement and basically, you know, told them pretty much what had happened. So the cops went and picked up Mary at like midnight that night because they're like, okay, get her off the fucking street. Now this is what one of the cops said. This quote is just, this blows my mind. One of the cops said, she appeared to see herself in a sort of cliche scenario of a cops and robbers film.
Yeah.
Nothing surprised her, and she admitted nothing.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
what the detective said. So Dobson said,
psycho.
yeah.
She's not having any of
this is what Dobson said when he was questioning Mary. He said to her, I have reason to believe that you were near the blocks, the concrete blocks where the body was, with Norma. A man shouted at some children who were nearby, and you both ran away from where Brian was lying in the grass. This man will probably know you. That's what the cop said. Mary said, he would have to have good eyesight. And then the detective said, why would he need good eyesight? And she said, because he was clever to see me when I wasn't there. Like,
Man.
she's 10 years old, and she's saying creepy shit like that. And then he said at this point, she stood up from the chair and said, I am going home. This is being brainwashed, she said. And she also asked if the room was bugged.
Damn.
She's 10. Crazy. This is a crazy person. So they asked her, they're like, you know, they wanted her to make a statement, and she would not. She said, I am making no statements. I have made lots of statements. It's always me you come for. Norma's a liar. She always tries to get me into trouble. And they didn't have anything to hold her on, really. So they had to, like, let her go. So she left at, like, 3:30 in the morning. But, you know, after getting some more, like, testimony from Norma, after seeing the shit at the funeral and, like, her being, like, a weirdo, they were like, okay, well, we're going to bring her back in at this point. So when they brought her back in for the second time and they questioned her again, she seemed a little more nervous this time. Like kind of that she knew the jig was up, I guess. So But all she would admit to was that, yeah, I was there when Brian died, but she would not admit to killing him. She kept blaming it on other people. She tried to pin it on Norma. It's like, you know, or this other boy that did it. She said it was like a black kid that did it. She said all kind of shit like that. Now, so at this point, the cops were just like not having it anymore. So they decided that they were going to charge her with the murder of Brian Howe. When they told her that they were going to charge her with the murder, Mary Bell said, "That's all right with me." That's all she said. This is a cold little bitch right here.
She's psycho.
Fucking 10 years old. Yeah, easily.
What's funny is that she's not even nervous, doesn't have any fear, no urge for self-preservation. So she can go kamikaze. You know what I mean? Just start killing these little boys and not worried about any kind of repercussions. I couldn't have done that at 10. I'd have been fucking scared shitless.
A lot of people that knew her back in the day, you know, schoolmates of hers, like neighbors and stuff. Because like I said, I watched a couple documentaries about her, and they had like some, you know, some people that had known her, like when she was little, schoolmates and whatever. And they said that pretty much everybody at the school was terrified of her. Yeah. They said that she was...
No feelings of empathy either.
She had no empathy. She had no compassion. You know, everything was just like a fucking joke to her.
No, I was around that age, I guess around 8 or so. One time I was walking down a chain link fence and saw a bunch of pigeons on the other side of the chain link fence, picked up a piece of damn concrete and threw it over the fence, just tossed it like that to scare the birds up. It hit one of those fucking birds and crushed it. And I was like, I was devastated. I was
like, motherfucker.
I felt like a shithead, man. I felt like a murderer.
You are
a little fucking pigeon there fucking crushed underneath the damn piece of rock.
This is making me sad, even though it was many years ago.
Oh, yeah, I was about 8.
See,
I was just trying to get him to fucking fly away, you know. It's a lucky hit.
Well, you should have just gone, Wah! That would have worked just as well.
You're a little boy. You're going to throw something. You know, just the way it was. I didn't think that could happen.
Boys are the worst.
Didn't think that could happen. Crushing a little pigeon.
Well, you learned that day, didn't you? Too bad that little pigeon had to die. Yeah. That pigeon could have been the next Pigeon Einstein. You don't know.
Little pigeons and shit.
Michael Schaefer says, Tom sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an
I'm kind of starting to think that too. It's like, why are you killing little birds and stuff?
I didn't throw it at the bird, though.
I know.
I just tossed it over the fence. And it fucking landed on a damn bird.
I've killed animals by accident like a couple times, and it's just like, I still think about that shit to this day.
Yeah.
Remember that time we hit that raccoon? Like when we were
that was fucking bad. Another time
it was like the middle of the night. Oh my God, I still feel bad about that.
Yeah. Another time I went out varminting one time. Had a 30 carbine with some real hot loads that I cooked up. And fucking I was just walking up into the fucking hunting zone of the fucking normal, where my dad's fucking land where we had hunting rights. And I saw a fucking black fucking, over the crest of the hill, I saw a fucking black tail and some black things. That's a skunk. So I went to go shoot the skunk like that and hit it, pow! And then walked up over the crest of the hill a little bit, and when it came in, it was a cat.
Oh, no!
Yeah. And I was
Why did you tell me that?
And what was sucked is that it was out in the middle of nowhere. There was no fucking houses around there. So I had no, well, it was some kind of feral cat. I had no, it didn't even cross my mind that anything like that could have been a cat. There's no houses, no human habitation around there.
Yeah, but cats live in like little colonies and shit. Like if they're feral.
It was just sunning itself. Hit it right in his fucking spine, right dead center. Pow.
Oh, man.
It was dead by the time I got to it.
I'm going to have a nightmare about that now, thanks.
Yeah, I felt bad about it. I was like, oh, shit. I thought it was a skunk.
Even if it was a skunk, that wouldn't make it much better. But it's honestly, you know, you guys know, like, cats are my favorite. So it's just like, if somebody does something bad to a cat, I'm just like immediately.
I was thinking about maybe getting like a skunk pelt or something, you know? But,
why would you want a skunk pelt? What are you gonna do? You're gonna make a hat with it. Look, I have a skunk hat.
Yeah, make a hat.
Just call me Stinky.
But it's just like, because it's kind of funny. You know what I mean? But you know, when you're in your late teens, that was before I was in the army. When you're in your late teens, you'll shoot anything. You know, as long as it's legal.
Well, you would.
Well, as long as it's legal.
Have.
As long as it's legal, you know what I mean?
I don't do that.
I went it wasn't deer season, but I was, went out varminting. You know, and we had a different understanding back then. Or a different, because we didn't have YouTube, so we couldn't really see animals' behavior and what was possible. Like, we thought that raccoons were fucking fierce. Because if you ever captured a raccoon, it was fierce. So
yeah, because you're capturing it.
Because you captured it. Right. But when you see, If you leave food out, though, fucking raccoons will come up and they'll hang out with your cats, and you can actually tame a raccoon. But we didn't really know that. We didn't know that.
I mean, shit, man. We had a whole little family of raccoons that lived in the parking lot where I worked, and every time you had like some pizza crust, they'd come out with their little hands like, "Hey, pizza crust!"
Information.
They would like stand up and waddle over to you.
There wasn't a flow of information back in the early '80s, you know, and even late '80s. There wasn't internet, so you didn't see what was possible with these animals. You know what I mean? A raccoon was something that you shot and you ate it. Yeah. And if you didn't, my dad didn't shoot them. He said they were tough. I never shot one. But, you know what I mean? That was something you could shoot. You could try to eat it. We also, you know, they were also eating shit like fucking, I wouldn't eat it, but my cousins would eat it. They were Cajuns. They'll eat anything. Fucking diller on the half shell.
Yeah, we've talked about
fucking
that.
Yeah. I would never eat an armadillo, but they were eating them.
Well, especially since you saw that one pop out of a deer's butthole. Pop out of a deer's ass.
It's a fucking deer's butthole. It's a maggot. It's a maggot with 4 legs. That's all it does.
They're happy about it. They gotta eat something.
They eat rotten shit. I would never. They'll go inside. Man.
Well, like I said, that's an important part of the whole you know, food chain.
They carry leprosy.
I know, but they can't help that. They don't do it on purpose.
But they're eating them. I mean, people knew that they carried leprosy and they were eating them.
Well, I wouldn't eat them, but you know what I mean.
Either.
I don't know why anybody would. Unless, I mean, if you were starving to death, okay. But it's like, if there's other food, I'd rather eat like fucking Vienna sausages out of a can.
Yeah. But I shot the cat by accident. I thought it was a long way away, and I didn't really get full sight of it, and it seemed to be a skunk at the time. Had a bushy black tail on it from a distance. That's a skunk.
That makes me so sad.
Yeah. And then I got up to it. It was a cat. I was like, oh shit. Felt bad about it.
Well, and you probably feel even more bad about it now that you have Pookie that's like your
I had cats back then.
Your cat daughter.
No, I had cats back then. I was like, oh man. At least it wasn't a pet cat. But still, you know, it's cat.
Yeah, it's a cat's a cat.
Yeah.
Whether it belongs to somebody or not. Cats belong to no one.
I had no idea there'd be a cat out there though. I mean, there were just no houses around. It was in the wild.
Just goes to show.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, see, Amanda's saying, I would die if something that tragic happened to me. I once hit a bunny that hopped out onto the road before I got stopped. Yeah, it's like, one time when I was driving home, like I hit a dog.
Yeah.
I mean, because it literally, I was driving home, and I wasn't speeding. I was going maybe 30, and the dog literally jumped right in front of my bumper. Yeah. Right in front of my bumper, like from behind a trash can. Yeah. And I was just like, fuck. And like I rolled it, and I stopped, and like I looked, and then I couldn't find the dog. Like I looked all around the neighborhood. So I guess it limped off somewhere, but I couldn't find it. And I was like, I'm still upset about it to this day. And that was like 10 years ago, 11 years ago.
She saw me hit the raccoon.
The raccoon.
And she knew that it, you know, you could tell I was fucking like, oh man, I don't want to hit him. There was 3 raccoons running right out in the road in front of me. And
that made me so sad.
I hit the brakes, but I couldn't slam them on full blast, and it was too late anyway. And I heard one hit the door. Boom.
Yeah. And
then I looked in my rearview mirror. I stopped, and it's laying out there in the middle of the road, and his buddies come running back to it.
I know. And I was like, remember that bummed me out. So I was like,
I gotta get out of here. It's in the middle of the night, and I was like, I gotta go.
Seriously, every time I see, because I went to get gas the other day, and I saw that I didn't hit an armadillo, but I saw somebody else had hit an armadillo because it was like in the thing. And every single time I just like say to them, I'm like, man, I'm sorry that happened to you, dude.
Remember when we found the possum was walking in a circle like that?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And they called and gave it to the cop.
Yeah, we called there was a cop coming along. And
and I said, look at this thing. And it's walking in a circle, a tight circle.
I didn't know if it had been hit, but like...
Been hit.
I think he'd been hit, and like, yeah, he was like walking around in circles in the road.
Yeah.
But, you know, nicely, it was like the middle of the day. So, like, a lot of people, like, on either side stopped and were, like, trying to help him get off the road. And, you know, the cop came and they called animal control.
I knew exactly what it was. Same thing happened to a motorcycle accident. You wanted to veer right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and
head
he
injury.
kept walking in a circle. I felt so bad for that little guy.
Yeah, he probably lived, though.
I hope so. He probably lived. I mean, he looked like he was otherwise looked okay. His head didn't look fucked up or anything. He
ran over the top of him.
He looked stunned.
And ran over the top of him, and his head hit the fucking undercarriage of the car. Bam! And, you know, head injury.
Yeah.
He had some swelling on the brain.
Yeah, but hopefully, like I said, he didn't look like he had any injuries on the outside, like he wasn't all fucked up or anything.
Yeah.
So they take the 2 girls, Mary and Norma, you know, to the police station.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, because they're both going to be charged in the murder of Brian Howe, they actually reopened the investigation back into the Martin Brown death because that, as I said, they left that an open verdict because they weren't sure if it was murder, suicide, accident. They didn't really know what it was because, they couldn't really determine the cause of death. So they kind of opened that back up. And they found out later on that Mary Bell had indeed strangled him. But because her grip, she was just a little girl, so her grip wasn't strong enough to leave any marks there, so they couldn't, so they didn't know that he had been strangled. So those two murders got linked, and both the girls were charged with 2 counts of manslaughter. Now, so they had the trial in December of 1968. Norma actually ended up getting acquitted of both charges because, like I said, she was, I guess intellectually diminished, if you want to say that a little bit. So they thought that she was probably being manipulated by Mary Bell, who was much smarter than her. So they kind of let her off with it. Mary got convicted on both counts of manslaughter. All the psychiatrists that had interviewed her during the course of the trial said she displayed what they called classic symptoms of psychopathy, which no duh. Yeah. So, as they did with most juvenile offenders then, and possibly now, I'm not really sure, they basically say they're going to be detained at quote-unquote Her Majesty's pleasure, which means you're basically going to stay in a secure facility until you're 18, and then we're going to reassess. If you are still seen as a danger, they just transfer you to another prison. So it's basically like an indefinite sentence because they don't know what they're going to do with you until you get older and they figure out what your deal is.
I want to say something though.
What's that?
Gotta address something in the comment section.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah,
while
go
you're
ahead. Go,
okay.
good. Mr. Jormungander Lokison has that's a brother from the hunky motherland right there. That's some Scandinavian shit right there. It's a badass name. He asks, would you guys ever consider doing an episode on the legend of Liver Eaton Johnson, the Mountain Man? Yeah, I talked about it earlier in the show. It's probably why you're saying it, but I recommend the movie Jeremiah Johnson. It's about Liver Eaton Johnson. And that show, I've had that on the list for years. So I got to get around and to doing a show on Liver Eaton Johnson. Liver Eaton Johnson was a survivalist, mountain man, and cannibal who lived up in the damn mountains and waged a one-man war against the Crow Indians for killing his wife, and his wife was a Flathead Indian. And he was a white dude that went Injun, what they used to call it, In the movies played by Robert Redford. It's a great John Milius movie, not totally accurate. Although the accuracy of who Jeremiah Johnson was is disputed because a lot of him is legendary. He's the kind of motherfucker that kills a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
That's what that too.
And
hold on, let me get the whole shirt in the shot so that Bee's Nest will be.
Okay,
see, that's pretty awesome, right? So that Bee's Nest will be happy.
Liver Eaton Johnson was the American Conan. All right, He did exist. He was an Army scout. Probably was in the Navy. They did make some statues to him. Of course, online culture, they fucking have him classified as a serial killer and fucking, white supremacist and whatever. No. He was a white dude that fucking became part of Indian culture. And after his war with the Crow, he was revered. He made peace with the Crow, and the younger generations of him revered him as kind of like a folk hero because they were raised to fear him like the boogeyman. But it was a personal vendetta about his wife, evidently. This is evidently true. And then he spent his old age in custody of the Crow. The Crow took care of him. Because they thought he had a beef. And then once he settled the score, it was all good. He was just a legendary figure among the Crow Indians, too. So, yeah, it's a great story. American history is not as clear and clean-cut as fucking Hollywood wants you to think it is. It was a lot more badass. It was the most badass fantasy of every 15-year-old boy all condensed into one thing. That's why they were all coming here. That's why they were coming here. It was like some shit out of Star Wars. I had to go to the restroom.
All right.
Yeah.
So where was I? So I'm gonna get back into the story. All right. Yeah, this shirt is very, very cool. Like I said, Bee's Nest sent me this shirt. I got it yesterday, and they were like, "Well, put it on the show," and I was just kind of like, "So there it is." Like I said, it was on the one we recorded earlier too, the Old Boy review. All right, so yeah, so they put her in this place called Red Bank, a secure unit in Lancashire. Interestingly, fun fact, or not so fun fact, I guess, this was the same place that one of the James Bulger murderers, John Venables, would be 25 years later. Now, again, a lot of the court psychiatrists said, yes, she was like a psychopath. They said she was dangerous. They said she was very intelligent. They said she was very manipulative. Also, kind of a pain in the ass when they put her in the secure unit. Like I said, started out at 10 years old. When she was 12, she apparently made up some charges of indecent assault against one of the employees at the secure unit. The man got acquitted in court. In September of 1977, her and another inmate actually escaped from there, but they got caught 3 days later. So in 1980, Mary Bell, when she was 23 years old, she actually got released from Askham Grange Open Prison. Because like I said, she had been in a secure unit until she was 18, and then she was moved to another facility, which was, I guess less prison-like and more like a psychiatric facility or whatever. So she only ended up serving about 12 years. Now, she got a new name, like a new identity. And in 1984, she had a daughter. Now, apparently the daughter didn't know about what Mary Bell had done when she was a kid. However, later on in the 80s, I guess reporters figured out like what the new identity was and figured out who the daughter was. So I guess the daughter found out then because it was in all the fucking papers. So at that point, Mary Bell and her daughter had to like leave the house like covered in sheets or whatever. So over the course, like since then, Mary's actually had to have 3 different identities and has moved 5 different times because obviously she's trying to have a new life, which, I'm not really sure. I don't know. But apparently, like I said, she hasn't reoffended, which fine. 1998, there was a big uproar because she got paid reportedly £50,000 for collaborating on a book called Cries Unheard, which was all about her life. So basically, like I said, her and her daughter live somewhere. Their names have been changed. Their identities have been changed. As far as I know, no one knows who they are. And in 2009, her daughter had a kid. So Mary Bell is now a grandmother. No one's entirely sure where she lives at, but she's walking around free. Like I said, apparently she hasn't reoffended, but that's, I don't know. It's kind of creepy, like thinking there's like these fucking psychopaths wandering around, but I guess there's psychopaths always wandering around. There's not much you can do about it. So it's weird. Okay, so I wanted to talk about the Mary Bell case first, and then we're going to talk about the James Bulger murder because there's a lot of similarities between these two cases. What interests me is that the public reaction to them was very different, because it did seem like when the murders happened that Mary Bell perpetrated, it seemed like back in the late 60s, there was a lot of people that wanted to kill her for sure, but it seemed less, the public was less ready to like hang a 10-year-old girl. When the James Bulger murder happened in 1993, oh shit, man, everybody wanted to kill those 2 little boys. They didn't care if they were 10. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that was some devious shit.
I mean, I remember seeing the footage of like the van that was carrying them to the trial or whatever, and there was just like these huge crowds of people like outside, and they were just like throwing rocks and like fucking screaming at the van, and how they like, they wanted to drag those boys out of there and fucking lynch them and shit like that, which I can understand that. I mean, I really can. And I can understand the situation with Mary Bell too, because it's not like, it's just like they very coldly, specifically went out and found a little child that was weaker than them and just killed them just because they could, just because they wanted to.
I can understand sometimes the damn synergy that can build up between two boys when they're playing and you'll push each other to do some fucking radical shit. But it was always within the realm of fucking acceptability. You know what I mean? When I was a kid. Never some shit like, let's kill this little baby. That's some bizarre shit.
Yeah, it's like, why would that even occur to you?
I know. Me and my buddies were more like, let's steal some gasoline. That was our
Yeah, like I have brothers, and like when they were kids, they're just like, let's steal these fireworks and set them off in the woods.
Yeah, exactly. Let's steal some gasoline.
You know, let's blow up our G.I. Joes.
So you go to your dad's garage and you're fucking pouring the gasoline down into a Gatorade container. You go, we're going to burn this. We're going to burn this. You know, it's that kind of shit. You go out to the fucking woods or with
like I said,
flood control systems and pour it down the damn fucking sides of the fucking flood, of the fucking, what they call it? I think it's what called the Los Angeles River, but it's where they were racing the cars out of grease.
Ironically call them that.
Yeah,
there's no water.
Pour it down the fucking concrete side and then throw a fucking burning towel on it. And then fucking laugh and fall and roll down the damn fucking hill. Just crazy.
Well,
shit.
yeah, little boys love fire.
Yeah.
Like I said, it just seems
think you're
like
doing some real serious shit. Like, get that smell off you. They're gonna know. That kind of shit. Yeah.
Like, my brothers did shit like that.
Yeah.
I kind of did some shit like that too. But it's just kind of like, little boys are destructive, but I mean,
not evil though.
Not evil.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they do, like, they'll burn some shit down, like, accidentally, or they'll blow some shit up, but they're not, like, setting out to hurt anybody.
We always had a pack of dogs following us.
Yeah, you told me
and
that
the dogs were just like us.
The dogs recognized that you were part of the pack.
Of the pack, yeah. They would have dogs with us and shit, yeah.
Malachi Washington is asking, what if your kid killed someone? How would you react to it? See, this is one thing that fascinates me, and I maybe talked about this a little bit when we did the Columbine show, because I watched like the TED Talk that one of the Columbine killers' moms did. And it's like, I can't imagine, I don't have kids, so it's like hard for me to say. I can't imagine if you had a 10-year-old kid and they murdered another person's kid.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could forgive that. Like I said, I don't have a kid, and I know that, like, and I know a lot of parents, and I know a lot of people said, man, that's your kid no matter what, and you love them no matter what, even the most fucked up shit they do. It's like, you can't help it. But I kind of feel like, I don't know if I'd be able to overlook that, man. I just don't. Don't. If my kid did something like that, I'd be like, yeah, but you're on your own. Bye. So. Bye.
You got to tell.
I'm not.
In a normal society, you got to tell.
It might be different, like I said. I don't have a kid,
the other family has to know what happened to the kid.
Right.
To their kid. And your kid might have to go to an institution for a long while. I
mean, because you would think that as a parent, yes, you're supposed to love your kid more than anything, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but you think as a parent that you'd be able to put yourself in the shoes of the parent of the kid that your kid killed, and that you would at least have more empathy for that person, because like that person is not going to have a kid that's going to fucking grow up now, and your kid's still going to grow up. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, it just seems like a really fucking hard. And I felt really, really bad for the mom of like one of the Columbine killers when I watched the thing, because I'm just like, and the thing about it too is that this happens a lot. Like when your kid does some fucked up shit, who gets the blame? Mom. So even if the mom didn't even like know, or didn't even, you know what I mean? Or wasn't even messed up, you know what I mean? In the case of the Columbine killers, it's like they had perfectly normal childhoods. They weren't abused or nothing. So it does really seem like the parents still get the blame, but sometimes your kids just suck. You know what I mean? It's nothing the parents did. So I think it's, it's too easy.
You always have more.
It's too easy to blame the parents. It's not always the parents. And I'm not saying like some parents do fuck up their kids, obviously. But sometimes you can just be the best parent you can be and your kid's still fucked up.
Most of the time when shit like this happens, it's not so much that the parents are fucked up and did something fucked up to the kid. Most of the time it boils down to neglect. The kids just running wild. The parents don't really care.
Well, they don't have any structure.
They don't have any structure on.
Children need structure.
Right. And that's the same
and
thing.
They need to know that their actions will have consequences.
Yeah. That's the same thing with serial killers going all the way up to Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy had a good family. His family just didn't pay attention to him, didn't give a shit about him.
Anyway,
it was a weird family structure. He found out that his older sister was actually his mom.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they'd hid that fact. But the family itself was not a bad family.
Yeah, they weren't like abusive or anything.
No, it's just that they.
I'm just saying that
they kind of really didn't pay much attention to him, and I think that's what it is. So he kind of went astray, and they didn't notice it. And there was some shit wrong with him anyway.
Well, neglect is another kind of
neglect,
abuse.
yeah.
It's just not as noticeable. Because, I mean, obviously, if the kid is abused, people are going to notice that because they're going to be all bruised and fucked up and everything. But being ignored is, in a lot of ways, just as damaging, but it's not as noticeable. Because you're learning that no one's going to give a shit what you do. Yeah. So you can just do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, and some kids are going to fucking run with that.
I think these kind of mentalities that these kids develop at this age comes from festering alone they're in a chaotic world, but they're festering alone inside of their own internal world, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it gets worse and worse and other people don't notice it.
I think the thing, too, is that you really need to, I mean, you know, like I said, maybe I'm talking out my ass because I don't have any kids, but I do kind of feel like when the kids are real young, they have to understand that you are going to be there for them and you're going to accept them and pay attention to them and love them no matter what. And if they don't get that early on, that can kind of mess them up later on. I'm not saying they'll become serial killers, but they might be like messed up in other ways. You know what I mean? They might not be able to deal with things, whatever. So it is kind of like an important thing that you need to, address with children when they're very, very young, because I feel like if they don't get that, like in a certain time window, then it's kind of too late sometimes, which is sad. But yeah, so let's talk about the James Bulger murder. This is very, very, very famous. 1993 this happened. And like I said, I kind of feel like everybody in the world has probably seen that fucking CCTV footage.
Yeah.
Of those two little kids who were also 10.
Yeah.
Leading this little 2-year-old boy.
Yeah, some spooky shit.
Out of a shopping mall.
And then to his death. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some weird shit.
Now, the creepy thing about this was that they did it like in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, they're crowded. It's crowded everywhere.
And a bunch of people saw it, but nobody really thought anything about it, which is really, really scary. I mean, like, okay, so like, listen to this shit. So, because a bunch of the witnesses, even some of the witnesses later said that, well, we thought it looked weird, like these two little boys dragging this little boy around. And at some point, the little boy had been like injured, like his head was bleeding because his head was cut or whatever. And a lot of people saw that, but they didn't really think to do anything about it. Like, they didn't really call anybody and even the people that did call about it, it was just kind of like, you know, these two 10-year-old boys were like, oh, we just found him and we're taking him to the police station or we're taking him home or whatever. And like, nobody questioned it. Mm-hmm. So a bunch of people, like hundreds of people saw the shit, but nobody thought anything about it, which is like fucking crazy.
Well, it wasn't suspicious looking. I saw the CCTV camera.
Yeah,
if you didn't know what the hell was going on, it just looked like a bunch of brothers.
And I think that's what a lot of people thought.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's kind of a natural inclination not to want to get involved if it's like a family issue or something like that. Like one family
walking around. But it's weird to know that they're taking the kid off to be slaughtered. Just some
Which is what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had planned to do it.
Well, yeah.
Which is some weird shit, man.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy. So the two kids, like I said, they were both 10. John Venables and Robert Thompson were their names. Now, they were in this place called the New Strand Shopping Center in the amusingly named town of Bootle, which is near Liverpool. Now, this is the afternoon of February 12th, 1993. They had skipped school that day. Now, they were kind of just like farting around in this shopping center on this particular day, stealing shit, candy, you know, whatever. They were stealing stuff and then like throwing it down the escalators just because that's shit the boys do, I guess. Now, on this particular day, though, like you said, they had planned to kidnap a child. Not particularly James Bulger, because there was actually a couple kids they kidnapped beforehand, and it didn't work out. But they just had it, they got the idea in their head for whatever reason, and I don't even think people know to this day, like, what their fucking reasoning was. But they decided on this day, we're going to kidnap a kid. Just because that's apparently something that you do when you're 10. So they were inside. So the first thing they did, they went into this department store, like I said, after they were like stealing candy and whatnot from other stores. They go into this it's a TJ Hughes department store, and this woman notices that there's these two little boys and they're trying to get her kids' attention. Now, she kind of noticed him out of the corner of her eye. She was like doing some other shit, but then like she turns around a couple seconds later, and both of her kids, a 3-year-old little girl and a 2-year-old little boy, are suddenly gone. So the mom's obviously like frantic and she's running around. She finds the 3-year-old girl, but she doesn't find the son. And she's like, you know, where did your brother go? And the little girl says, he's gone outside with the boy. So the woman is freaking out. She starts calling her son's name. She runs outside and she finds John Venables and Robert Thompson out there, and they're like beckoning the boy to like follow them. And then apparently the two 10-year-olds, the murderers, they saw the mom and they were just like whoop, and they just like skated out of the fucking way, you know what I mean? But that was the first kid that they were planning on taking. It was just that the mother noticed, so that boy didn't end up getting killed. Which,
yeah, and the mom probably wouldn't think much about it because they were little kids.
That's the thing. It's like, that's what's so fucking insidious about this shit. It's like, you never think, you don't feel like threatened by a 10-year-old.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there's some kind of sad shit about this too later on. So you know what I mean? So the scary thing about this is that not only did that boy almost get kidnapped and like could have been murdered, but if he had been kidnapped and murdered, James Bulger would still be alive. Yeah. Can you imagine living with that? Yep. That's got to fuck you up, man. Whoever you are, man, I'm really sorry that happened to you, because that's fucked up. But yeah, so apparently after that, after they fucked up their first abduction, so they're kind of hanging around this little like snack bar or whatever, and then they were like looking to steal some more candy because they hadn't stolen enough shit that day. And then they notice this little 2-year-old boy, little toddler, James Bulger, little blonde boy. He was standing near the door of a butcher shop. His mom was in the butcher shop. Now, his mom's name was Denise. Now, she was, I guess, at the counter, like ordering some meat or whatever, and the kid had been standing right next to her, but I guess he wandered a couple feet and was like standing by the door or whatever. Now, she had her back turned to him, so the two boys saw him and they were like, ooh. So they went up there and they kind of beckoned and got him to come with them. So John Venables takes this little kid by the hand and starts walking him away, like through the mall. Now, as I said, a bunch of people in the mall remembered seeing them as they were walking through the mall. And they're like, sometimes James Bulger, the little 2-year-old, would like run ahead of them. And then the 10-year-old boys be like, come back here, baby, like that. Yeah. So like I said, a lot of shoppers didn't think anything of it. They said, oh, maybe that's their little brother. And they're just like looking after him, which I guess is what you would think. So they actually did get caught on the surveillance cameras, and they were leaving the mall at about 3:45 in the afternoon. By this time, obviously the mom, Denise, was freaking out because she's like, the kid was just here, like standing next to her in the butcher shop. And then she looked down and turned around and he's gone. So she found like a security guy and described her son to him and said what he was wearing and everything. And so they announced the kid's name over the loudspeakers. But they couldn't find him anywhere. So they, reported him missing at about 4:15. So he'd been gone for about half an hour at this point. Now, at this point, John Venables, Robert Thompson, and, their victim, James Bulger, they had actually left the mall. And at this point, the little boy starts crying because he's like, where's my mommy or whatever. So the older boys pretty much ignored him, and they started going down to this area like near a canal, like where nobody could see you. Now, when they get to the canal, they apparently dropped the kid on his head and just kind of left him on the ground crying. So they kind of busted his head open. And so apparently a woman walked by and saw that kind of shit happening. I don't know if she saw them dropping him on his head, but they saw that he was like laying there crying and his head was kind of bleeding, and she didn't really do anything about it. So like I said, it's like, oh, well, that's their problem. Whatever.
Just thought they were related or something.
I guess, like I said, but even if they were related, that's still fucked up. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like the kid's hurt, obviously. So at this point, they, his head's kind of bleeding or whatever, and he's crying. And so John Venables and Richard and Robert Thompson are kind of like, well, come on, come with us. And he still followed them. But so like I said, he had a cut on his forehead. So the two boys, like the murderers, kind of like pulled the hood of his coat like over his face a little bit so nobody would be able to see it. So, like I said, they're walking this kid around like one of the most crowded streets in Liverpool. They just like walked him all over. So like hundreds of people saw them. No one did anything. So they're like wandering around. Like I said, they go through shops, they go through buildings, they go through parking lots, they go through like really busy streets. Some people said that they thought that James Bulger was maybe laughing. Some people later said that they thought he was screaming. One person later reported, like after, everything was discovered, like what had happened, one person later reported that they had seen Robert Thompson kicking James Bulger in the ribs at some point when he was walking them down the street, but again, didn't report it, which again, whatever. Also, a woman looking out the window of her house saw Robert Thompson punching the little boy and like shaking him, but again, did not call the police. The only person that really seemed to give a shit was this old lady, and she was, I guess she was like outside her house, or she was looking out her window or whatever, and she saw the little boy crying and saw that his head was bleeding, and she walked up to the three of them and said, "Hey, what the hell's going on? What's wrong?" At which point the two older kids were like, "Oh, we just found this kid at the bottom of the hill." And the woman said, "Well, take him down to the police station." And they're like, "Yeah, that's totally what we're doing."
Idiot.
And yeah, so Idiot. That's not how that worked out.
She should have grabbed the kid and fucking called the cops.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But she said, because the police station was right down the street. So we'll take them down the street. And he's like, "Well, okay, that's where we're going." And they did walk in that direction. And then this other woman came in and said, "Oh, that little boy, he was just laughing a couple seconds ago. He's with them. It's fine." So I guess no one was all that alarmed about it. So at that point, like the older woman, later on that night, it got reported on the news that James Bulger, the little boy, had been reported missing. Because like I said, his mom and everybody didn't know where he was at this stage. And at that point, she called the police and said like what she had seen. Now, another thing too was that this is like so sad that there were so many like fucking opportunities for this kid to have been saved from murder, but it just didn't happen.
Well, who would think that little kids would kill another little kid?
Well, that's exactly what I think. So right. It's easy to say in hindsight because we know what happened, but it's like if you had seen that just walking down the street in the middle of like maybe you wouldn't think it was weird either. I don't really know, so I can't really like shit on people too much. But apparently, this woman, like later on, this woman approached them and said, "Hey, I'll take the kid to the police station because he looks like he's hurt." But I guess there was like some kind of thing because she had a kid with her and like she was trying to, she was like, "Hey, hold my kid, like, so I can take this kid to the police station." And then this other woman was like, "No, I have a dog and my dog doesn't like kids and this isn't going to work out or whatever." So apparently that didn't work out either, which is, like I said, it's fucking terrible.
They didn't think it was a priority. They didn't think the danger was real. They didn't see any danger.
Well, like I said, that's what's so insidious about these kids is that you never think like a 10-year-old is going to be a fucking murderer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't really, that's not the first thing that jumps to you. But yeah, if it was a grown man, obviously.
What year was this again?
1993.
I don't want to say anything, but I'm going to say that fucking there are a lot of places in the United States where this shit wouldn't have flown.
Maybe not. Like I said, but it doesn't seem quite as obvious. I mean, obviously, if it was a grown man, like walking with it, and somebody thought it was weird, everybody would jump on that grown man and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah,
but it's like when it's little kids, they can maybe get away with it.
You think it's just kind of like a walking clusterfuck, which that's usually what it is with a little gang of little kids.
Yeah.
It's a walking clusterfuck.
Well, and even when people approach them, because they went in a couple of stores and like even a couple shopkeepers said, "Hey, what the fuck's going on?" They said, "Oh, he's our little brother." Yeah. And like, why would anybody question that?
Right.
You know what I mean? He could have been their little brother. He wasn't, but nobody knew that. You know what I mean? They said, "We're just taking him home. He's this kid's brother. So we're just taking him home. He's hurt." Yeah. So that's kind of what they did. Now, so they get to this railway line there where they, I guess, had planned to go because it was kind of remote. Like, well, you couldn't really see it, like, from the road or whatever. So then so what they did to him happened sometime between 5:45 and 6:30 p.m. Now, at some point during this afternoon of fucking crime that these two children have been indulging in, they had stolen some blue paint from the mall. They splashed the blue paint in the little boy's eye. Then they started kicking him, pummeling him with stones and bricks, and stuffing batteries into his mouth, which I assume they had also stolen the batteries.
Did he swallow?
I don't know. I think they just stuffed him in his mouth, because they could. I don't know. So they did that, and then they had a 22-pound iron bar, and they started hitting this little 2-year-old boy in the head with it.
Damn.
Resulting in 10 skull fractures.
Jesus Christ.
So this little kid, he had 42 discrete injuries to his face, head, and body.
Jesus Christ. Man. Terrible shit.
Yeah. The authorities later said that he was so beaten up that they could not determine which blow had been the fatal one.
Damn.
And
just beaten to death, yeah.
As if that wasn't bad enough, after the kid was dead, they placed his body across the train tracks because they wanted to make everything look like an accident. And then a freight train came along and cut the little boy's body in half.
Damn.
Isn't that nice?
That's some evil shit there.
Yeah, fucking evil.
Yeah.
So the next day, like I said, at this point, nobody knows where the little boy is. They know that he's been taken because they've seen the CCTV footage. But they don't know where he's at this point. So the cops start searching the canal where the boys had been seen earlier in the afternoon because, some eyewitnesses had seen them there.
T goes 2 fucking years old. Yeah, man.
The little boy was 2 years old. Adorable little child.
Humans are talking monkeys, man. This is fucking Planet of the Apes. It's fucking disgusting.
Uh-huh.
And you know what I mean? It's just people at the lower echelons of humanity fucking do crazy shit like this, man. And there's just no telling when it's going to happen. I think luck has a lot to do with it. Synergy has a lot to do with it. If those two boys weren't hanging out together, they probably wouldn't have happened. I think it was the synergy of one trying to top the other.
Yeah.
Kind of like it's like a gang mentality. Like a pack of dogs, or what happens between two fucking porpoises. It's like that.
It might be something like that, because even in Mary Bell's case, she actually had a quote-unquote accomplice.
Yeah.
Norma Bell.
Yeah.
Who, like I said, wasn't related to her. It was just like a neighbor. But it really does seem like, especially with kids that young, that they have like somebody else there to either egg them on or that they're showing off for, I guess. Because they want to seem like a badass.
Right. They want to seem more important.
Like in some fucked up way. Like, look what a badass I am. I can kill a fucking 2-year-old child. Yeah, awesome. The fuck, man? What the hell's even matter with you? But yeah, so like I said, they had some eyewitness reports, so they were searching, but initially they didn't find anything. So, sadly, but as is the case in a lot of these types of disappearances, James Bulger's parents were initially suspects because, like I said, it's a sad fact, but the parents are usually suspects in cases like these because in a lot of times they did do some bad shit. But when they actually finally saw the CCTV footage and all this other kind of stuff, they actually figured out, because the mom had described what James Bulger had been wearing, so they knew that that's who that was. Now, this is what I was saying was like so sad, because what you were saying earlier about how you wouldn't really suspect like 2 10-year-old boys being murderers, right? When the dad, Ralph Bulger, when he first saw the CCTV footage and he saw like the 2 little boys like leading his son away, he said to his wife, "It's okay. It's just 2 little kids that took him. He's fine. He's probably just hanging out with them." Isn't that sad? Like, he didn't really think anything bad was happening. He's like, he thought it was going to be like a grown man or something. It was just like 2 little kids. So he thought that everything was going to be okay because, of course, 2 little 10-year-old kids would never hurt anybody.
Yeah, people in the comments are fucking saying all kinds of shit that I agree with. It's just weird, man.
I mean, weird. Jesus Christ.
It's like, that's just, look. This is why they're going to replace y'all with robots. They're going to make fucking
Honestly, at this point, I don't have a problem.
Because y'all are bad.
I write so much true crime. I'm just like, you know what? We deserve it.
No, you got you can't get sucked into this shit because it's just, you can't get mentally sucked into this shit because these are anomalies. This isn't normal.
I mean, there's a reason that we still talk about these cases. It's because they're unusual.
I did shit at 10. I did shit at 16. I did shit at 19 that I wouldn't do today. I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? You know what I mean? I never did anything like this. This is an anomaly.
Yeah.
This is
very unusual.
Yeah, this is very unusual.
Very
this is a fucking anomaly. You know what I mean? At 10, no, we'd roughhouse with other kids and fucking tease other kids. We never like, let's beat this kid to death. You know what I mean? We had an understanding.
I mean, I feel like that's something that wouldn't even entered into my consciousness when I was 10 years old. Why would you even think of that?
We'd get in fights with other kids and fucking then feel regret and shit that they got hurt. You know what I mean?
Which is normal.
Yeah,
that's what you should feel like.
And then you try to make back up again. I didn't mean to knock you over, and then all the Pringles went flying. That was another thing.
That was a very specific
all
memory.
the Pringles went flying.
You wasted a whole can of Pringles? God,
he said, I got Pringles. You don't have Pringles. And fucking he running and fucking...
Fuck your Pringles.
Yeah, and fucking Mike fucking tripped his ass, went flying, and all the fucking Pringles went flying. He started crying and shit.
Well, now no one
And he went crying,
Pringles.
and all the fucking Pringles out there, and I was... And then I was like, I'm sorry about the Pringles and fucking.
Did you buy him some new Pringles?
No. I didn't have any money. We didn't have money. We were like 6 or 7. And Mike goes, he was making fun of us. Fuck him, basically, and he's walking off, and fucking me and Jimmy are like going, oh man, you shouldn't have done that, Mike. Ah, fuck him. His Pringles went flying.
See, if
but
you'd
that's,
been,
when you're
if
little
you'd
kids,
been nice, you all could have had Pringles, and then no one gets Pringles.
Well, Mike said he was teasing us because we didn't have Pringles. Yeah, I got Pringles. You don't have Pringles. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you little kids,
That seems like a stupid thing
Fuck
to fight
you.
over. Like, couldn't you just get your own Pringles?
Well, no. That wasn't the only issue. That wasn't the only issue.
Yeah, there was some more deep.
There was a bunch of other shit that happened before that. It ended with, I got Pringles, and you have Pringles.
That was just the straw that broke.
Yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
That was the Pringle.
But he lost his Pringles, and when they came out of the can, they were all in a line. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, they all come
were
out
in a
that.
line.
Man, now I want some.
And I was looking at the frickin' Pringles on the line on
sour cream
in the middle of the fucking street, down fucking Jackson Street, fucking Dominguez and shit.
Xanadu said they had Pringles in the 70s. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Fuck yeah, they did.
They only had like 3 flavors. They had plain, sour cream and onion, and barbecue, I think.
And they were weird as shit when they first appeared. They appeared when I was a little kid. And you could buy them, and they all came in a big stack in that damn tube. Very different than other chips. And we were amazed because we knew they weren't real potato chips.
They were like pressed potato product.
It was fried mashed potatoes is what it was.
I still really like them though.
You take instant mashed potatoes and you
kind of squish them and
squish them and send that shit out and cut it as it goes and it turns into Pringles.
Yeah.
And we knew that that's what that was because our mother was giving us all of our moms gave us instant mashed potatoes. We're like, that's some instant mashed potatoes.
Yeah. I still like instant mashed potatoes now. I mean, obviously, like real mashed potatoes are better.
Because we ate real potato chips too, though. Fucking Ruffles and stuff.
Yeah, Ruffles.
And then
those were good for dips because they had all the ridges,
And then when I go to Mississippi, I got the real potato chips. That's from Louisiana, the Zaps.
Oh yeah.
You heard of Zaps?
Yeah.
Cajun craw taters.
Oh yeah.
And then all the fucking weird cheese and dill pickle fucking potato chips and shit. Man, they're really good. You guys never had Zaps? That's a fucking real potato chip. And fucking Cajun craw tater.
Yeah.
Delicious. It's delicious.
You know what's weird when since we're talking about Pringles?
Yeah.
This was a couple years back, but I guess was it Christmas or Thanksgiving or something? And Pringles put out these 3 special flavors.
Yeah.
And one of them was shit, man. It was fucking white chocolate peppermint, I want to say.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the other 2 were. Maybe the one was like fucking cinnamon or gingerbread or something like that. And I was at the 7-Eleven next to my work and I saw like little cans of them and I was like, man, that sounds disgusting, but also awesome.
Yeah.
So I had to get some. And I have to say, well, the white chocolate peppermint ones were actually pretty good. I mean, I didn't have any complaints. The other ones were okay, but they didn't have as much flavor as I was expecting.
Yeah.
Do you remember, like, because I think it's Lay's that always does those contests where people, like write in flavors and stuff, and then like the ones that are the most popular, they put like out 4 flavors or whatever, and everybody can vote on them. And I remember one year that one of the flavors was cappuccino, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta try that. It sounds like horrifying, but also kind of intriguing. Yeah. So I got a bag, and I ate them, and I was like, I don't know how I felt about it. I said it kind of tasted like potato chips with coffee creamer sprinkled on them. I was like, I was expecting more of a coffee forward flavor, so I was kind of bummed out. I was like, it just tastes like a potato chip with coffee creamer on it, is basically what it tasted like. It didn't taste like a cappuccino.
Everybody's talking about Pringles now. Karanoth, I don't know who that is. I'm not sure. Karanoth says, damn, Tom, you're right. When you think about it, this can hurt your damn brain. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're referring to, baby, but you can go ahead and, I don't know what you're talking about. You have to give me more details than that. I don't understand the reference. And then she's going about, you need New Orleans with po' boy. Yeah.
Po' boys.
Yeah, they're talking about Pepsi's releasing Peeps for Easter.
Wait, Pepsi flavored Peeps?
I don't know.
I don't even like Peeps. I'm not a big marshmallow fan.
Tila says the Maui onion chips are the truth. I never had those.
Oh, and salt and vinegar. Oh, yeah. Anything that's salt and vinegar or pickle chips or anything like that.
Chili and lime chips.
About that. Yeah, those are also good.
Ketchup flavor.
Well, that's a big thing in Canada. Like, and they also have like those chips that are like fully dressed. Yeah. I have to say that in the UK, they have like a lot more intriguing potato chip flavor, although they call them crisps, obviously. But they have a lot more intriguing potato chip flavors. Ours over here are kind of like, they're better now than they used to be. Ours are a little bit pedestrian. I do kind of feel like in the UK, they have like a lot more, they have like fucking prawn cocktail. Like I've kind of dug those. I know a lot of people don't like them. They're shrimpy flavor. And they've had like haggis flavor. They had like whole like roast chicken type of stuff. They had all kind of like meat flavor stuff, but they had all kind of like crazy flavors, and I was like, I was there for it. But
I'm trying to get up a picture of the fucking ones I need to be watching for. Okay. Hold on, people. These are the ones you need to be watching for.
What are those? Oh,
Zapp's
yeah. I've seen
Cajun craw taters.
I've seen those in like some convenience stores here.
Yeah, that's a Louisiana.
Don't move too much. You're gonna lose my stream.
That's a Louisiana fucking Cajun potato chip, and they taste like fucking crawfish. Spicy crawfish flavor. They're fucking great.
Craw taters.
Yeah, that's spicy.
The nice thing about potatoes is that, I mean, it's kind of a, they have a flavor, but it's a very mild flavor, so you can apply a lot of things to it. Look how you like fucked up the lighting, dude.
I do what I want to do.
Okay. You messed up everything.
All right.
Tom, that looks terrible, not gonna lie. It says
no. Well, that's that same packaging from the 20s. It's that same packaging.
Well, it's like, why change
it? The 50s. And it's traditional. They're kettle chips. So they're real slices of potatoes, and they're deep fried. They're fucking delicious.
It's like, I'm not a big snack person, and I'm also not, thank you, Kiernoth. Lay's had a chicken and waffles flavor when they were having, see, I always wanted to try that, but they were always out when I went there, because I was like, chicken and waffles, man, sign me up for that. But I heard from friends of mine that tried them that they were terrible and that they were disappointing, but I never got to try any myself.
Yeah.
But if they do have those weird flavors, because like I said, those Lay's ones, I was like, cappuccino flavor. I'm like, that sounds so gross. I really have to try that. They weren't as gross as I was expecting, but they also weren't all that good. They were very mediocre.
See, Tino
I was disappointed.
I thought it was Zaps with an F, but it's just Zaps. And T knows that one. She says it has the best looking packaging. It's just the old traditional fucking packaging. It's always had that damn packaging. And they got a shit ton of flavors. Every one of them is good. And you can get them online. So I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to Zaps. Try the fucking Cajun craw taters first. And the dill ones were good too.
Yeah, any kind of like pickle flavored chips. I'm there for that. Or like vinegar flavored.
Right.
And I like, you know, anything that's like fucking sour cream and onion. I'm really into sour cream and onion. I don't like barbecue chips because I'm not a big fan of like barbecue sauce in general. I don't like that flavor.
That's
Really.
had a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a real good one. You don't like? She doesn't like barbecue though.
Not really. I like barbecue meat. I just don't
You
like
want another drink?
the sauces and stuff. Yeah, I guess so.
Make another drink.
All right. So let me get back to the case I was talking about. All right. Where was I? Okay. So as I said, 2 days after the disappearance, 4 children found James Bulger's bisected body on the fucking railroad track, which, you know, fuck, man. It's just like Stand By Me, but real. It's like so disturbing. Only 200 yards away from the nearest police station. So why they didn't find it, I don't know. So all of the shit that had been used to kill this poor child were found like scattered right around the body. So the kids didn't even like try to hide it. There was the fucking iron bar with blood on it. There were like bricks and stones around with blood on it. They found the can of blue paint that they had stolen from the mall. That was like right there. Shit like that. Now, so at this stage, since they figured, you know, they had seen the CCTV footage, so the authorities were like, okay, well, obviously like 2 little kids did this. So they started checking all the school records to see who had been absent from school that day. So at this point, though, they weren't really sure who it was because a lot of kids had skipped school that day, so they kind of had to go through the shit. And, you know, John Venables and Robert Thompson were not initially the main suspects.
You check on poof.
Thank you very much. So they were just like one of many, you know what I mean, that they were checking out. However, they had somebody that, I guess it was an anonymous phone call. I don't know who it was that called in. But somebody called into the cops and said that John Venables and Robert Thompson were both absent from school on Friday, and that they had seen John Venables walking around in his jacket, and the jacket had blue paint on the sleeve, which again was something that had been splashed in the victim's eye. So at this point, the cops went to both the kids' houses, and they found Robert Thompson had blood on his shoes, and John Venables indeed had blue paint on his jacket. So they both got arrested. Now, as I said, the weird thing about it though is that even though after they'd been arrested, they were still looking at other suspects, because from the CCTV footage, because it's kind of like not super clear, I think initially they thought that the kids that had taken James Bulger were older. They thought they were like teenagers, like they were 13 or 14 years old. They didn't realize they were as young as 10. So, you know, so they were still looking at other suspects. And, you know, also neither kid had any record of, you know, violent behavior, unusual behavior, any kind of school records stating that, you know, or anything along that line. So they were still keeping their options open, I guess. But while they were interviewing these 2 horrible, horrible children, both of the boys pretty much turned on each other. Over several days, you know, they kept questioning the kids. And as far as I know, I saw like bits and pieces of the interviews with them, like on YouTube and stuff. And I don't know if all of the interviews are there, but I think like a large portion of them are if you want to watch them. But so they interviewed these kids over several days, and finally John Venables confessed to it. And what he said initially was, "I did kill him. What about his mom? Will you tell her I'm sorry?" I'm like, a little late for that now, buddy. Did you find her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She came in.
Oh, she did?
Yep.
She was sick about
She's
that?
waiting by the door.
Aw. She's like, yeah, I'm sick outside already. It's kind of early for her to be sick of outside. Maybe her little buddy's not been coming by and she's getting all like depressed about it. So like I said, John Venables pretty much admitted it. But Robert Thompson
She throws the door open and comes
would not. Well, hi, sweetie.
Come in.
What's up?
Oh, look. Come on, I want back outside.
You just came in though.
Yeah. She's like, come on.
She doesn't care. She's like,
Come
that
on,
was a
we're
long
outside.
time ago. That was like 5-6 seconds ago, easily. So Robert Thompson though, he like denied everything like from the jump. He was just kind of like, nope, didn't do anything. But he kind of like, you know, he, even though he denied everything, he kind of ended up like saying exactly what the little kid was wearing, like on the day that he was taken. So it kind of, he almost kind of like self-owned. He implicated himself. Now it's weird because these two kids seemed on the surface to be like completely opposite. Like Robert Thompson, he was one of those Mary Bell motherfuckers where he was just kind of like, they could ask him anything and he just seemed completely together and like completely emotionless. The press actually called him the boy who did not cry. Interestingly, though, John Venables was kind of the opposite. He seemed like real emotional and shit like that, but he cried a lot. But when he cried, I kind of feel like it was sort of fake. I think he cried because he got caught. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He wasn't crying because he felt bad about what he did. That's just my opinion after watching the shit. It's weird because they still do very much seem like little kids because they are. Yeah. But I don't know. I do kind of feel like there's a little bit of manipulation there where he's just kind of like, oh my God, I would never do that and stuff like that. But it just seems a little bit, I don't know. It just seems a little bit fake. So both of these kids got charged with murder. Now, because they were minors, at first their identities were not revealed to the public, which is, you know, that's something we do over here too, except in, you know, some cases. So at first they were only called A and B, like suspect A and suspect B. So they didn't give out their names until later on. So their trial starts about 9 months later, like after the arrest. Now, as I said, they were very famous, and I remember seeing these at the time, like video of the kids being taken to the courthouse, like in that blue van or whatever. And there's this massive crowd out there, and they're just like screaming and like fucking throwing rocks at the van and like, you know, wanting them to let them out. They just wanted to like fucking lynch these kids, right? You know, some of the people are saying like kill the bastards and shit like that. So when the press is like watching the trial, like I said, Robert Thompson came across as very cold. You know, he didn't really have any emotional outbursts. He seemed very like he didn't give a shit about anything. So I think in the popular media it kind of became the narrative that he was kind of like the instigator of all that shit because he seemed like more like the mastermind or whatever, because he seemed like he didn't feel like anything. Because John Venables came across as, like I said, the opposite. He seemed like hysterical. He was always kind of like having these big emotional outbursts and everything. But it's really weird because I'm not really sure, because the thing is, even though this happened back in 1983 and we've had like several decades to like look back on it and a lot of psychiatrists have looked into it and stuff, it does seem like no one has really determined what the motive was, like why these kids did this kind of shit. They didn't really have much of a history. Like, yeah, both of them kind of came from troubled homes and shit like that, but a lot of kids did from, you know, where they grew up. So it didn't really seem like they had any reason for wanting to do what they did. And I don't think anybody, and I don't even think that they came up with one. It was just like an idea they had one day, and so they just decided to do it.
The synergy between two evil children.
It really does seem like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like that. And later on, I think there was this guy named Blake Morrison. He wrote a book about the case. And he said that even though in the popular media, maybe like people thought that Robert Thompson was sort of more the instigator of it because he came across as much more emotionally cold and much more like the Machiavellian type. Like I said, more like a Mary Bell psychopath type of type. He's like, I kind of feel like maybe John Venables might have been the instigator too, even though he came across as much more like hysterical and emotional, like during the trial. So it could have been either kid, you know what I mean? But so they had all these psychiatrists brought in to see like what the fucking deal was with these two. So they said, well, obviously they weren't insane. They knew what they were doing was bad. They knew what they were doing is wrong. But they couldn't really figure out why they did it. And as I said, to this day, I don't think anyone has ever determined exactly why they did it or why they got that idea. Like you said, it's one of those things where would either one of them have acted like this alone, or did they need each other?
Usually killer couples are killer couples. They tend to fucking they have to be in that couple dynamic to get it done.
Yeah.
I kind of have a feeling that had these kids never met each other and been separated, they probably wouldn't have done it. They were egging each other on in some weird way.
That always kind of fascinates me about these kind of, because like I said, we've done a lot of shows about killer couples, and I do kind of feel like in a lot of cases, I feel like if these people had never met each other, then I'm not sure that either one of them.
It's like a pack mentality.
Yeah.
You know.
It's fucking crazy. But yeah, so they both like, you know, Ryan Schwartz said in the comments, they blamed each other, I remember. Yeah, each one of them tried to like fob it off on the other one, which is exactly what Mary Bell tried to do. She tried to fob everything off on Norma. You know, it's a very psychopathic thing to do. Like I said, they were upset, but they were only upset that they got caught. They weren't upset that they had actually killed another human being. You know what I mean?
Well, because they were trying to blame the other, each tried to blame the other, that goes to tell you that I was correct. There's a synergy to it.
Yeah.
They were doing it for each other.
Yeah. I mean, it's messed up.
He did it because he expected me to do it.
Yeah.
He did it because I had to do it to impress him. That's what that is. Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, man. Like, to think about
they
that.
They were feeding off each other.
Yeah, to think about that, like, as 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I know some kids do some, like, fucking weird-ass shit, but...
Humans are animals. And,
sure.
Animals will do this. You might have two cats trying to kill the same mouse. It's like that. But then you can say, well, these are humans. Yeah, it's true. They're humans. Humans aren't all that good, though. Humans are sometimes kind of bad. And maybe their frontal lobes of those kids hadn't been developed to a certain point where they felt remorse. They felt bloodlust instead. Just like the way a cat feels. We got little Pookie, right? Little Pookie would fucking grab fucking lizards and fucking play with them until they die. Yeah, I mean, she thinks this shit's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I think she's not trying to kill it. She just wants to play with it.
She plays with it, but she plays with it until they die.
Yeah.
And that's kind
unless we intervene and like rescue them, which we try to.
I'm sure she knows they're eventually going to die because they always do. You know, but she doesn't think of that. She's not thinking about that. It's running. Let's catch it. That's the fun part. Oh, it's biting me. I'm gonna bite back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, watch this. You know, look what that look. You know, they're psychos.
Cats are kind of psychos.
Yeah. In this case, this little boy is doing this. They're to each other. Wow, look, ow, oh, hit him. You know, hit him. You know, that's what they're doing.
I mean, I know this is kind of creepy, but like I can.
It's like he's not a human.
I'm honestly surprised. This is gonna sound weird, but I'm honestly surprised this doesn't happen more often.
Yeah.
With little boys.
Well, like I said, I was a little boy, and all my little fucking friends were little boys. We didn't quite.
I mean, little boys are destructive. Sure.
We would pick on all the little boys and stuff, but as soon as this shit went too far, we back off. Oh, we're sorry. You know, they might back off forever.
Well, like I said, because you're normal.
Yeah, yeah. But it was just these two here were going to take it to its conclusion. Whether they actually knew that it was going to end this way, I don't know. I think they just wanted a boy to beat up. Maybe it was that.
I'm not. It's weird because I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because like a 10-year-old.
Did they ever admit to abducting the kid to kill him?
I don't know if they went that far. I mean, obviously they did admit that they had killed him. They did admit that they abducted him. I don't know, like when they took him from the mall, I'm not sure if that's what they thought that the end result was going to be.
I think they were just
I don't think they were thinking about it that much.
They just wanted a kid and they were going to beat him up.
Which is also scary.
And they just kept going
because they weren't thinking about it. They were like, we just decided we were going to take a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had planned to like kill a kid, but they just said we were going to take one. That was just the idea that they had.
Yeah.
And that was just like that was like just the a further idea that they had. Well, let's just like start beating on him.
It's definitely something wrong because even chimpanzee children don't kill each other.
No, like I said,
they're under adult supervision all the time. But if you watch chimpanzee children interact, they play. That's it. They're roughhouse. but they don't do anything.
Well, that's just like what most human children do. Like I said, that's normal behavior.
Hit them with fucking iron bars until they die. It was some sadistic
Yeah, once
shit.
you start doing some shit like that, even the other chimpanzees would be like, hey, bro, like, knock that shit off.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Right.
You know, so even chimpanzees know that shit is bad.
Yeah.
So when you think about it that way, it's like then a 10-year-old should absolutely know better.
That's what I was saying. Fucking
should absolutely know better.
I'm saying this shit's an anomaly, and fucking I'd have killed all these kids. That's just not right.
Well, like I said,
those are
pretty much everyone in the UK agrees with you on that. It's like if actually even still nowadays, if people knew who they were, they would absolutely get murdered. Sure.
That's an abomination.
Yeah.
Something
the matter.
Now here's the weird shit. Imagine if I had done that shit as a fucking young kid at 10. You know what I mean? I have nothing in common with myself at 10. Almost nothing.
I don't even remember what it was.
So what would that feel like to be a normal adult and looking back and at 10 you did that to some kid? That'd be some odd shit too. But you know what? I didn't do that at 10. I would have known better at 10 to do that. But
that's what I mean. That's what makes this kind of shit so like fascinating and so difficult is that I can't really even remember what I was like when I was 10 years old, but I would never have hurt somebody when I was 10 because I was a pretty compassionate child. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have hurt anybody on purpose. And if I did, I would have I would have felt like really horrible about it. Yeah. So it's kind of like, it seems like I would have known better at 10 and probably they should have known better. Like you said, even fucking apes know better than that shit. Yeah. So
I remember, you know what I mean? We used to fucking shit talk to kids that we didn't know, and it would sometimes come to blows. And fucking usually what ended up happening is whoever got hurt, then somebody got hurt, and then the fighting stopped, and fucking people crying, and then the dude walked off, and they're like, then you see the dude the next day, and then you fucking everybody's apologizing, and it's all better, you know what I mean? And then maybe you don't see the guy again. It's like that.
Yeah,
it's not this.
And I feel like that is the overwhelming majority of most little kids at that age. It's like sometimes, like, you're only 10, so it's like you're not, your brain isn't fully formed. You do stupid shit. Yeah. You know,
you're animalistic.
Yeah, you might like hurt some of your friends. You don't really mean to, or you don't really like. You understand that it's wrong, but you don't get like the repercussions of it entirely, maybe.
Well, when it happens, and then you go, "Oh, look how he reacted. Yeah, it was bad."
Yeah, it's like, I did a bad thing.
Sorry about that.
I did a bad thing.
Yeah, there's usually empathy. You get mad, you fuck somebody up, and think, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Well, yeah.
That's usually what it is.
So, like I said, so if you have no empathy, then that is the most dangerous thing that a human can lack. Yeah. Because you don't have the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Everyone else is just an object to you.
It's not normal.
It's not normal. It's really not.
It's not normal. It's normal to fight, but it's not normal to have empathy.
No, it is normal to have empathy. It's not.
No, that's what I meant. Yeah. It's normal to fight, but it's also normal to have empathy, which kind of...
Which, like I said...
It balances it out.
Yeah. Like I said, even animals have empathy for other animals. Yeah. So it's like, it's not just a human thing.
Right. If there's no empathy, then that's fucking straight up kamikaze shit. You've decided to kill the enemy.
Well, like I said, at that point...
And that happens too.
Yeah.
But usually in human warfare, both sides are kind of willing to this. Both sides are agreed to kill each other. Think about it.
Yeah.
In two warring armies, both of those armies have agreed to wage war on each other.
Yeah, I guess you kind of like sign the contract.
So everybody,
well, everybody knows what the deal
knows what's going to happen.
Everybody knows what the deal is.
It's like a duel.
Right.
You know, it's like a legalized, formalized duel. You're gonna decide this through fucking force. And that's how we're gonna decide this argument. And most guys have agreed to this. You know.
Yeah.
Even if you were drafted, you've still kind of agreed to it.
Yeah, well, like I said, at least you know the parameters of the situation. Right. It's not like they're just throwing you in something that you don't know anything about. Right. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, Tila's just saying there's so many beautiful videos on YouTube of animals of different species adopting each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I see shit like that. I'm just like, look, a cat and an owl can be best friends. So it's like, why can't humans manage the same thing? I will never know.
It's weird shit, but owls will also eat cats.
They will, but that's what's so fascinating about it is that they'll hang out together and like not eat one another.
Yeah, well, that's happening in a different situation. Neither one is real hungry. They're not fighting for survival. They've been taken care of in other ways. The cat is being fed, and the owl is being fed. They don't have to feed on each other. That's what that is. But they're feeding on something.
Well, yeah, obviously.
It just happens to be in that. I've seen one where the cats and the birds are hanging out.
Yeah, I've seen one where the cat and a crow.
Cat and a crow are friends. You know what I mean? Which that's some wild shit, but it's possible.
Yeah. Well, if the situation is correct and they approach each other in the right way, it's like I said, it's kind of like.
And I'm convinced that cats and dogs, at least, and probably most animals, do have a thing like empathy. It's not as deep as human empathy, but they do understand when other animals are in pain.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Yeah.
They absolutely do.
Yeah. You've seen monkeys come down and try to fucking revive another monkey that's been electrocuted on them damn
Oh my God.
train tracks over in India.
That video.
Yeah. There's this one where this whole monkey tribe has figured out that if you jump on somebody's chest after they've been electrocuted, sometimes they'll
wake back up.
They'll come back to life.
Like you'll revive them.
Yeah, and they got that on video of a monkey fucking giving another monkey who's been electrocuted, giving him
yeah, this monkey like jumped and he jumped accidentally like on the thing and he got electrocuted and he fell in the track and all his little buddies immediately like jumped in and they were all like trying to help him like
pushing his chest.
And they're like jumping on his chest and stuff.
Yeah. And he came back to life and then they're pulling on. Come on,
man, come on.
He's going, I'm back.
He's like, oh, I don't feel
all the fur burnt off his arm and shit with that fucking lightning bolt went through him.
I was like, see, it's like, and like I said, since we've had Pookie and stuff like that, it's kind of like, you really understand, because I've had cats a lot of times, but a lot of them are kind of like outside, so you didn't like interact with them a lot. But if you interact with animals a lot, and I'm sure like people that have dogs and cats and shit like that will attest to this, they absolutely have a lot of human attributes. You know what I mean? Especially if you're around them all the time, you talk to them, you interact with them all the time. You know, they're capable of understanding.
Humans have animal attributes.
Well, and we're not all that different.
Are not bad.
We're not all that different.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So in a way, it's like kind of like when people say, you know, humans, oh, you're acting like animalistic. I'm like, hey, man, don't insult the animals. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like animals don't do this fucking shit that humans do sometimes. Yeah. Humans are the fucking worst. Like animals wouldn't even think of doing half the shit that fucking humans do.
Yeah.
Only having intelligence can like cause intelligence is good, but it also has a real dark side too, because it can cause you to like come up with some really fucked up shit that animals don't come up with.
Intelligence also allows for flexibility. Like some people are saying, well, a lot of it has to, like somebody in comments saying, some of it's imprinting, you know, and you know, different species nursing each other's young and stuff.
Yeah.
But some of it is also just they've decided to be friendly to you, like that guy that could go out and hang out with those damn grizzly bears.
Until they ate him.
Yeah, but that was an individual grizzly bear that did it that was old and fucking sick and needed something to eat.
Yeah.
A lot of the other grizzly bears liked the dude or tolerated him.
Yeah.
Then there were other guys who've rescued grizzly bears from the wild where they couldn't survive in the wild. They got a guy who takes care of them and he'll stay up there all day long talking to this damn bear. You're a good bear. You're a good bear. Just over and over.
And he's like, I am
reaching into his mouth and rubbing on his soft palate, because bears like it when you rub on top of their roof of their mouth. They like that.
Okay.
And the bear just fucking obviously just, and it's not one bear, it's many bears. He's got a bunch of them, and they just love this dude. And this dude just gets in there and just climbs all over them and tells them how good they are. And he explains it well. He says they're all emotion. So you have to approach them as emotion. And whatever emotion you give them, they kind of return that. So
well, yeah, they don't really have the capacity of but they do understand the same emotions that we understand.
Yeah.
They do fucked up shit too, because like I said, our Icelandic friend or whoever is saying chimpanzees go on full militaristic savage attacks.
Yes, they do.
They do absolutely.
So do humans.
But I'm not saying that chimps are better than humans.
No.
I'm just saying that even chimps are capable of empathy. So
I saw an interview of a guy who was visiting in Africa, and he had an African friend who was showing him this damn chimpanzee thing, and they got attacked by a pack of chimpanzees.
Oh my God!
led by a fucking alpha chimp who was bigger than a man. He was he was like 5'7", weighed a whole bunch of fucking pounds. And he said that thing came running straight at him. And he said looking into that chimpanzee's face was like looking at the face of the devil. It was just satanic rage. And that thing came right towards him. And he's a white dude. That black dude jumped right in front of that damn chimpanzee and sacrificed himself to save a dude from another country. Honorable as shit. And that chimpanzee ate him alive in front of him.
Yep.
Ate him alive.
I remember hearing about that fucking case.
As he tried to get in that damn car. A chimp can bite a hand off right at the wrist in a single chomp. They can bite the bones of your face off of your skull in a few chomps. Mm-hmm. That's how fucking strong they are.
Yeah, they are very strong. They're much stronger than humans.
Actually, no, they're not. What it is they're as strong as a strong human, but their bite force is many times that of a human. So, no, they got big jaws and they got a powerful jaws.
Bite your balls right off.
Bite your face off.
Or bite your face right off.
Bite the front of your fucking skull off.
Pull
just
your
leave
arm
ragged
off.
Fucking bones. Fucking hand, just chop it off in one. They're dangerous. Very, very dangerous. When you see people petting them and having fun with them, those are chimpanzee young.
Those are juveniles.
Yeah, that's
and
not
and
full-grown.
most of the time, like the ones you see that are trained and stuff, those are usually 1 juvenile and 2 females.
Yeah.
Because once a male is 8 years old, you can't deal with them anymore.
Yeah. You don't run him, he runs you.
They will tear your face right off.
Too much testosterone.
Yep. It's a poison.
Yeah. No, it's a gift. It's a gift. But no, they run shit, not you. And it's just, you know what I mean? And they want to run shit in their area the way they want to run it. They don't care that you're a human. They're a fucking chimpanzee. They're running this show.
Yeah.
Fuck out of my house.
Yeah.
That's
pretty much.
That's the mentality.
Sanita says dolphins are rapists and serial killers.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah.
But dolphins aren't raping you out of hate. They love you.
They love you so much that they can't resist.
Ask Putin. Ask Putin. There's a fucking beautiful picture of fucking Mr. Vladimir Putin in the water with the fucking
getting raped by a dolphin.
Getting the dolphins. He's got the dolphins up on him, and he's trying to look as macho as motherfucker with the dolphin. You go, the dolphin's trying to fuck you, Pootie. Come on, Pootie.
Kind of hard to look macho when a dolphin's trying to rape you.
I like Putin though. He's got short man syndrome. I like that.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dolphins are hung. That's good of the hunter.
Putin knows who runs Russia. Putin knows who runs Russia.
Yeah, Mike Barat says you don't want to mess with an adult chimp. Yeah, you absolutely do not.
An adult male. Fuck no. And here's the deal.
I wouldn't mess with the females either, but the males are way worse.
And a gorilla's
Thank you, Gadgy, for maybe getting back on topic.
Okay, yeah, maybe get back. We'll get back on. And here's the thing about the great apes. Orangutans are real chill. All right. Gorillas.
I'm gonna hang out with the bonobos.
Yeah. Well, shit, you're gonna get fucked. That's all they want to do is just.
I'd rather get fucked than have my face torn off.
You'd be fucking jizzing off and jerking off in your face and shit. You're like, man, put that shit away. That's all they do. They're sex maniacs.
Well, they just like to rub their vulvas together.
Yeah. But anyway, you look at a male gorilla and you think that's the fucking that you're much better off in the presence around a male gorilla than you are a male chimp.
Yeah, gorillas are
they're pretty chill.
Pretty chill.
I mean, they're gonna tell you who's boss. But there's been no real account of a person being killed by a male chimp or male gorilla. But there's a lot of them by chimps.
They'll bite you if you do something to provoke them.
No,
but
if you're just
normally,
being chill,
if you chill out with them, they're pretty okay.
But a chimp will hunt you down and just murder you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chimps are kind of assholes.
I'm fascinated. And we're closer to chimps than gorillas by far.
So well, we're kind of like we're pretty much exactly the same, genetically similar from as chimps to bonobos. Chimps and bonobos were pretty much genetically identical to both of those.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that long ago that those 3 branches branched off.
Bigger brains, but still,
that's the only.
But still, that same creature.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
We're not really
not that different.
Maybe 2% different.
Yeah.
2 or 3%. That's all.
It doesn't take much to be real different, though. You change a human by 1%. You can change a human towards the better by 1%, and he would be a super genius and fucking be able to do all kinds of shit that a normal human couldn't do, which they're trying to do. The Chinese are trying to do it.
Well, like I said,
And,
I'm all
it's
for
only a matter of time before they
I'm
figure
all
that
for
out.
popping my consciousness into like fucking avatar
Yeah.
bodies and come on, before I die, somebody
Yeah.
do that shit.
The Chinese
I
are
wanna do
making
that.
super soldiers, and they're going to make fucking superhumans that have fucking basically abnormally high human intelligence. We'll see how that plays out.
I'm still weirded out by how like bright this fucking shit looks now.
Yeah, it's weird.
I feel like that happened after you put
After I put that thing up there.
Yeah, it's like now it's
It must have opened up some kind of a shutter in there.
I don't know what happened
Yeah.
because the light in this room didn't get any brighter. So yeah.
We gotta get back on fucking.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
All right, so these two little assholes got convicted, and rightly so.
Yeah.
Now they were actually the youngest to be convicted of murder in 250 years in the UK. So basically, again, just like in the Mary Bell case, they got sentenced to serve at Her Majesty's pleasure, which means basically that it's an indefinite sentence. We're going to reassess your case when you turn 18. If we think you're still a danger, you get transferred to an adult prison, whatever. So what ended up happening though? So apparently the both of them kind of served, they were in the juvenile detention facility or whatever for, until they turned 18. Nobody heard a peep out of them. So 8 years were up in 2001, and both boys got let out because I guess they assessed them and they thought they were no longer a danger to the community, so they decided they were going to let them out. But they gave them new identities, and they got legal anonymity for life, just as Mary Bell got. Because they thought there was a real danger that people were going to hunt them down and kill them, because a lot of people said that they would do that exact thing. Now, so Robert Thompson, weirdly, who was the one who was like super fucking cold and calculating or whatever on the stand, he apparently, no one's entirely sure where he is. I think there was like a photo of him allegedly that made the circulation around like on the internet, but no one's entirely sure if that was him or not. He is apparently assimilated back into society and is like, keeping on the DL, and he is not reoffended. However, John Venables, not so much. 2010, he got arrested again and put in prison again for downloading images of basically child porn, sexual abuse against toddlers. So he didn't grow out of that shit, even though it's this many fucking years later. So he got arrested for that shit again. He was eligible for parole in 2013. And he did get released, but then in November of 2017, they found on his laptop, they found a bunch more similar images, child abuse against fucking toddlers, and what this one website called a pedophile manual. Who the fuck writes a pedophile manual? Just what you like tips on how to like fucking. You know what? I can't even with these. I can't. So yeah, so they found that he had a quote unquote pedophile manual and a bunch of other like questionable, illegal photos on his computer. So he got arrested again. So he got sentenced again to 3 years and 4 months in prison. And so that was in 2017. So I guess like 3 years, 4 months. So I guess he'd still be in there at this point. So yeah, so it does seem like Robert Thompson, who, like I said, everyone thought was the instigator because he was the one that came across as like the most sociopathic or whatever, like on the stand. But he seems to have integrated back into society okay, or at least he hasn't reoffended. John Venables, not so much. He seems to still have the same proclivities, and is still into fucking violent child porn, and he keeps getting arrested for the shit. So, like I said, but yeah, their identities, as far as I know, are not known. But I did read that John Venables, whatever his new identity is, they have like arrested him again, and he is in prison again. So, okay, so these last couple, I just had like 2 or 3 more cases of child murders that I wanted to get into. These are kind of maybe like lesser known, because I feel like Mary Bell case and the James Bulger case are, pretty famous. But these ones were ones that I didn't actually know a great deal about. So I kind of wanted to get a little bit into these too. Like I said, I didn't cover all of the, little kid killers in the world, because there's like been a bunch of them, sadly. But these are just ones that I thought were interesting that I had not heard of before. Now, this kid, all right, listen to this shit. So this is some shit that happened. This is like 19th century. And like I said, this is some shit where people talk about serial killers nowadays, and it's like, oh, it was a fucking 60s and 70s phenomenon and all this other kind of shit. All right, well.
Try that shit.
Oh, okay.
That's that whipped cream vodka and the excuse me, people. That's that whipped cream vodka and the orange juice, man. Remember how that was? Ooh,
yeah, it's good. It's real sweet, though.
Gonna go to the restroom. Hold on.
All right. So I was actually kind of fascinated to find out about this kid, because this kid was not only a kid that did some fucking horrifying shit when he was very young, like 12, but is very easily categorized as like a very modern sexual serial killer. And this was happening in the mid 1800s. So, like I said, serial killing phenomenon, not new by any stretch of the imagination. And the fact that this kid isn't better known just kind of blows my mind. I hadn't even heard that much about this kid, so I definitely want to talk about him. This kid is Jesse Pomeroy. He's also known as the Boston Boy Fiend and the Boy Torturer. The youngest person convicted of first-degree murder in the history of Massachusetts. He was actually convicted when he was 14 years old. So a lot of the crimes that he committed were when he was, like I said, about 12. This is some fucked up shit. Okay, like I said, serial killers nowadays, it's like, yeah, this shit was going on back then too. So this kid was born in Boston in 1859. Which, fun fact, same year as Darwin published The Origin of Species. I don't know why. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention that. So he was actually the second son of Thomas Pomeroy, who was a dockyard worker, also an alcoholic. And his mom's name was Ruth. Now, Jesse Pomeroy seemed like he was like pretty intelligent, a pretty intelligent kid, but like Mary Bell, had some problems with socialization with other children, seemed to not be able to bond with other kids, not make friends, shit like that. One of his problems was that he was kind of big for his age. He also had epilepsy, and he had some seizures, and I guess, kids bullied him for that. He also had, over his right eye, he had this like kind of membrane over his eye that was sort of like, it looked kind of, I don't think it was a cataract, but it kind of looked like that. So his eye looked kind of quote unquote milky. So he again got bullied for that kind of shit. Also, he was kind of like more of a quiet kid. He wasn't real outgoing. He didn't like sports and shit. And he liked to read a lot. Now, a lot of the shit that he read was, he was real into reading violent shit. He especially liked to read about wars, like the Indian Wars. So on the rare occasions when he actually played games with other kids, he always wanted to play Scouts and Indians, and he always wanted to like reenact like torture shit that he'd read about in these books, apparently. So I guess he wanted to like pretend he was scalping other kids or doing like some kind of shit like that. Like he was always kind of into doing that kind of crap. Now another thing too is that, so not only was he bullied at school because he was kind of bookish and he was kind of like weird looking, his dad also abused him horribly. He would often get taken out to the outhouse when he did something bad. He would be stripped of all his clothing, and basically his dad would just like beat the shit out of him until, with a belt or whatever, until he was bleeding everywhere. So by his 10th birthday, he had already started displaying your classic serial killer signs: cruelty to animals. His mom had some songbirds that she kept, like her pet birds, and apparently Jesse tore the birds' heads off. Also, he was caught torturing a neighbor's cat with a knife, which, like I said, at that point, yeah, let's put that kid down. I'm just saying, I don't truck with this cruelty to animals kind of shit. Even if it's a kid, that shit's not funny. Now, so Jesse Pomeroy's first known victim was a 4-year-old kid named William Payne. Now, this kid was found in an outhouse on the day after Christmas in 1871. Now, he apparently, I think he was still alive, but he was hanging from the ceiling. Like a rope had been tied around his wrists, and he was hanging there. He was kind of like half naked, and he was suffering from hypothermia. Now, it looked as though he had been beaten with an unconfirmed blunt object. So when they found the kid, and the story kind of came out, they found out that 3 more other kids, like little boys, came forward and said, hey, we got like lured to the same outhouse and the same shit happened to us, just over the past couple months or whatever. So they described this kid as, this big kid with brown hair. And they said that he would tie them up and strip them and kind of beat them up and whatever. And that he would like jerk off while he was watching them.
Man, I'm missing something. What the hell?
You are missing this.
Yeah, I had to
well,
check on
you were gone for a long time.
check on Pookie and stuff.
Is she all right?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay. Where is she at?
Down in the back.
Okay. She's sitting by the tree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about... Okay, so now I have to, like, reiterate. But what I was saying was that people talk about serial killers, like sexual serial killers, is like a pretty recent phenomenon. And even child serial killers. This was from the mid-1800s. And this kid, when he was 11, 12 years old, would, like, lure other little boys, tie them up, beat them half to death and a couple of them to death, and he would, like, jerk off while he was watching them. So he did, like, serial killer shit.
Damn.
And, like, cruelty to animals and stuff like that. This was, like, in the 1850s. But nobody knew what that shit was back then.
Hold on 1 second.
What?
I'm going to go get that damn bottle of whipped cream vodka so she can see. She can put that shit to her grocery list. They're talking about that creamsicle.
All right. So, like I said, since a bunch of kids had come forward and said, yeah, the same shit happened to me, and they'd kind of described the kid. So at this point, the police put out, in Boston, put out this thing. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. That's it right there. Comes in a plastic bottle. It's only $20 for a big ass fucking bottle.
You can drop it and it won't break. It's awesome.
But you drink so much of it so quickly. It's cheap, but the flavor's fucking good. Really good.
Well, and anything that will go with whipped cream will mix with that, which is nice.
Any kind of juice. If you put orange juice in it, man, it's just like a creamsicle. Just like it. Just like it. It's fucking beautiful.
Except boozy.
And it's good quality vodka, artificially flavored, but who gives a shit? You're just trying to drink it. But
well, like I said, you're
quality.
mixing it with other stuff.
You're mixing it with other stuff, right?
You know, you're not. It's not like you're drinking it
and
straight.
It's great on the rocks.
It around your mouth or whatever.
Great on the rocks.
I still wish I could remember what the brand name was of that delicious coffee flavored vodka. What the hell was it? It wasn't Pinnacle. I know Pinnacle, I think, has a coffee flavored vodka, but it wasn't Pinnacle. It was some other like kind of higher end brand. And I remember that shit was so good that you could drink that straight. You didn't have to mix it with anything. I'm sure it'd be good mixed with Bailey's or something like that, but you could just drink it straight and it was good like that.
Every flavor of Pinnacle tastes spot on as advertised. If it says jelly bean, it does. It tastes just like that.
They have a Fruit Loops
if it
flavor
takes Fruit
as well.
Loops, it tastes just like Fruit Loops. If it tastes like a white birthday cake, it tastes just like birthday cake.
We were totally thinking about getting the birthday cake.
Yeah. But as far as usability, the most useful one is the whipped cream and the coconut. The cherry's really good in any kind of fruit juice.
Well, I like the cherry with Sprite for whatever reason. It's very refreshing.
Yeah.
Ryan Schwartz says Van Gogh. I used to work for Van Gogh.
She worked for Van Gogh. She did their graphics.
I did, yeah, for Van Gogh vodka for a little while.
Yep. Van Gogh's different, though. It was glass bottle, twice the price. Natural flavors.
Yeah, all their flavors were natural.
All natural.
None of them were artificial.
But none of them tasted as strong. The artificial shit tasted better in a certain way.
You could tell that.
You could tell.
You could tell. Well, you could tell that the Van Gogh was like much better quality.
It was craft shit. Yeah, you could tell.
But like you said, the flavor wasn't as intense. But that's because the flavor wasn't fake. It was like natural ingredients. But yeah, so all right. So I'm getting back to Oh, Tila says I'm getting the cucumber and mint vodka too for Bloody Marys. Oh man,
Yeah,
that's a good
yeah.
idea.
Okay, look, T.
Wait, do I still have Zing Zang left?
That's what I was going to say. No, you're out.
Oh, I'm out.
If you want the best Bloody Mary, just get regular vodka. Don't worry about that shit. And get a mixer called Zing Zang.
But cucumber vodka would be really good in
Yeah,
Zing Zang.
it might. You could try it.
I kind of feel like I want to get
Zing
that.
Zang is kind of like Bloody Mary mix, really strong in celery seed flavor, and
Yeah, which I like that.
It's really good,
I
and
like
it's got chunks in it. It's fucking great.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
chunks. I mean, I want like my cocktail to be like a meal.
Yeah,
So every now and then I really, really like a Bloody Mary. You know what I mean? That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, that's why that's like a brunch drink or something you drink
Yeah.
at like lunchtime. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like a meal. It's kind of like soup, except with booze in it.
yeah. It's like Vichy swap.
Yeah,
To me, it tastes like Vichy swap.
it does kind of.
Yeah.
Does you put some fucking jumbo shrimp
Yeah.
in that shit? Fuck yeah. All right. So what was I doing? Okay, so I was talking about Jesse Pomeroy. So this motherfucker. So he's kind of gotten in the habit, as you do, of luring little boys to this outhouse, stripping them half naked, tying them up with a rope, and then beating them while he's jerking it. So, you know. So he's done this to 4 little boys at this point. And like I said, this kid's only like 11 or 12 years old. So in Boston, they're like fucking freaking out. So the cops put up a $500 reward, which $500 back in fucking 1871, that was probably like a lot of money, right? So they're looking for this motherfucker. Now, weirdly, I don't know. There was like a strange like misreporting, I guess, that the perpetrator of this was an adult person who had red hair and a pointy beard, like Satan, I suppose. But it wasn't really. It was a kid. So now what ended up happening though? So July 20th, 1872, apparently the Jesse Pomeroy got his ass beat and handed to him and everything, like by his dad. Because like I said, his dad like used to beat the crap out of him all the time. But apparently this beating was so bad that his mom, Ruth, was finally like not having it anymore. And she threatened to stab the dad if he didn't get the fuck out of the house. So she chased the dad out of the house with a fucking knife, which, you know, good for her. So she did that. And then her and the kids, including Jesse, moved to South Boston. Now, after they moved to South Boston, though, Jesse's little murderous proclivities there started to get closer together and started to get more violent, more frequent. So at this point, he starts like luring little boys younger than himself, and he's luring them and he's doing all these horrible things to them. So he did shit like he lured this kid named George Pratt to his little area, and he started stabbing him with a needle, bit chunks out of his cheek, bit chunks out of his butt.
Damn.
Did shit like this. Was some Albert Fish shit right here.
Yeah. It's Albert Fish in the making, this motherfucker.
Yeah, this kid. And like I said, this is a kid.
Yeah.
He kidnapped another kid named Harry Austin, and he started stabbing him with a pocket knife and tried to cut off his dick.
Yeah.
Kidnapped another kid named Joseph Kennedy, and cut his face all up, and then he cut his face all up, and then he pushed his head like into salt water so it would sting more.
Mm-hmm.
Then later he kidnapped another kid named Robert Gould, cut open his scalp, tried to slash his throat, and the only reason that he was stopped was like some people like came up and he got scared and like ran off. So at this point, like Robert Gould goes to the cops and he says, you know, the dude that attacked me, who was like a kid, but he was like a big kid because he was real big for his age, and he said he had a milky eye, which, like I said, that seemed like a good clue because I don't know if you were here when I said that, but this kid had kind of a thing over his eye. It was kind of like a cataract, but
Right.
one of his eyes was kind of white.
Scar.
I don't even know if it was a scar. It was just kind of like this. His eye was just like milky looking. So basically they took a couple of the kids that have been attacked, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to go around to all the area schools and you need to point out the kid that did this to you. Because they knew it was a kid, even though he was like big for his age.
What year was this?
This was 1872.
Yeah, so it was before Albert Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, there was serial killer shit going on back then too. You just didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
And this was like a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah, if you
that
go
was
back,
doing this crap.
if you go back and read about fucking Carl Panzeram, who was another fucking maniac from the 1800s.
Yeah, we
and I
did a show
mentioned
about
this.
him.
I mentioned this on another show. I was talking to T. I said the 1800s was fucking worse than the 1700s. It was almost like on par with the fucking 1500s. The difference is that the 1800s had fucking industrial technology. It was fucking brutal. The 1800s was bad.
Yeah, I would
Especially in
not.
the United
I would not
States.
want to go back to that
No.
century.
I'd rather live in the 1600s or the 1700s than the 18. The 18 was about poverty, deprivation, and it was just a fucking industrial fucking
Well, it was such. Well, and plus it was such a big cultural upheaval.
yeah.
That
Can
there
I have
was.
some more? Can I have some more bread, sir?
I mean,
You know,
it
just weird shit
was
you know,
just like
fucking-
it was all these
Yeah.
factors that were kind of like combined to this stew that would like kind of
Yeah.
like contributed to like the
Very-
worst fucking shit ever.
Yeah, real dehumanized, especially around urban areas. They had a lot of people fucking in the New England area living in these fucking cities and these fucking brick dumbbell tenements, basically slaving away in these fucking factories with very little food, very little pay, no safety. Little kids were working in mines and shit. It was just
Yeah.
a brutal fucking time. And they had brutal fucking institutions that are long gone, like weird juvenile detention centers, weird reform schools that were filled with fucking pedophiles, predatory pedophiles
Well,
that ran them.
they didn't really have a concept of childhood as we would understand it.
They
today.
didn't have concepts of a lot of things. They didn't have a concept of a fucking pedophile or a predator that feeds on children. They didn't have that concept. So they didn't realize that those guys existed, and they didn't realize that they were all joining up into those fucking like reform schools. And what were they doing? Raping the kids. And what was happening? They'd come out of that motherfucker monsters.
Yeah.
And then the prisons were fucking horrible. This is before the penitentiary system. A prison was a filthy dungeon, basically, where you were tortured. They beat the shit out of you.
Which, like
on
I
a
said,
regular
that's
basis.
really not a good.
Yeah.
Particularly if it was just if you did like some like stupid petty shit and then they
Yeah.
throw you in some hole and like
Yeah.
torture you for a couple of years, you're
Yeah.
not going to come out of there better.
Yeah, and in general, these are white guys, almost always white guys that they did this to. Why? Because they just killed black dudes. They just killed you.
Yeah.
If you were sometimes just suspected of a crime, depending on where it was in the United States, you were going to get a day in court. It was just a fucking mob of people.
Well, shit, it was
Just
like
give
that
up
up
on
until
you.
the fucking 60s at least.
In certain times, certain places, it
I
depends.
mean, I wrote about a bunch of those cases in
Yeah,
my book, you know.
right.
There was a lot of that
So
shit.
the prison system of the 1800s was for white people. Black people fucking rarely made it to prison. They were just fucking killed. And it was just, and here's the thing: you can't really blame it on government. A lot of people want to push it on to the government. It wasn't government. There wasn't no government. There was no government really. It was fucking anarchy. is
Well,
what
I
it
mean,
was.
back in
It
those
was
days, it's not
anarchy.
like they could really keep track of all this
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean?
Washington D.C. couldn't project power even 100 miles away from Washington, for the most part. Corporations ran the shit. The most powerful entity on the fucking on the American continent in the 1800s was the railroads, and the Pinkertons. You know, and it was kind of like the dam. And then what was that other one? The British had one. It was a traveling army, the fucking East India Company. So corporations ran the show back then, not governments.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that now. It's just that we're kind of becoming aware of it. But
Well, we have a lot easier access to information.
Yeah.
Back then, they really didn't
have
any access to
information. You didn't know who's. Yeah, you only knew what you saw in front of you. People were basically living in a state of not knowing or a state of unknowing.
Yeah.
It's a very different mentality than what you would think of today.
Yeah.
Very, very different. No comparison.
Yeah.
No, none. And I can't really grasp it I couldn't really grasp how different it was back then until I was in my late 30s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was really, internet helped me understand how different it was. Because now we just kind of take the internet for granted. It's a fucking powerful tool. It's just changing the game.
Which
Changing
I don't know.
the game.
I feel like I don't because I grew up without it. I didn't really like get into it until I was already in my late teens or early 20s. So I didn't grow up with it.
What?
I can't imagine the internet. I can't
Yeah.
imagine growing up. I didn't really get into the internet until like 95, and
Yeah.
at that point I was already 23.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't really understand the power until like 98.
Yeah.
A couple years after that. But no, I mean, I look at it now that it's all sunk in, think of how different it was.
Yeah.
It just, the
So it's
1800s
like,
was just fucking...
you know, I don't really have any so I don't really understand what it's like people growing up just having that and like taking it for granted. You know what I mean?
They are taking it for granted.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
you would, because that's
would.
kind of like it's technology that was there from when you were born, so it's not like something you would question.
Yeah.
It's just like it's interesting for, you know, for us, Generation X, because we have our feet in both
We
worlds. I
saw
guess.
both. Right.
We saw both, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? We didn't have the internet for a really long time until we were in our late teens, early 20s, and then we had it. And so, you know, and we
Yeah.
were still young enough to like get on board with it.
Yeah, I mean, I fucking read the comment sections on shit that happened in the past, and you hear people saying, well, why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do it? And I'm realizing, I'm like, fuck you. And it's obviously the words of a person in their 20s who grew up under
But
these
like I
conditions.
said, you can't.
They could not imagine
Yeah.
the darkness you lived in.
Well, they weren't. They
weren't
weren't
here.
here.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was totally
It was
different.
different.
And it was,
was different.
widespread throughout the entire globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, and you can't blame them
Right.
for when they were born. It's just
Right.
like they take it for granted because that's been there since they were born.
Yeah.
We only know because
We were there.
we've been, you know, we lived both ways.
Got a super
So,
chat. Go ahead and read it.
yeah, I just said, Gadget just sent us £5 and said, because I'm pissed, which I guess mean pissed, as
Yeah.
in drunk. And you guys are interesting. So thank you.
Yeah.
We're pretty pissed too, I
People
think.
are talking about the cookbook and food and stuff. The cookbook's almost done.
I have
Yeah,
all
it's
the
almost done.
sections done except for the drinks and dessert section. It's set up, but I just have to go in and like tweak all the
Couple
recipes.
hours.
And I have to like take some
Pictures.
photos of
Me.
you and
Yeah.
of
Gotta do a
yeah,
photo
of-
shoot.
so I can put that in there. But other than that, it's done.
Yeah, and then I got to go through it to make sure everything's there. And then everything
Yeah, I'm
makes
gonna
sense.
let you go through the
Yeah.
shit and make sure everything's
I
correct.
got to
and
double
all the
check,
recipes and
make
everything.
make sure that the instructions are intelligible for a person that is not a cook. So I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, somebody was asking earlier on in the show. I forgot who it was. I don't know if I think it was Mango Badger. But it was one of our regulars. Asked about the cookbook and said that we needed a show that was nothing but food. We've considered that.
We actually were
considered
talking about doing that for
Yeah.
a little while.
Do a food show, maybe
Because
once a week.
that
or
is
something.
and
One-
that
or
we do
twice a
end up
week.
talking about
Yeah,
that all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of hoping, I don't know.
right.
But yeah, so I know because some people, I mean, the cookbook did get like pushed back a lot because I kind of had a lot of the projects. But seriously,
Yeah.
I have one more section to do.
Yeah, DC said the 1800s about getting smoked by anyone who pissed you off and no legal consequence. Yeah, exactly. There
Well,
were
look
no
at the
legal.
fucking Jack the Ripper case. That was like
Yeah.
late 1800s. They never caught that motherfucker.
Or we fucking changed some railroad shit in the fucking 20th century and you find a mass grave of fucking Irish and Chinese guys, in the hundreds of them, buried in a little section of road next to a damn railroad, and no records of what the fuck happened there. The railroads fucking slaughtered a bunch of dudes on a certain
yeah, I've
stretch of
heard
road.
those stories.
They don't know why. It must have been some kind
You
of
could get away with a lot of shit.
yeah, it must, and it was Irishmen and Chinese railroad workers just buried in mass graves. It could have only been labor revolts,
Which I'm sure.
and the railroads just mowed
Because
them down.
corporations did that kind of shit back then. Like,
All the
what?
time.
You want to get paid fairly?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, they were
Not
probably
doing that.
working them too hard and not paying them. And they fucking revolted or weren't feeding them.
yeah, they're like, hey, we're just like,
Yeah.
hey, how about you guys work for free, like down in these horrible.
That was
working
stop
conditions.
propaganda that said that. Okay, we got the cookbooks coming, and we're considering doing a food show.
Yeah, we have been thinking about that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
people
that-
say
that
it would
would
be the
actually
same
be fun.
today if we didn't have the internet. That's exactly right. It's
Yeah.
a lot harder to get away with shit now.
Which that's
a lot
good.
harder. That's very good. Scientology would be ruling the world right now if it wasn't for the internet. Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this motherfucker, right. So all these kids come forward and be like, hey, this fucking kid with the milky eye has been like tying us up and like jerking it while he's like beating us or whatever. So the cops like took one or two of the witnesses and took them around to all the schools and were like, okay, point out the kid, right? So when the cops came to the school though that Jesse Pomeroy went to, apparently he either skipped school that day or he knew the cops were coming, so he kind of like was able to evade them. But then weirdly, I don't know if this kid was like wanted to get caught or whatever, but later on, like after that happened, he actually showed up at the police station, like briefly, like he kind of like looked in there and then he was like, oh, okay, I gotta get out of here. But like everybody kind of fucking saw him. So when he was leaving the police station after turning up inexplicably, one of the witnesses were like, hey, that's him. You know what I mean? So yeah, he got arrested like the next street over. So he spends the night in a cell, and then the cops tell him, look, you're going to get 100 years in prison if you don't cooperate, which I'm sure wasn't true. But they finally got him to admit that he had attacked all these boys. So they sent him to a reform school until he was 18. But when he was at the reform school, he showed quote unquote good behavior. So and also his mom kind of like went to bat for him. We're like, oh, he's an angel. He would never do anything like that, blah, blah, blah. So I guess they believed his mom and they let him out, even though he'd only served a year and a half. And like I said, when he went to this fucking reform school, he was only like fucking 12 or 13 years old. So they let him out after a year and a half, which, as we will see, was a huge mistake. 6 weeks after he was let out of the reform school, March 18th, 1874, Jesse was in his mom had like, I think it was a dressmaking shop. And so Jesse was working in there, like looking after it while his mom was off on errands or whatever. This 10-year-old girl named Katie Curran walks in and asked him about something like, do you guys have notebooks or whatever? So of course Jesse's like, yeah, we got some down in the basement. Why don't you come and see if we have any left? So this little girl follows this older boy down into the basement, and as you can imagine, it didn't end well. He basically slashed her throat and stabbed her genitals repeatedly, quote unquote, to see how she would react.
Oh, I wonder.
Do you think maybe she was upset?
Yeah, I think she might fight back. Yeah.
As BTK would say, yeah, she seemed a little upset.
You know,
she seemed a little upset.
She got a little upset. And don't make me go get BTK. So I'm gonna go get
You're not gonna go get BTK.
Where is BTK?
You should have got. You know what? We did that whole like fucking shit about that documentary about H.H. Holmes, and we didn't like bring the H.H. Holmes bobblehead.
Yeah, I forgot about
we have an H.H. Holmes bobblehead.
Yeah.
Why do we have that?
Well, you know, I
Ken sent it
decided
to us.
Ciarra.
It's awesome.
I told her that I was gonna have to kill her. And of course, she was getting upset, and I handed her a little naked handkerchief so she could dry her eyes. Yeah, you know. That motherfucker.
That kind of shit, like little details like that just blows my mind.
Well, you know, I had to kill her. No, I just had to. But I let her know. You know, I'll comfort her. You know, it's gonna be all right. Yeah.
See, that kind of shit that blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
And this kind of shit blows my mind. It's like, hey, I'm gonna lead this little fucking 10-year-old girl down to the basement and stab her in the genitals. Well, let's just see how she reacts to that. Yeah. How the fuck do you think she's gonna react to that, motherfucker? Figure it out.
This is
1874. Nah. Why don't you like try to figure that out before you actually do that shit? How about that?
Where was this again?
Use your imagination.
Do you remember the location?
This is Rhode Island, as far as I know.
So that's in the middle of New England.
Rhode Island.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. I'm surprised this dude isn't better well known. It's like he's a very, very young serial killer, and this is like from the 19th century.
Well, it was real built up in that time. I used to go through Rhode Island all the time. There was a goth club down there. We used to go to, what was that, Providence? We used to go to Providence.
Yeah. Where H.P. Lovecraft was from.
And 1870s, it was still built up. You're talking about a London-style environment. You know, it's not. It was metropolitan. Do you know the exact town? Did it say?
I think it said earlier, but I'm
Okay.
scared to like scroll
no, don't
up
worry
because
about it.
it's gonna
Don't worry
like
about it.
crash my stream again.
I mean, there were some suburban areas there too, but it just kind of, this doesn't sound like something that would happen in a suburb.
I don't know. That's some weird ass shit.
Yeah, weird ass shit.
So he kills this little girl, by slashing her throat again and stabbing her in the genitals, to see how she would react.
And how old is he at this time?
He's like 12 or 13.
He's only a couple years
12,
old.
13, 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then stuffs her body under a pile of ashes behind the bathroom.
You gotta also kind of note that in 1870 there was no such thing as childhood. There were no teenagers. That concept didn't exist. As soon as you could talk, by the time you were about 6 or 7, you were treated as an adult. So he probably has adult problems
I guess.
with the child's mind. I mean, what is he doing for a living? Did it say?
Well, at this stage, he was just working in his mom's dressmaking shop,
Okay.
like looking over it. But like I said, he's still kind of a little kid. But
Yeah. They weren't treated as little kids.
no, I know.
It was weird. They were treated as Scientologists.
Yeah, Scientology has the same thing in the
They
modern
do the
day.
same thing. Yeah.
You want to like think that kids are just adults in
Yeah.
child bodies, you
Mhm.
know, so we can put them to work. That's how they justify all the child labor.
Well, it's also how they justify breaking up families.
Yeah, that too.
We got to take your wife
Well,
away and your
it's a
children away.
grown
or-
up. It's fine.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking
It's not a
send them
child.
to their
Don't
duty
worry about it.
posts. Yeah.
Stop
Wait,
Prop says, guys, please tell my girl live to fuck off because I'm watching this show and wearing my 13 o'clock t-shirt. Her name is D.
D, go ahead and fuck off. Bitch. Go ahead and fuck off. Your boy's
Yeah.
watching this
Fuck
show.
off, D.
Fuck,
I'm just
right,
kidding.
Fuck
We
right
love
the
you.
fuck off.
I just feel bad about it. I feel bad
Okay.
about it. But you know what I mean? Let's stop Prop watch the show. Come on.
Alright.
I know we've been going on for like 3.5 hours, but it's okay. I'm almost done. I
Yeah.
promise. So yeah. So he stuffs the body like into some ashes, right? And then like behind the bathroom. And then he washes himself off and just goes back to work like nothing fucking happened. Now, over this time period, he also tried to do his little thing where he was like trying to lure little boys, like so he could do the tie up and I'm gonna jerk off on you like while I'm beating you up thing. But I guess like kids had grown wise and he kind of got a reputation in the neighborhood, so like nobody was falling for his shit anymore, like happily. No, so he did end up like killing another kid, but the other kid that he killed was fucking 4. A little boy, Horace Millen. So he killed this boy, he stabbed him and mutilated him, and he dumped him in a marsh, like outside of the city that he was in. So Jesse Pomeroy finally gets arrested. Now, while the police are holding him, he did actually confess, but then when he got a lawyer, like he got assigned a lawyer, I guess, and then he just said, oh, never mind, I made it all up, like he recanted, right? So there was this huge fucking outcry in the neighborhood. His mom actually had to end up selling her dressmaking shop. And then when they sold the dressmaking shop, they found the body of Katie Curran, which was in the basement, which Jesse had stuffed there under the ashes. So, you know.
They didn't smell it? How long was it there?
I don't know.
All right.
So later on, they asked Jesse about it, and he was like, okay, yeah, fine, you got me. I did that. But he only admitted to it after the investigators said that they were going to arrest his mom and his brother if he didn't like fucking cop to it. So he did. Now, Jesse ends up standing trial for Horace Millen's murder. He was the 4-year-old, but not Katie Curran's murder. She was the 10-year-old. But what they were trying to do, so I guess that initially the lawyer was trying to say that like, oh, he didn't do anything. He didn't have anything to do with it. But after the body was found later, they're like, okay, well, maybe we should do an insanity play, right? So they tried to do that, but the jury did not buy it. So February 1975, Jesse Pomeroy found guilty.
Or 1875.
1875, sorry.
Right.
He was found guilty of Horace Millen's murder. And pretty much since the only punishment for murder at this time was like, well, we're going to hang your ass.
Yeah,
They're like,
it's
well,
hang.
we're going to hang your ass.
Sure.
I mean, it didn't matter if it was one murder or two. It's like murder is murder, so
Yeah.
we're just going to hang you.
Yeah, and the fucking all kids were adults. So they were.
And like I said, I
still...
think he was only 14 at this time.
Yeah. Oh, that's way old enough to be hung back in the.
Yeah.
Be hanged in the.
Yeah, they weren't really worried about it.
Nah.
Now, although it didn't end up happening, so they actually delayed it for a year, and then a couple of governors, I guess, didn't really want to do it because they thought he was too young. So it eventually, his sentence actually ended up being committed to life in, not just life in prison, but life in solitary confinement. Like he actually got solitary confinement.
That's not possible
for the rest of his life. Well, they did.
Yeah.
So basically, they put him in prison, and he was in prison for 41 years. They did let his mom visit once a month. And he was allowed to interact with the guards, like they would bring him food and stuff. But other than that, he was in solitary confinement.
What happened to his
he died in, in 1929, he got moved to a prison farm because his health was deteriorating. But he actually ended up dying of natural causes of old age, 1932. He was 72 years old when he died.
I wonder what solitary confinement did to his mind over that period of time.
I'm sure his mind was not real awesome to start with.
Yeah.
So it seems like, because
it'd been better just to hang him.
Probably.
I don't know why they did that.
But I don't know. You could argue that like he suffered more this way if you're into that, because I mean, yeah, he was a kid when he did this shit, but I mean, even before he killed anybody, he was kidnapping little boys, hanging them in an outhouse, and beating the shit out of them while he was jerking it, like watching their pain. So this is like serial killer shit.
Oh, or fish stuff. Yeah,
this is serial killer shit.
Sexual sadist.
Which, like I said, I'm surprised that he's not better known. I didn't really know that much about him. I'd heard his name, but I didn't really know that much about him. So I'm surprised it's not better known, because this is easily, if somebody nowadays did that shit, it'd be all over the fucking news.
He reminds me a lot of Carl Panzeram. Like a young Carl Panzeram.
Yeah.
Panzeram did that same thing. But he was in and out of those damn juvenile prisons. And he was the king of all. He was the king of all fucking butt pirates. That's all he did, is run around and rape men. Had no interest in raping women. Just nothing but men. He would make men rape each other. Pull guns on bums up in trains and tell them to rape each other.
Yeah, like
that's some weird shit.
That's fucked up, man.
Some weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, we did a show about him too.
Carl Panzeram.
Yeah, go
he
back and watch
monster.
That dude was fucking. I don't know what the fuck that dude's problem was.
The existence of Panzeram, though, actually influenced a guard who had made friends with him, and that guard ended up later on totally rebooting the penitentiary system where you couldn't torture prisoners.
Yeah.
And it made it a lot more modern, because Panzeram was a product of the reformatory schools and prisons and child prisons.
Well,
that's what made him.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you can shit all you want about people having like compassion for people that commit crimes and stuff, but in a lot of ways, I think that particularly people that commit a lot of crimes as young as, children and are put into the system, the crueler the system is toward them, the worse they'll be when they get out.
Yeah, well, if I remember correctly, Panzeram didn't
because they don't learn any better.
From what I remember, if I remember correctly, somebody can correct me in the comments. I don't think Panzeram started off as a criminal. Didn't he start off as an orphan or something? Or he got in trouble at his farm and was put into a
I feel like he was in the system from pretty young.
Yeah, he went to a reform school.
He was kind of a hellion when he was a kid.
Yeah,
like
but he wasn't a criminal.
No. Just like ran up, like acting like a boy.
And then they sent him to some kind of reform school or something, and he got raped in reform school, which started this whole cycle of. He was a rape addict. He was a man-on-man rape addict. It was like bum rape, bum fest raping. Nothing but just bum on bum fucking sexual contact.
Bum on bum sexual.
Yeah, he was a bum. He liked to rape other bums, and then he'd get bums to rape other bums. Don't you remember that?
Yeah,
it was some weird shit.
It was
some weird shit.
And
it's
again,
like a plot out of a gay porno movie.
It is kind of.
Yeah. Like a gay porno.
Honestly, I'd be very shocked if there wasn't a gay porno movie that was kind of based loosely around that.
Bum on bum sexual contact.
But like I said, and we've talked about this. It's We've talked about this a lot because I'm kind of intrigued by the whole serial killer like gestalt and like what's going on with them. And like I said, I do kind of feel like a lot of times, yes, it's how they're brought up, but I do kind of feel like you have to have some kind of genetic proclivity toward that.
Yeah.
To start with. And then if you have like a shitty upbringing, then that just like exacerbates it, and it's kind of like a perfect storm.
See, check that out, man. We're getting this big old fucking super chat, $20. It should be popping up. I'll let you read.
Really? Oh, DC. Oh, thank you so much. That's DC. Thank you both for the many hours of entertainment. Been a listener since episode 1 when Tom was still vaping on the show.
Yeah.
Hoping to join live more. Fun group. Oh, awesome. Well,
back in the day.
Welcome. I can't believe we've been on for like 3.5 hours. I'm kind of drunk, but not that drunk. I'm talking okay, right?
Yeah. You sound good to me. Yeah.
Okay. So that's good. Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm slurring, but maybe not. But
good.
I'm almost kind of got a thing. This flavored vodka is maybe not as strong as the shit I usually drink, so I don't know. I'm also like at the bottom and I'm just kind of like, oh, it's time for another one. But yeah. So Louis says those reform schools were no joke. My dad and uncle spent time in one, and they had to watch their backs from both other kids and the staff. Yeah. See, I can understand. And like I said, I kind of feel like I said, I'm not excusing Carl Panzram, obviously, because he was a monster. Once you get to a certain age,
you should know better.
You know better. Yeah. Okay? I don't care how you were brought up. But it doesn't fucking help. And I really don't think that particularly children that offend, I don't think that putting them in an environment that basically teaches them that the only way they can go forward is like violence. I really don't think that's going to help them, or it's not going to help society as a whole.
Panzram was a fucking sexual rage monster.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was kind of into it. Was looking at it dispassionately after all this time, I would classify it as that he was basically fucking kind of like a weird BDSM fetishist. Okay. He was angry. What happened to him?
Thank you, Matt.
So he goes
into
flashbulbs. Thank you very much. He was mad about what happened to him. He was outraged, so he wanted to spread that around and fucking violate as many dudes as he possibly could to assert his dominance and control. But he was fucking evil too. He was fucking raping and murdering little boys.
Yep.
Throwing them overboard and shit. But he was intelligent and old enough to... You would think that he would be intelligent and old enough to know what the fuck was going on in his own mind and stop that shit. But he didn't. He liked it.
Well, I feel like a lot of these types of people, they don't have a lot of... Like, sometimes they're very intelligent, but they don't really seem to have a lot of insight. Thank you again, Matt.
Thank you,
like
Matt.
your little hippo there.
Yeah, the hippo. That's right.
The hippo. He's clapping.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they don't have
insight.
As intelligent as they might be, they don't have a lot of insight into their own mentality, their own what's going on inside their own mind. Because I do kind of feel like from the outside, it's very easy to see that, particularly dudes like this, that when their dads beat the crap out of them or do something like that, they go on to bully other people who are weaker than them because they feel weak. Their dad, who is bigger than them, is beating on them. Right. So it's like, well, I'm going to take it out on someone smaller than me, just like my dad does. They're just repeating the cycle.
Pass it on down the line.
Right.
Yeah.
And obviously not everyone that's bullied by their parents, turns out that way. Some people turn out even more compassionate because they understand, how abuse affects people, and they're able to, they have enough insight to see how it affects other people, and they don't want to inflict that on other people. But if you don't have enough insight, you will just pass it on down the line.
I imagine Panzram, even though this isn't a show about Panzram, this kid reminds me a lot of Panzram.
Jesse Pomeroy is.
And I think it's kind of a lot of the same kind of thing. Panzram and this kid would have ended up like Panzram.
Oh, I'm sure.
And Panzram reminds me a lot of fucking Bronson. But Bronson wasn't anywhere near as bad. Bronson, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's a really good movie called Bronson, and it's about the most famous British inmate.
Yeah.
He was involved in all kinds of damn prison riots, and he got out once and went back in, and there's a really good movie The guy who played the fucking Mad Max from the Mad Max Fury Road plays Bronson in it.
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy, that's right. Tom Hardy. T, you need to see Bronson. That's another one.
I'm sure you probably told her that.
Yeah, you need to see Bronson.
We did a review of that, right? I'm pretty sure we did.
I don't know.
Because I think Sophie sent us that.
Yeah, but if you haven't
it was
seen,
really good.
If you haven't seen Clockwork Orange, though, you want to see Clockwork Orange first because Bronson is shot in a way in a Clockwork Orange style. If you've seen Clockwork Orange, Bronson really fucking starts rocking you. You're like going, yeah, okay, I know what they're doing. Yeah, okay. He's an institutional maniac, this guy. But fucking Bronson was a fucking bizarre fucking prisoner.
And I'm pretty sure that dude's still alive.
Yeah.
As far as I can remember.
Yeah. Grease his ass up and he want to fight everybody off. Take his clothes off and grease himself up and fight the entire staff. And he's an author. He put out books on how to work out while you're in prison. How to work out if they got you in a little tiny man cage where you can't move. He's got a whole fucking... He was an artist.
He's a complicated
He's a complicated motherfucker.
Sure.
But I recommend if you want to see, if you haven't seen Clockwork Orange, see Clockwork Orange first. One of Kubrick's best movies. See Clockwork Orange and then see Bronson and you'll really understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, Bronson, that dude.
I like
fucking,
and Sophie gave me that movie.
Yeah.
So she's in the comment section.
But in
That's
kind of an
Sophie
awesome way. Like, not necessarily like a, get away from me way. He was kind of like crazy in an intriguing way.
Yeah.
But so this motherfucker, like I said, if you think serial killing and like this kind of like sexual sadism or whatever is a modern phenomenon, definitely not.
No.
This kid, Jesse Pomeroy, like I said, from 12 to 14 years old, he was doing this fucking shit, like some fucking BTK shit, back then in the fucking mid 1800s. He, the last victim, Horace Millen, the one that he was convicted of killing, he was 4 years old. He castrated that little boy. So,
Damn, he lived?
Nope.
He died? Yeah.
Yep. He killed him after.
Evil motherfucker.
Yeah.
Tila says she's seen Clockwork Orange already. And T, if you've seen Clockwork, go ahead. You're ready to see Bronson. You'll understand it.
Yeah,
it's a great movie. It's like an updated version of Clockwork Orange.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. All right, so I got a couple more that I wanted to talk about before we sign out, because like I said, we're at 3 hours and 41 minutes. You want to give me one more drink?
Yeah, you want another one?
Yeah, why not?
It's gonna have to be.
It's Friday night, man.
Well, okay, you want?
And I'm
creamsicle?
still. Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever you got.
All right.
Is my coconut empty already?
No, you got coconut, but there's no pineapple.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can make something else up that would work.
No, whipped cream's fine. All right, so the next one we're going to talk about, and I definitely want to talk about this one because I think I put his fucking picture on the thumbnail image, and I was like, so I feel like an asshole if I don't talk about him. But I want to talk about him briefly. This dude, this kid is named Eric Smith. So he was born in 1980, which means, okay, so he's 8 years younger than me, so he's about 40 years old at this point.
Forgot that whipped cream's in here.
Okay, I didn't even know you left it over there. I didn't know what you're doing. Okay, so this kid, so if you see pictures of him, I don't want to be like judgy and stuff. I say that, but it's like, I don't want to be judgy of a fucking murderer, but you know what I mean? He's like, he's a ginger. He's a redhead, and he had like big glasses. He had kind of like sticky outy ears and all this kind of stuff. So obviously, because kids are assholes, he got bullied a lot. He had freckles, he had red hair, blah, blah, blah. So this kid apparently got bullied so much that he decided that, again, just like we mentioned last time, a few minutes ago, that, well, I'm going to take my rage and anger out on someone smaller than myself. So this also happened in 1993, same year as the James Bulger murder. Ooh, thank you very much.
Yeah, it should be good.
All right. Oh, I'm sure. So this kid, fucking Eric Smith, he is in a park and he sees this 4-year-old boy named Derek Roby. And he lures him to this kind of secluded area of the park. And then he picks up a couple of big rocks and just drops them on the kid's head. Right? Knocks him out or kills him or whatever. Takes most of his clothes off. And then Sticks a tree limb up his ass. Like sodomizes him with a tree limb.
Damn.
A 4-year-old boy. Also, I think he kind of like tried to strangle him because they couldn't determine like exactly what the cause of death was. They didn't know if it was the rocks hitting the head or the strangulation.
Mm-hmm. I gotta clear something up in this comment section. Yeah, Bronson was not a sexual predator. Okay, I was making a comparison between fucking Panzram and Bronson because they were both kind of products of prison systems and they were kind of addicted to them and they were kind of like masochistic. They loved to intensify their own suffering. Bronson was like that.
Yeah.
And he killed a child sexual predator. Bronson did while he was in prison. Bronson would have killed Panzram and them other guys. He wouldn't have approved of them. But the character of wanting to go to prison, wanting to be in intensive incarceration, wanting to get in trouble while you're already in prison. Not only are you in prison, you want to go to prison. The prison inside a prison.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way he was, you know. He was kind of like masochistic.
Yeah, he got off on it.
Yeah. And Panzram was kind of like that. Albert Fish was very masochistic.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, big time. So,
you stick needles into your own taint.
Yeah, and let him stay in there for life.
Yeah, they find him later, like in X-rays.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that you can safely say that you're masochistic at that point because you know, just saying.
Right.
Also, you know, like eating your own shit and whatever.
Yeah,
like, that's
Fucking Fish he's a piece of shit.
He's like the grossest motherfucker to have ever lived.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that.
But
dude is
if you guys have never seen fucking Bronson, he was named after Charles Bronson. But he called himself Bronson. That's not his real name. No. But the movie is called Bronson. And I enjoyed that movie. I'm glad that Sophie showed that to me.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
Sophie will be here on the 11th, so she'll be on the show. I'm not gonna let that bitch skirk off like she did last time and go into the other rooms to hide because she gets nervous. I ain't gonna let that.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous every time we do a show.
Yeah, so we're gonna put her on a show
because I always feel like I know you always like get on my case, but I always feel like I'm underprepared. Always.
No, you're overprepared always. Yeah.
But that is my curse.
Mm-hmm.
All day today. Well, I had to do some other shit today because, like I said, we recorded the Old Boy review today. I did another movie review today by myself. I did like a bunch of other shit, and I was like, dude, I need like at least like 5 hours to research the shit. I'd been researching during the week, but I really like to read everything I'm gonna read like on the day, so it's fresh in my mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I try to do a little bit each day, so I'm kind of primed. But then on the day. On Friday, I'm kind of like, okay, I need like 4 or 5 hours. So I'm just going to read all this shit about it. Like every article I can find, every documentary, whatever. And so I don't know. I felt like I was underprepared because this is one of those shows where we were doing several cases. So I was kind of like, oh man, I don't want to like feel like, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I did okay.
My newfound friend in there from the far north, I think it's Jormundur Lokenson. He said,
That's Icelandic.
It's Icelandic, I guess.
Icelandic or Norwegian. It's Scandinavian. Let's say Scandinavian.
My Northman brother. He says Bronson just loved a good fight, and the prison guards were always up for it. Yeah, that's true. But there was something kind of more to Bronson. He had a character to him, and he was kind of sadistic, or he was masochistic. He liked punishment, I think he liked challenge and to overcome challenge in a prison environment. He didn't like doing easy time. He wanted to do really, really fucking hard time, which that's very strange among prisoners.
He almost seems like one of those weird, like, religious people that like to, like, beat themselves with cat and nine tails and stuff. Yeah. It seems like that. That same kind of, like, impulse.
This incarceration is too easy. Put the fucking difficulty up. That he's like that. Yeah.
Which I get that. Some people have that personality type. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Sophie says, I'll be there. I'll control my alcohol, make sure I'm feeling chill beforehand. Just don't make me go on it for eternity. You know, like it's like being on stage for 5 hours.
It is kind of, but
worry about it.
honestly, I'm kind of glad. I know in a lot of ways, like it's kind of a double-edged sword. I do like drinking on the show because it does kind of like loosen me up and I'm not so nervous. Because honestly, like sometimes when I record the reviews I do by myself, like my book reviews, and like somebody said that, you know, I did Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane, I did that by myself. And I'm starting to do like some more movie reviews on my own. I'm a lot more nervous about doing those, even though they're recorded and I can totally like take out if I fuck up or whatever. But I don't know. I just feel like when I drink up to a point, it's better because I'm not thinking about it. When I drink too much, I just like start falling asleep and like losing my place and shit. So it's a balance. You know what I mean?
Lokinson says if Bronson was born in the Roman times, just imagine how much of a gladiator he'd be. Yes, he would. He would be a gladiator. Exactly.
Sure.
And I got to tell you something else, Lokinson. I bet you that you like The Thing with Crussell. Yeah, that's right. Crussell and Keith
I'm pretty
David.
sure everybody likes that movie. That
Yeah.
seems like the most universally loved movie.
Down there on a fucking.
How can you not love that movie? That's
down
like
there on
the
the
best
South
movie.
Pole, man? That's just like a place. That's kind of like. Well, they were on the South Pole, right? They were on Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
it's
yeah.
South Pole, yeah.
Yeah, that was a fucking good movie.
I mean, like I said,
Up there and all that fucking ice and snow with the Northmen need to be down in the South. See, with the penguins and shit. Down
you know
there
what's
right
weird?
up
I
the
was
Ross.
just thinking about penguins when
Yeah,
you said that. I
penguins
was
down
just like,
fucking-
what? Oh, penguin.
Yeah, a lot of people think South America. They think, oh, all that tropical shit. No, you just keep going south and south, go to Argentina and Chile, and the next thing you know, you're in Antarctica.
Well,
Near
the world
Brazil,
is
isn't it?
round, so if
Yeah,
you keep going,
you
you're
just keep
gonna
going.
get to cold shit.
They don't
hot
think
shit,
that
hot
way,
shit,
though.
hot shit, cold shit,
Yeah.
cold shit, cold shit.
There's
cold
not
shit,
much
cold shit, hot
landmass down there. That's the other honky motherland. See, it's the other honky. It gets a lot like Germany and Scandinavia down
Sure.
there. That's why they moved there after the war. Actually, that's a myth, though, that they moved there after the war. That it was all these Nazis running from fucking justice. That's a myth. They were there before the war. They had been moving down there for fucking over 100 years. A lot of people don't know that.
Your friend says, I've never seen The Thing. I'll have to look it up.
What? Oh no, man! Oh no! Don't get me started. I'm in the middle of a
I'm
fucking
leaving
show.
right now.
She's
No.
leaving. She's leaving. She's leaving. No, man! You got to see The
I'm
Thing
not really leaving.
with Kurt Russell and Keith David. It's fucking and
Yeah, the original one.
The original
they
thing?
did a prequel in 2011.
no,
which
it's
is,
not a prequel. Yeah, it's a prequel.
yeah, it's a prequel. Yeah, I
It's
know
a
what you're talking about.
2000. Then there was
It's
a,
okay too, but like
It's also
that's,
good.
That's not the one we're talking
You want to see the first one, the old one from the 80s. You want to see that first. Kurt Russell. And after you're done to see that one, then see the second one. I think it was 2012.
2011. though.
2011?
Yeah.
It's just called The Thing, 2011.
It's a prequel.
It's a prequel.
Yeah.
It's good. They're both good.
It's also pretty good.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, the
First one
thing
is a fucking
from,
classic.
You know, 80. What was it? 81, 82,
Yeah.
82.
I ain't going to tell you nothing. I'm not going to give you any fucking hints.
It's a
If you've never
classic.
seen a fucking
It's a
thing,
classic.
John Carpenter. It's one of Carpenter's best movies.
Well, it is John.
It is John
Carpenter's
Carpenter.
best
but-
movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, he made some other good ones too, but
Yeah.
that's his best.
Escape from New York is pretty good.
Sure,
Yeah. Okay.
but you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's negligible. I kind of feel like The Thing was like his masterpiece. That was his magnum opus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just gonna say.
Yeah. Even Tila's jumping in, and Louie, and they're going, what are you talking about? You haven't seen the thing? The blood test and this and that? Oh, no. No. Fucking,
I mean,
my Northman brother, you got to get off this fucking stream and fucking rent the thing as soon
I'm
as
just
possible.
well, you know, I'm
The original.
you're
Not the original. The original was 1950-something or other.
which is okay, but
The
it's
1982, wasn't it?
Yeah,
82?
it was
1982, The Thing.
not, yeah.
Some of the best special effects of the 80s.
Well, it was based on a book
Yeah.
called Who Goes There
Yeah.
from the 50s. And then they made a 50s version of it, which was called The Thing from Another World,
Yeah.
which is okay. And John Carpenter was a big fan, so he wanted to remake it. But the remake is really not,
No, yeah.
you know, the bones of the story are the same. But
You want to
it's-
see John
pretty
Carpenter's
different.
1982 version? It's as good as Alien 1. It's different, but it's on that level.
I mean, just like the
It's
fucking...
on that level.
And you have to think,
Yeah.
too, this is 82. It's like all
Right.
practical effects. All practical effects. No CGI.
No, practical
Gadget 5
effects.
pounds. Just because it's nice to be nice.
Thank you very much.
It is.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad that somebody else agrees with me on that. Prince
Yeah.
of Darkness is fabulous too. You know what? It's like
Mouth of Madness. Also.
Prince of
Yeah.
like I love In the Mouth of Madness. Prince of Darkness, I feel like there's half of a good movie in there, And then half of a movie I'm just kind of meh about.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes me feel really, really bad. I don't know
It's a
why.
mixture.
It is. It's a mixed bag.
He didn't really know what he was going for.
It's a great fucking idea.
Yeah.
I just feel like I love the concept. I just feel like it could have been, you know, just made better. I just feel like that was such a good idea. You could have done something different with that.
Yeah.
I like half of it, and then half of it I'm just kind of like, hey.
Yeah, Wilkinson, one of the things you're going to like, you want to get that shit in HD, rent it in HD. You want to have your fucking sound bar turned up. You want the fucking music turned up. It's got a fucking fantastic soundtrack. Boom, 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 boom. Through the whole thing, you know some bad shit's going to happen. Bad shit does happen. It's sci-fi horror. Yeah, real good.
The best thing about The Thing is this feeling of claustrophobia and paranoia.
Yeah, they're all just nothing but men.
It's a fucking it's a genius idea.
Yeah.
The monster in it is a genius idea because you're never sure who it is.
It's like 12 dudes on the fucking South Pole in a weather station, totally isolated up in the snow, and a fucking alien fucking organism they come in contact with it. And there's no way out. And it's horrible. And fucking Kurt Russell and Keith David and all these other dudes are trying to figure out fucking how to deal with this goddamn alien organism. And they can't let it fucking get back to mankind or it'll take out the entire fucking planet. It's like a disease. You'll see. It's fucking good. Real good.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's easily...
Yeah. And there were Norwegians involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what the prequel is about.
And
but
the
like
prequel
I said,
is about the Norwegians, yeah.
The prequel is okay too. Like some people bitched about it. I didn't mind it. Obviously it's not as good as the original, but for a prequel it was decent. It was similar. They did a similar thing.
Yeah, the score. T says the score in Prince of Darkness was good too. Yeah, it was good. Prince of Darkness was good. It's just it was kind of like it was not real unified. It didn't have a unified theme behind it. Each time you saw it,
I mean,
it was a little
every
bit different.
time I see Prince of Darkness, I'm always kind of like, man, that was such a good fucking idea.
Yeah, and
it was such a good idea.
DJ Maniac, he just mentioned it. He sent me a photograph of a Kurt Russell action figure that he made by Kit Fashion.
Yeah, you showed me that.
Fully
awesome.
articulated Kurt Russell
It's
with
awesome.
the fucking flamethrower and the fucking backpack. It looked good. It looked really good. Really good. All painted up and everything. It was made up out of a bunch of stuff. And it's from The Thing.
Yeah.
Because Kurt Russell and Keith are fucking goddamn flamethrowers. It's
Well,
good.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
Never know when you need a fucking flamethrower out in the snow.
Well, they definitely needed them in that movie, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and They Live was good also. Tina talking about that.
Yeah, I like They Live.
Yeah.
We did a review of that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Stop Prop says the Petri dish with blood scene should be top volume.
Yes.
One of the best jump scares of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, just the tension of that.
Yeah.
Like I said, the best thing about it is just this claustrophobic. There's nowhere they can go.
Yeah, the snow's got them. They're snowed in.
Yeah, they're snowed in. They're in this like remote location. You don't know who the monster is, where the monster is, and it's just like nobody trusts each other. It's just like it's so fucking great. It's just like the tension in it was so fucking great.
And then the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, probably if you had to say sci-fi horror, goddamn, The Thing, Alien, The Thing in the first Alien, that's probably like a tie there. I mean, best horror movie altogether. It's kind of hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's a tie between The Shining and The Haunting from 1963. Just because I love a fucking haunted house story and I love like fucking ambiguity. I love. Do we know if the person's crazy or if, like, the shit's really haunted or not? I love that kind of shit. So, yeah.
Yeah. Maniac says that most women cannot make it through the kennel scene. Now we're going off track. Do we have, how much do we have left on this
A
case?
little bit.
Okay.
Well, a little bit.
Let's clean this
and then
case
I want
up
to talk about
and then
one
we'll
more,
talk about the shit.
And then we'll talk about one more, and then we'll talk about horror movies.
Okay.
So, so this kid, fucking Eric Smith, who was I talking about? So he's a redheaded kid. He has big-ass glasses. He has big-ass, like, sticky-outy ears. He's 13 years old, and he decides that he's going to lure a fucking 4-year-old boy to this part of the park, bash him in the head with a rock, take all his clothes off, and then sodomize him with a fucking tree branch.
Dang.
2 days after the kid's funeral, Eric Smith admitted to killing this little boy. So he gets convicted in 1994 of second-degree murder. So at this point, like I said, he was only 13, 14 years old. So at that time, the maximum term for juvenile murderers, which was minimum 9 years to life in prison. So while he's in jail, he writes an apology letter, which I'm sure the mom was kind of like, okay, I'm going to wipe my ass with this or whatever. But he actually ended up reading it on public television. You know, I'm sorry how much like loss I've caused you, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't know how genuine it was, but at this point it's, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's better that they do that than not. But at that point I'm like, well, gee, I wish you hadn't done it to start with. So thanks, I guess. But you know, so he's been up for parole since 2002, but has been denied parole 5 times since then. Most recently in April 2010. And then I was kind of reading something about it that said, oh, he was eligible for parole again in 2012. But I don't know though. So he got transferred. As far as I know, he didn't get parole because I think the last I heard, as of like late 2019, he was transferred to another correctional facility. So as far as I know, he's still in prison, even though he committed the crime when he was 13. So yeah, again, kind of, you know, fuck that kid. So we're talking about this kid, this next kid. I think this is the last one we're going to talk about.
Okay.
This might be the same kid you were talking about earlier, but I'm not really sure. So this is a kid called Craig Chandler Price, also known as the Warwick Slasher, who was born in 1974. So he's only 2 years younger than I am. A serial killer from Warwick, Rhode Island. Now, he got arrested in 1989 for 4 murders, which were committed in his neighborhood. He committed his first murder when he was 13 years old in, again, Warwick, Rhode Island, night of July 27th, 1987. So he broke into a house that was only a couple houses away from his own house, and he took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed the woman who lived there, who was 27 years old and named Rebecca Spencer. He stabbed her 58 times, killing her. This kid's 13, breaks into a house, steals a knife, stabs a 27-year-old woman 58 times, killing her. 2 years later, this kid was 15 years old. He was a freshman in high school, and he murdered 3 other neighbors on September 1st, 1989. So he was apparently high on LSD and marijuana. No excuse. He stabbed 39-year-old Joan Heaton 57 times. And her 10-year-old daughter, Jennifer, 62 times.
Damn.
Also crushed the skull of Heaton's 8-year-old daughter, Melissa.
Damn.
And stabbed her 30 times.
Fuck's up with this dude?
Something.
Yeah, this
evidently.
nuts.
The handles broke off the knives that he was using because he stabbed so many times. And the blades were still left inside the bodies.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently, they finally caught this motherfucker, right? And the cop said that he confessed to the crimes quite readily, and showed no remorse for them, which doesn't surprise me all that much, I have to say. Basically, he said, so Craig Price is an African American. So he thinks that because when he was a little kid, because white people were racist toward him and toward other people in his family, that's what caused him to do this shit. Which, like I said, that's not good, but I doubt that caused him to become a serial killer, because that happens to a lot of people and they don't become serial killers. Just making that point there. So a month before his 16th birthday, he got tried and convicted as a minor. So by law, this meant that he would be released and his criminal records would be sealed as soon as he turned 21. But at this point, Craig Price bragged that he would make history when he was released. So this case in particular in Rhode Island at least led to changes in the state law in Rhode Island. That said that, hey, if some juveniles do some fucked up shit like this, we're going to try them as an adult. But because he had already been convicted, they couldn't apply it to him because that would be retroactive, and that wasn't fair. So they figured that because he had stabbed these women that he killed like a lot of times, they figured, yeah, probably this kid is not going to be able to be rehabilitated. Not only because the crimes were so brutal, but also because he kind of like bragged about it. Like, yeah, man, I did that shit, whatever. Like, he had that kind of attitude. So they're kind of thinking maybe we should not let him out. They thought that he was a very poor candidate for rehabilitation. And so there are a lot of groups that formed like to kind of keep him in prison. So he got sentenced to, and probably rightly so, because one thing that he did while he was in prison was he kept fucking starting fights and also stabbing guards, stabbing fellow inmates, doing shit like that. He also got convicted of extortion for threatening a corrections officer, just all that kind of crap. So he did all this shit while he was in prison, so he got an additional 10 to 25 years. Now, in 2009, he got in another prison fight with an inmate. Now, a guard came in and tried to break up the fight, and one of the correctional officers was stabbed, not fatally, but was stabbed by a homemade shank that Price had made. So Price got transferred to another facility, and also, so he got kind of transferred and he got like more shit added onto his sentence. And then in April of 2017, Price stabbed yet another inmate at the Sewanee Correctional Institute in Live Oak, Florida, right here in our home state of Florida. And in January 2019 was sentenced to an additional 25 years because apparently this bitch does not learn. So he is still in prison to this day, and rightfully so, it seems like, because he just seems like one of those cases where he started out as a kid. When you're a kid, maybe you can excuse that shit, maybe. But once you get older and it's just like, I'm in prison, I'm just gonna like stab everybody, I'm just getting more and more time put on. It's like, you know what? After that time, I don't even know. I don't know. What are they gonna do with you? Nothing.
Yeah.
Apparently. So they're not doing anything with this kid. But yeah, so okay, I'm done.
They're in there talking about.
I got through all my notes.
Got through it all good. They're in there talking about the difference between Dr. Sleep, the theatrical cut, and the director's cut. The director's cut's a lot better than the theatrical. We saw them both.
Talk about that for a minute.
Yeah.
I gotta pee.
Jenny and I went to go see we're big fans of the Shining. We grew up watching The Shining.
Oh my god, I've seen The Shining.
Yeah, and that was like back when they were playing that shit on HBO. We were watching fucking Shining. That's how we grew up. That was a fucking disturbing fucking movie, And then what happened to me at Mammoth Mountain had a lot to do with, I think, watching The Shining. It's kind of primed me for that. I should talk about that in the book. Not trying to plug a book, but anyway, the Dr. Sleep is kind of like a second part of The Shining. So when that came out in theaters, Jenny and I, we had AMC's special, what do they call that shit? It was like an app we had on our phone, and we, for $20 a month, we could see, I think, 2 or 3 movies a week. It was pretty good. We might re-get that again. We'll see what kind of good. I'm not sure I don't think fucking Hollywood's actually going to recover, but I'm going to look into it. Anyway, we saw Dr. Sleep in the theatrical cut. It was okay. It was kind of disjointed, and it kind of left us like, well, it's like there's something missing. And then later on, the director's cut came out, and it was a good half hour longer, maybe more. And the director's cut version of Dr. Sleep made a lot more sense. It was a lot better of a movie. It reminded me more of the Peter Straub Stephen King book called The Talisman. It's kind of a road trip type movie, and certain things happen. It was just a lot better. One of the things that was a lot better was the character of the little black girl. I forgot what her name was. Abra in the theatrical cut seemed like a character that was shoehorned in. You're like, why is she in this movie?
Even though in the book she's like the main character.
But in the book she's like the main thing. Well, in the full version of the director's cut, that Abra character makes a lot more sense. There's a lot more of her in it, and she she kind of has a better background and a little bit. The movie flows a lot better. And I think Mango Badger, he's seen them both, and he agreed with me.
It does. I mean, I liked Doctor Sleep when we saw it in the theater, but when we saw with the director's cut,
it's a lot better.
It is a lot better.
Yeah.
Somebody asked. Yeah, Amanda said, I've seen The Shining about 500 times. I can't get enough of it. It's one of those movies. Like I said, I've seen it. I just watched it like a few weeks ago. If you told me right now, hey, you want to watch The Shining? Yep. No problem.
The theatrical cut of Dr. Sleep homages and kind of calls back to The Shining. But it seems kind of shallow and hollow in the theatrical cut. In the director's cut, it actually feels a lot more organic.
Well, it feels like it has some more depth to it.
Yeah, a lot more depth to it.
I mean, Mike Barrett says, do you think Dr. Sleep is as good as The Shining? No.
No.
I don't think anything is as good as The Shining.
That's Kubrick.
Nothing's as good as Stanley Kubrick. I mean, you just can't, can't do it.
And that was Kubrick in his prime.
Yeah.
You know.
Hardly anything is as good as Stanley Kubrick movies.
And I'm not talking about just The Shining. I mean, fucking 2001: A Space Odyssey is a fucking masterpiece.
A Clockwork Orange.
Is a fucking masterpiece. All right. That
Doctor Strangelove is a fucking masterpiece.
Yes. I gotta get that. On Blu-ray. Doctor Strangelove, one of the best movies ever. Definitely the best black and white movie of all times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, The Loved One was a good one too, man. I gotta get that. We gotta do a show on The Loved One.
God damn, we really should.
And that fucking Blu-ray.
Because I feel like that movie was kind of like forgotten about.
Totally forgotten. Yeah.
We really need to do that shit. We need to revive that shit. Bring it back.
Old school.
Because that was so fucking good.
Old school 60s sexual goth motherfuckers running a goddamn fucking cemetery.
That movie was like so ahead of its time.
The Falls of Xanadu. And all these.
It was so ahead of its time.
Yeah, corporate religion.
I couldn't believe
really
it.
Good.
You showed me that movie and I couldn't believe how ahead of its time it was.
That was the only movie I ever showed her. And she's like, I can't believe I've never seen this
because
movie.
I'm like the big movie nerd, right?
Yeah.
And he told me about it and he's like, oh man, you got to see this. You would love this fucking movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only time that you showed me a movie that I had never heard of.
Yeah.
That I was like, what? Where the fuck has this movie been on?
Imagine Doctor Strangelove, black and white and everything, but it's Doctor Strange. Imagine if it was a gothic movie about people running a cemetery.
It's like a Tim Burton movie, but several decades before Tim Burton was born.
Yeah. And hot girls with fetishes about death and corpses.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It almost kind of like reminded me of Cemetery Man.
Yeah.
Like, Della Morte.
Yeah.
But a couple of decades ahead of its time. You know what I mean? It was just like, I couldn't believe that was made in the 1960s.
Louis did a good shout out. There's no fighting in the war room.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking funny. The commie's got a camera. The commie's got a camera. He's taking pictures of a big board.
Fucking Stanley Kubrick and David Lynch. I love those guys and they make me angry because the shit that they do, they make it seem so effortless. Their genius is so effortless.
Yeah, Straw Dogs. It's called The Loved One.
Yeah,
and it's a black and white movie. It's got, what's his name? Winters?
Jonathan Winters.
Jonathan Winters. Who else is in it? It's got that
dude. He's like the biggest star in it.
Yeah, Jonathan Winters is the biggest star. And it's got some real cute 60s chicks in it. And that British guy who, wasn't he in The Great Race?
Oh, shit, yeah.
A British guy.
Now I can't remember who else was in it. I have to look it up on Google. Now, don't get it confused because there was a movie that came out in 2000s, 2010s called The Loved Ones. Yeah. That was like Australian or New Zealand. I can't remember. That's also very good, but that's not the movie we're talking about. The one that we're talking about came out in the 1960s. It's black and white. Yeah.
The Loved One is about a dude from England. He moves to California and fucking meets this fucking strange girl. He's strangely attracted to her. And he just thinks she's hot. She's real morbid, you know what I mean? Wearing black dresses and fucking shit. And she's goth.
Yeah, essentially. In the 1960s.
But the 60s version of goth.
Very vampira.
Yeah. And he finds out that she works for a company that owns a private cemetery. So he's trying to make some kind of a connection with her. to fucking start dating her, and she pulls him into the world of fucking mortuary, the mortuary industry.
Sure.
And it just gets more and more bizarre as it goes. The mortuary's run by.
It's delightful.
Yeah, it's a comedy
for somebody with like a really morbid sense of humor like I have. It was delightful.
The mortuary. It's California as fuck from the '60s, and it's mixed in with the damn space race and high tech shit all mixed in together.
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny. It's so funny.
Yeah, and it just. And it's she gets weirder and he gets weirder, and he's trying to date this hot fucking goth chick from the '60s, and she's just so fucking weird, and it just gets.
We can't help being weird, man. It's
yeah. It's just funny.
We're not. It's not a put on. That's just what we're like.
And fucking what was the name? The name of the cemetery is Whispering Glades, isn't it?
I think it's something like
Whispering Glades.
I think it's something
and it's
like
kind of like something out of the Twilight Zone. It's got a bunch of different areas. It's got like fucking a Greek area.
That's right.
It's kind of like a theme park, like Disney.
Yeah, it's like a theme park.
It's like a theme park where you.
But
bury
that's what
people.
like they're making fun of.
Yeah.
The funerary industry, and also kind of like the Hollywood.
Yeah,
they're
Hollywood,
making fun of that too.
Right, yeah.
But
awesome.
it's just, I mean, the humor in it was just like so funny. I couldn't like believe that I had never heard of that movie, and two, that it was like that. I was like, man, I can't believe I didn't see this. It's like exactly like right up my alley.
Yeah,
this is exactly the kind of movie
we got to do a show on that.
We should. We need to find that shit. And I feel like I said, nobody talks about it. If I hadn't heard of it, if you had heard of it and I hadn't heard of it, that's something.
I saw it on television in California when I was a little kid, and that's when I first saw it. And this was in the '70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird. I remembered it since I was a kid. I just thought it was an eerie movie that made an impression on me.
Yeah.
Which I guess pushed me towards gothdom, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I think, like I said,
a lot of things did.
I think for me, it was kind of like, I was kind of like, I didn't even really have anything. I don't even remember if I had anything that like pushed me toward that. It's just when I was a kid, I really, really liked scary shit.
Right.
Like I was just attracted to anything that was scary. And it's like when the Addams Family came out, I'm like, yeah, like that. I'm into that kind of shit. And it's like,
being a kid in California, Long Beach, I saw that movie, and then I watched all the horror movies on KTTV. I think it was Channel 13, if I remember correctly. I don't know. Somebody could correct me. It's been a long time. And the local host for our horror program was Elvira.
Yeah.
And Elvira and her cleavage made a huge impression.
Probably her boobs more than
oh man, I was just like, that's the woman of my fucking dreams. And the next thing you know, I just kind of grew up. But the thing is, even before that time, I was making models of Dracula, and I was really big into Bela Lugosi and Dracula, and fucking all the Hammer horror Draculas. Even though I don't remember them from childhood, I know I watched them. Like the whole idea of vampires.
Yeah.
That blew my mind.
Interesting.
Yeah, blew my mind. But I don't, if you were to ask me to name off the Hammer horror films that I saw, I couldn't name them off. I just grew up watching those. And the whole idea that you could get bitten by a vampire and die and get buried into the ground, that was a scary fucking thing.
Yeah.
I was afraid of being buried alive. And then you would come back to life as a vampire, and you had to dig your way out. You know what I mean? That really fucking blew my fucking mind. But I liked the style. And then the idea that you live forever,
Well, yeah, how could you not be?
Yeah. And I was seeing Bela Lugosi using mind powers on people. And I was about 6 or 7. Totally, I was watching, all the Twilight Zones and everything. So that was all kind of mixing in together. Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
and then Lily Munster. And all that.
I mean, and when I was a kid, like all that kind of shit, like Addams Family, Monsters, I was like really into Twilight Zone, Night Gallery.
Yeah.
Like all that kind of shit.
And
I love that kind of Alfred Hitchcock Presents.
This might sound fucking trippy, but Long Beach, California. Actually, I was living in Dominguez, which is right outside Long Beach, California. I would see girls that looked gothic all the time, and they were Chicano girls. Chicano girls had long black hair parted in the middle, and they did their eye makeup kind of like Lily Munster. They had a gothic look to them in that time in the 70s. So I saw what I saw on the screen, you would see kind of as reality. And you know, Louis Hernandez, who's in the chat right now, he's Chicano from California, and he could probably attest that in the late 70s and the 70s, a lot of girls that fucking hung out with lowriders and shit, they had that Lily Munster look to them. The way they did their makeup. I remember that.
Which, like I said, that just, it looks good.
And I don't know, maybe they got that from Mela Nurmi, also known as Vampira.
Probably.
Because she was in that same area. She was very,
time.
Yeah, she was ahead of her time, and she was from that area.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole gestalt actually had been around late 50s. You know, late 50s into the 60s.
Gadget told me I need to drop the C word again.
Yeah, tell it. Yeah.
So I have to call somebody a cunt now?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Louis says
Someone's a
TV
cunt.
is channel 5. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Amanda said, as counterintuitive as it sounds, I used to watch horror movies as a kid after night terror and sleep paralysis episodes. You know what I mean? It's like, the weird thing about horror is that it's scary, and I really like watching horror because I want to be scared. That's why I watch it. But it's also kind of comforting. I don't know. I can't really explain it.
Yeah, Louis confirmed. He says, yeah, those are the old school Mexican-American girls. That's right. I remember that. And I would see them and then look at television, and I realized I was kind of making this connection as a young kid that things that you saw on television could be real. You know what I mean? That it wasn't all... It's just the way a little kid thinks, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That things on the television could also exist. So if you saw a vampire on television, then that could exist. It possibly could exist.
Because I saw it on the TV.
Because I saw it on television. That's what the kids were fucking... Yeah.
It's not on the TV, so it's
But they had arched eyebrows, and they were a little skinny, and they were just like Lily Munster. Yeah, it was cute. You would have liked it. It was like like gothic, yeah, proto gothic.
Yeah.
They wore flannel shirts, a lot of them, but the makeup and everything.
Yeah.
It was
from like the neck up. It was
right.
good.
It was exactly. They got that shit from fucking Lily Munster.
Like I said, I was more into like Addams Family because I liked Morticia, and I was like, when I was a kid, I kind of had a crush on Lurch. So you know, like I said, to this day, my favorite episode of Addams Family is when Wednesday is teaching Lurch to ballet dance, and like Lurch has the fucking tutu on. I don't know why. It's like, I don't know what that says about me, but it's just like, that was something that really like made an impression. I was kind of like, yeah, I kind of like that. I like, cause he was like a big scary dude, but it was kind of like a little bit of like vulnerability, I guess. I don't know. That's like, but I was really into it. And then I got into like the cartoons and shit later. Cause I have like the book over there that has all of the original Charles Addams cartoons in the thing. But yeah, it's weird because growing up as a kid in the 80s, or in the 70s actually, because I was born in 1972. But there wasn't really a lot of, I don't know, I feel like there was a lot of horror shit out there. Like there was a lot of, like I said, there was Twilight Zone, there was Night Gallery, there was like some earlier shit. You know, that, what was that one that had Boris Karloff? I can't remember now, but there was kind of an anthology show that had that, and that had him on it. And I always liked that kind of stuff, but maybe it was different for little boys, but for a little girl, there wasn't really a lot of outlet for little girls that were into like horror shit. It was still kind of, I still kind of felt like a weirdo. You know what I mean? I don't know. I felt like I didn't know any other kids that were into that. And like other kids that were into it were like boys. And even then I really didn't know. I don't know. I didn't even know like a lot of boys that were into that stuff. I didn't know any other girls that were into that. So I guess for a long time, like during my childhood, I kind of felt like I was the only person in the world. Like I was the only girl in the world that was into this kind of shit. So I kind of felt like, I don't know. I just kind of felt like a weirdo like my whole entire childhood because I thought nobody else was into the same kind of shit as me. When I was maybe shit, man, 11, 12 years old. And I saw on, thank you, Gadgy. See, every time I say cunt, I get money. I'll do a whole 3-hour show saying nothing but cunt if you want. But, I can come up with some even more creative swears if you're into that. But I think it was when I was 11 or 12 years old and I was watching, I don't even think it was MTV. I think it was like Night Flight or some shit like that. And I saw the video for The Walk by The Cure. And that was the first time that I realized that other people, like adult people, were into the same shit that I was into. I think that was the first time that it really like fucking all came together. Because when I was a little kid, you know, when you're, and particularly like I said back then, if you're a little girl, if you were into scary shit, you didn't have a lot of outlets. There was no internet, there was no nothing. And I kind of feel like other little girls weren't into the same shit as me. You try to talk about scary shit, they don't want to talk about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you couldn't really talk to boys at that age because boys thought you were yucky. So I was kind of like alone for a lot of the time.
Yeah,
like,
weird shit.
So nobody's into this shit but me? Okay.
I remember when we were little kids like that, all the little girls would have a crush on you and you didn't want to fuck with them. Like, yeah, you're a girl.
Ooh,
They'd start crying and shit. I'm like, oh.
Fuck those
But
girls.
you're like a little kid, you know what I mean? You don't get it. But little girls got it for some reason. I don't really understand it. They'd be talking about, but he doesn't love me. You know, like
we're a lot we're a lot more up with shit.
It was
than
weird.
you guys
Yeah,
are.
it was weird. For some reason,
we knew what was going on way before you guys
for
did.
some reason, little boys just don't want anything to girl with little girls. They're like, dirty. It's just fucking funny things.
Gross.
Yeah, Louis. I don't know if you heard of it, but we just got this bee's nest sent this shirt from Mexico.
Bee's nest is like, it's cool, right?
Sent it from Mexico.
I'm super excited about it. It's like a little devil lady.
Yeah. I tell you what, Hernandez, you remember back in Cali, back in the 70s, all the Mexican dudes had them damn love vans. Remember them fucking things? It was a van.
Love van.
It was a van, right? And
it had carpet on the inside.
It had carpet up on the ceiling. It had fucking they opened up on the back and it was like a damn hotel love room in the back of that shit.
If you were really like balling, you had a disco ball.
The shit was fucking they had that too. And they'd be jacked up in the rear with fatter tires in the back of them. And on the side, they'd have airbrushing, beautiful airbrushing of a dude, an Aztec warrior with a fucking Aztec woman draped over. He's on top. You'd have
some Frank Frazetta shit.
Yeah, like Frank Frazetta. She's draped over his arm and on top of a damn
Oh my God.
Aztec temple. He's getting ready to plunge a dagger into her and shit, sacrificing her to fucking, I don't know, not Kukulkan Khan, but fucking sacrificing her to what was his name? Huitzilopochtli, I think is what his name was.
Okay.
Huitzilopochtli.
I'll take your word on it.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. But might have been Quetzalcoatl, but I think they sacrificed them.
What, the big
they were sacrificed? Yeah, they sacrificed people to everybody, but I think most of the time it was a god named Huitzilopochtli.
They sacrificed people to everybody.
Yeah.
We don't even know. We lost track of who we're sacrificing.
Yeah.
This to, but just somebody accept this sacrifice. Wow.
We got to understand something about the Aztecs. They weren't fucking around. All right.
Apparently
they were not fucking around. The Aztecs did not have any big animals. All right. They didn't have big animals. They didn't get big animals until because they ate them all. All right. They were not really conservationists. They ate themselves out of damn house and home. They built a gigantic city. They did make corn crops around them, but they weren't real well known for animal husbandry, raising big animals. And that part of the world didn't have big animals to begin with. The biggest thing they probably ever saw would be a jaguar, which they worshipped.
Because, they could eat your face.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it wasn't until the Spanish brought the pig that they had a big animal, and they started raising that. So,
pigs, delicious.
Yeah. The pig really kind of expanded the Mesoamerican diet a lot. It gave them a more reliable source of protein. Before that time, the reliable source of protein was sacrifices.
Was other people.
Yeah.
Long pig.
Their religion was based upon ritual combat against cities to pay off the blood debt to fucking to the sun god, and it was kind of your duty as a soldier if you got captured to get sacrificed. They cut the heart out. They kicked him down the steps. But at the bottom, they collected all that shit. You didn't waste that.
Well, yeah. Why would you? It's meat.
Yeah, and there to this day, you know, some of those recipes. There's some of them that they said, well, this is originally was done with human heart, but now, you know, of course, it's pork.
Yeah, probably hard to get human hearts these days at the Publix.
But the thing is, those Mexican cuisine was, according to the recipes, it was always good. It was always good. But it involved a lot of sacrifices sometimes. You know? Well, you gotta understand.
I'm gonna put some human heart in that fucking taco.
That was the manly shit, man. That's manly as a motherfucker, okay? That's shit that Vikings would do.
I'm sure it's delicious if you put it. Well, it depends on whose heart it is. If it's a terrible person and I'm eating their heart in a taco, not gonna cry.
You gotta be practical.
Gotta say.
You gotta be practical.
Well, like I said,
they don't have big animals. They have a religion that...
If you're an asshole...
Right.
And they sacrifice you and, like, you know, everybody should eat you because, you know...
They
like
had,
you said, don't waste your shit.
They had a religion. They didn't have big animals. They had a religion that was based upon paying back blood debt to the gods, which meant sacrifices. And what are you going to do? You're going to waste all that meat? No. They didn't have birth control. The cities were fucking expanding and growing. They had problems with fucking soil depletion because they would plant corn crops on the same soil over and over again. It wasn't very long before the soil was going to get depleted. And then the whole system would fall fucking apart. In the meantime, you could reduce the population and feed the population through these sacrifices. Back in the day, back like, you know, when I was a kid growing up watching In Search Of, they would show all these fucking abandoned Mayan fucking temples. See, it wasn't just the Aztecs, that all those Mayan civilizations did this. The Aztecs were not that different from them. They just were kind of more militant about certain things. You know what I mean? They actually took over a certain area through survival of the fittest. But anyway, they would find all these Mayan temples out there, and fucking Leonard Nimoy would make up would do these great narrations like, what happened to all these greats? You know, did they go up with the gods? Did the UFOs come and take them? Nah, what happened was just that. And it was like, you can do the timelines. Those cities didn't last long because the populations got big. They depleted the soil. The crop yields weren't good enough. They fucking kicked up the amount of sacrifices to offset lack of corn. And eventually the fucking population couldn't deal with that. They're like, no, you're not sacrificing my daughter. And the shit would all just fall apart and everybody would run away. And when they ran away, they just went out in the forest for a little while and they'd collect up and make a new city where it would start over again.
Yeah, it's like, let's go over here where they're not going to sacrifice my kids. You know?
Yeah, I ain't going to be sacrificed. Fuck all this shit.
Gadget said, have this then. Another 5 pounds.
Yeah, so it all makes sense when you look at it.
I didn't even say cunt again.
Yeah. What did it say? She didn't say cunt again?
Said, have this then. Well, I've said cunt.
You got a super chat, though. Read the super chat.
I just did.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
Calm down.
What's it say? Have this. I'm still.
Yeah. Well, because later, because earlier he said that if I said the C word again, he'd give me some money. So I did. So I said, well, shit, I'll say it for fucking 3 hours straight if you want.
Yeah.
I'm not shy.
Yeah, Louis goes back and says, yeah, you can't forget the murals on the side of those vans. Yeah, no, that was the central part. The mural and the little black one-way window that would be near the mural. It would be like a heart
diamond
or a diamond or a
window.
Club. Usually it's like a heart or something like that would be back there.
God, the 70s.
Yeah. And then Louis comes back and says, I think the Aztecs sacrificed 10,000 in a day. Yeah, the Spaniards...
for the sun god.
The Spaniards recorded shit like that happening, but that didn't happen all the time. That was like for some big-ass date that had come up and that some battle had happened and they had to sacrifice a bunch of guys. Now, you have to understand that the Aztecs worshipped time. They were more like time worshippers. The calendar was a huge part of their religion. And they were worried about something called a long count, which is how many days in history. How many days in history have passed how many days will be in the future.
See, this is why they thought the world was going to end in 2012.
Yeah.
Because of that fucking Mayan calendar thing.
Well, they had this thing called the Baktun.
The Baktun, yeah.
And the Baktun would turn was it 2011? But if you actually looked at the calendar, it wasn't the last Baktun, it reset.
Yeah.
So the Baktun just reset.
I wrote a story about that.
Baktun was like what?
I had a story in there was this anthology, a horror anthology that came out called 2012 AD.
Yeah.
And the fucking description that they gave you, like stories that they wanted in it.
Yeah.
Was like, you have to tell a story about the end of the world in 2012, like for the Mayan apocalypse. So I wrote a story about that.
Yeah.
And it was called The Lost Hills of Ikenziho.
Yeah.
And it got in there. So if you ever want to like read that, I think I read that story like later on, like on Witching Hour or something like that. But I think I put it in one of my other books. But yeah, my story about that was in an anthology. I thought it turned out pretty good.
Kansas City, be right back. He's got a white supreme pizza with bacon. I know what you're talking about, but stop all the white supremes, okay?
Oh, stop, Prop. Thank you very much. Because you told D to fuck off. Don't be mad, D. We didn't, but he just said. He said to tell you to fuck off. So I don't know you. I'm not being that way.
Scott says if Bill Gates blocks out the sun, we're gonna have to start sacrificing again. Exactly. Bill Gates is gonna block out the goddamn sun.
I could think of a few people I'd like to sacrifice. I'm not gonna name any names though.
Stop Prop says still can't go into the Mayan or Aztec temples because the mercury pools that nobody understands. What does it mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember about the mercury pools.
Well, I wanted to like comment on some stuff, but it was like a way long time ago, and like I don't even remember where it was.
They did trash the soil, but they depleted the soil. Kept planting over and over again. They had not started what's called slash and burn fucking.
Well, I don't think they figured out that like you can't really like
you can't do that.
Agriculture is like a long game.
Right.
You can't just like, hey, we're gonna plant this stuff and then like grow it, and then like next year all your fucking soil's depleted.
Yeah, later on
you leached all the fucking nutrients out of it.
Later on, Mesoamerican Indians found out about slash and burn agriculture, which you can pick some kind of crop, but then you want to burn those plants, and that will make more nutrients back into the soil.
Well, you have to do like rotation. You can't just like grow the same thing all the time. You have to like, change it out.
But slash and burn helps the rotation.
It does.
A lot. And that's what all this, they're burning down the fucking forest. No, that's not what it is. Those Indians have been doing that for hundreds and hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. They're not burning the forest down. It's a crop or a fucking garden outside their house that they pick everything from, and then they cut it into pieces, and then they set it on fire on top of the soil, and then they rotate the mulch to get those nutrients back into the soil. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And then in that area, the following year, it just boom comes back up. You can't cut down the forest. That shit's fucking that fucking the rainfall and the soil quality and all that shit is so great. The second a ray of sunlight hits the ground, something fucking sprouts because there's fucking hundreds and hundreds of years of fucking seeds everywhere.
I mean, maybe it's a weed. But
it just grows like anything. That place is super fertile. The Amazon basin and Brazil could feed the entire world if you knew what you were doing. Yeah, if you actually had people go in there, but it's not. It's just kind of done by local farmers, and they're all Indians. So they've been doing that shit for centuries. Thousands of years.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing.
No, but like I said, I wanted to back up some. You probably should back up.
Oh, they're giving us all this money now.
Oh my God, thank you, Ken.
Jesus Christ.
Because you got to keep the lights on and buy drinks.
Thank you very much.
True. We've gone through, how much vodka have we gone through in the last?
Quite a bit.
The Wednesday night show and the Friday night show?
Stop Prot says at the base of the temples it collected mercury and nobody really knows why, but it was toxic. They were doing something. It could have been something very simple, like that the people were wearing some kind of body paint. It might have been blue because it was. The Spaniards said they wore a lot of colored paint, and one of the colors that they mentioned is blue. Blue paint, turquoise-looking paint was real common in the old Mesoamerica. That might have had some mercury content or lead content in it. It might have been something that simple. That might have been where all the bodies hit. And over centuries, it added up. Might have been something like
Well,
that.
the thing too about mercury is that if you don't know that it's toxic,
Yeah, you use it.
Yeah, you would just use it because it's beautiful looking.
Yeah.
And it has like these really cool, like weird properties.
Romans bathed in it and drank it.
Yeah,
Which
which
that's some
like I
crazy
said,
shit.
you can't,
Yeah.
they didn't know.
Right.
And you just thought, wow, look at this cool
Yeah.
shit. It's like, it's super like sparkling in silver. And it's like, it does all this weird shit. Like it's not like even water.
Yeah.
It's not like it's just kind of does this weird.
The early Chinese emperors would have it condensed into these
Yeah.
black fucking balls. And it had mercury in there and they'd swallow it whole thinking that it would expand their life. No, it drove them crazy and killed them early. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it
But
did.
like I said, they didn't.
They didn't know.
They didn't know it was toxic.
Right.
I mean, they just thought, ooh, it's super pretty. And it has
Yeah.
like all these really cool, it
With
must
the
be
metal-
like magical.
It's a metal that stays liquid.
Yeah.
You're like, what the fuck? And then if you bathe in it, you float on top of it. It's a weird. They say it's a weird
Yeah,
sensation.
it's super weird.
And it doesn't go into anything. It rolls
So you can
off
see
you.
how like people would have had all these
They
kind
were
of like
fascinated with it.
fucking
Yeah.
because it's a fascinating substance.
Right.
Too bad it's toxic, but they didn't, you wouldn't know that.
It's not that toxic. You have to fucking do something with it. There was evidently, I remember.
Well, don't drink
you
it.
don't drink it.
Pro tip.
They had, I remember they had a whole hat on the news. They had a whole fucking 5 fucking hazmat trucks and dudes in fucking gear and respirators and shit going to a house to remove toxic material, and all it was is a damn jar of mercury. Big fucking deal.
Do you remember when
They had, and it was from the 1900s. You used to be able to just get mercury. When I was a kid, you could get mercury.
Well, when we were a kid, they used
Yeah.
to have these little like they were this big and they were
Yeah.
plastic and it was like a maze.
Yeah,
And it had like
mercury,
a
Quicksilver.
ball of
It was called
yeah,
Quicksilver. Was
Right.
the name of the thing. You could,
and it had like a ball of mercury. in
Yeah.
it, and you like
Going through
led
the
it around
maze.
the maze. Yeah.
yeah, they were giving that to little kids. Today, people today,
I mean
they worry
that.
too much.
Well, that amount is not going to hurt you unless you fucking eat it.
Yeah.
And even then, even if you ate it, it probably would. I don't know what the toxic dosage.
A lot of metals, a lot of guys that work with metal use mercury to do things like, and dentists used to use it. You could throw mercury in somebody's mouth, and I think it would like combine with their fillings and liquefy their fillings, and then fall back out. So, and then you could spit it back out, and then you
Oh,
could put a
shit,
new
dude.
filling in
I
there.
didn't
You
know
didn't know that? Yeah,
I have to look that
it
up.
had weird reactions with other metals. It could turn other metals into liquid. So you didn't need to
Like I said, I
drill it
can
out.
see why people would
Yeah.
think that it has some kind of like
Right.
weird like magical properties because it doesn't behave
It doesn't behave like you expect.
like most other
yeah.
things that you would expect. It's just really not normal in any sense. So I can understand why like alchemists and shit like that were like fascinated with it.
More money. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see, like I said.
Yeah. Gadgi 3.
Oh shit.
What's
Gadget three.
FFS mean?
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
Which I'm not sure what that's referred to. This is in general for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I
Okay. Louis brings up a good thing. He thinks that this kind of feels correct based on my memory, because I haven't been fucking with the Aztecs recently. That he thinks that the ancient Aztecs and probably just Mesoamericans or Mayans in particular, because the Aztecs were really an offshoot of the Mayans. The Mayan civilization. They were all just Mesoamericans. They just broke up into different nation states, basically, or city states. He thinks that somehow that Mercury may have represented something with the underworld, and that sounds about right.
Well, like I said, because it's a very unusual, it has very unusual properties.
Yeah.
So I can see why people would attribute like magical sort of attributes to it
Yeah.
because it doesn't behave like most other,
Mesoamericans did trip shit back in the days. They were totally fucking they were trying to pay off demons so they weren't attacked by demons, which that upset the Catholic priests when they showed up because they saw it as devil worship. They weren't really worshiping devils. They were trying to buy them off.
Yeah, they're
They were
trying to
afraid of
appease the devils to keep
Yeah.
them off their fucking back.
And they would do weird shit, and Catholics would freak them out. They would have in caves take you on a tour, and they would have real human bodies, fucking dead bodies, strung up on marionettes, and they would be enacting things, and they would make things out of dead bodies. And what they were doing was they were scaring their own religious followers into the what could possibly be awaiting them in the underworld. Now, Now, they didn't really, the Catholics had a hard time kind of processing this.
But they do that kind of shit too, so I don't understand why they were like being all.
It makes sense when you looked at it from the Aztec point of view.
Sure, but Catholics couldn't
They're
do that.
trying to show them a movie of hell.
Right.
Better be good, or this shit will happen to you.
Right.
And that's what that was all about. And matter of fact, it was a Catholic friar that recorded all this shit, everything that the Aztecs believed, and wrote a book about it and sent it back to the Vatican, where it sat on a shelf forever. It was discovered, I think, in the 1900s or late 1900s, but it was sat there unread. The Vatican never read it.
They're like,
yeah, we don't know about that. But what the book said was, it said that everything that the Aztecs and the Mayans believed was basically what Catholics and Christians believed. They just told those stories using different characters.
yeah, it's totally not different.
And that the best way to spread God's word or Christianity was to be able to know the Aztec belief systems, so you could say that their gods were like your gods, and that Virgin Mary and all the angels and everything like that had a Mesoamerican equivalency.
Yeah.
That way, because a lot of the stories are the same kind of stories. Where does rain come from? Stuff like that.
Like I said,
how do angels interact?
Humans are pretty much the same
all
the
about the
world
same.
over.
Right.
Religions have a lot of, even though superficially they seem kind of different, if you look into it a couple layers down, not really all that different.
You can look.
They're trying to answer the same questions.
You can look at what Mesoamericans and Aztecs did and see, but that shit's bizarre. Not really. It was kind of close to Catholicism. It was just a different emphasis on things.
Yeah.
It was about being good, about staying away from sin, about avoiding hell and demons. It was about doing your duty. It was about going to heaven and serving God. That's really what it was about.
Like I said,
Just they had a
everybody
different way to
wants.
do it.
Yeah, everybody wants the same thing. They're just coming at it from a slightly different
It's a
angle.
different
That's
angle.
all.
Different
That's all.
mythology.
Yeah. But like I said, not really all that different.
Yeah.
It's just, it's instructive how back then they couldn't really see that.
Yeah. Oh, well, that priest did. It's just that the rest.
Yeah,
of the,
like
rest of
that
the
one
church,
guy saw that.
That rest of the church didn't want to hear that. They weren't into it for that, really. They were more into it for about money, really. You know, and the expansion of power.
Yeah.
Back in Spain and in Rome, you know. The original orders that Cortez had from Isabella and everything was to contact the Mexican people and form an alliance with them, and that and to encourage them to join the Spanish Empire and as equals. But when Cortez got there and he realized what was going on, what things amounted to, there was a lot of child sacrifice going on and human sacrifice, and Spain wasn't going to fucking be able to negotiate that mentally. So then when they told Isabella exactly what was happening, fucking Isabella says, okay, form an uprising, get the captive city states to rise up against the fucking Aztec central city, overthrow them, and then bring in Christianity, and we'll join them in with the Spanish Empire. In other words, liberate them. Now, in defense of Cortez, the Aztec Empire was a totalitarian theocracy. It was. It ruled by terror. If you disobeyed the central government, they would order the sacrifice of your daughters or your children. So it was totalitarian. All right. But that doesn't mean it wasn't prosperous. It actually prospered pretty well, but it did involve religious, you were going to pay our blood debt, you know, so you had, the Aztecs were badasses. They had blood debt to pay, but why should they pay the blood debt when they can get the other city-states to pay for it? Okay, so that was the game. Now, that's not unusual. Most civilizations do that kind of stuff. There's alpha and beta involved in this, if you understand what I'm talking about. The ruler and the conquered. So you had that. And the Aztecs were not victims. The Aztecs were conquerors. They just ended up converting to Christianity eventually because of an uprising. That's really what happened. Their civilization, per se, wasn't destroyed. It just morphed.
Like a Mighty Morphin Power.
Yeah, it just, well, times changed.
Sure.
Times changed. It made contact with the larger world, and it just wasn't gonna, it couldn't remain that way. They were isolated for a long, long time.
Sure. Well, you know, we know what happens when you don't have any contact with any other culture.
They went down a rabbit hole. I mean, let's be honest. They went down a rabbit hole for a while.
You vanish up your own asshole.
Yeah, that was part of what happened there.
What happens. You vanish up your own asshole.
Yes, that's kind of what happened. Yeah.
No one's around to tell you, hey, don't do that.
Hey, don't do that.
Up.
That's kind of extreme.
You don't have anybody telling you not to, so you just keep on fucking doing that.
Well,
shit.
you don't have perspective because you only know what's going on in your local area.
Exactly.
So it's
sad because like if you are just in this kind of small area and everyone else is as like delusional as you are, then you can totally just like vanish up the asshole, the collective asshole of craziness. Yeah.
Now Conavatslan, this is my buddy. We talk all the time. We talk about Mesoamerican where we go off into the Aztec shit. He's in Tijuana. He says, yeah, pretty much. But that's just the way history is.
Xanada says, "Damn, I went shopping and y'all still here."
Yeah, I know.
We've been going almost. Oh my God, we're almost.
And most people are still with us. And most people are still with us.
And we haven't crashed.
No, it's because those damn laser lights.
That must be what was causing it.
Yeah, it had to be.
I'm really sad because I really like those fucking laser lights, but I guess like the movement in the background was like causing us to take up too much bandwidth, and it wasn't like fucking it. I guess I don't know. Now
Khan brings up a good point. It says in the Book of Mormon that they also said that God came to the Mesoamerican people. But you see, this is the great thing. This is the great thing. Fucking
the Mormons said all kind of crazy.
This is the great thing about religion. You can write anything. Well, that's the great thing about religion.
Pull stuff
you
right
can just write anything.
Rectal, just pull it right out of there. Pull it right out of there.
So let it be written. So let it be done.
Yeah. And if you write in there that some god dictated this to you, and this is like some shit you have to like fucking adhere to, or bad shit's gonna happen, then there will be a significant portion of people who will believe that shit. Yeah. You know. I'm gonna start a cult one of these days. I know I'm ruining it now because
you're
I'm telling
ruining
everybody,
shit.
but you know what I mean?
You can't start a cult. Those days are over.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think they're over.
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying that I don't think those days.
None wants to know why the Mormons and the cartels are beefing. Well, here's the weird thing about the Mormons. The Mormons not only live in Utah, the Mormons are also in Mexico. A lot of Americans don't know that.
One of these days we need to do a fucking show about the Mormons. Yeah. They have all kind of like crazy shit going on. Yeah. All kind of like fucking dead babies out buried in the desert and like all kind of like murders and all kind of shit.
There are Mormons in Mexico, and they live just like they live in America. They probably speak some Spanish. I imagine they probably do. But I've heard them talk on camera. They just sound like Americans. And they're running farms, and they have a very special relationship with the Mexican government. Like, the Mexican government seems to trust them pretty well. They allow them to have guns and fucking assault rifles. At least they did last I checked. Because to keep their little communities safe. But they're farmers. And it's probably beneficial to the Mexican system to have them out there farming. They live in the middle of nowhere. Now, I think the cartels were trying to grift money off of them. But Mormons don't put up with that shit. No. Mormons don't put up with that shit. Crazy?
Well, I'm not crazy.
No, I'm just looking at this. Mormons fight back. They just do.
They have their own crazy going
on. They got their own crazy. Mormons will fight back.
Sure.
They were like, oh, these fucking satanic Mexicans, these fucking these devil worshippers, we're going to fight to the death. I mean, that's the way they are. You know, no, we're going to do what we want to do. And that's just the mentality of a Mormon. We're God's chosen people.
Cults are scary, y'all.
It's a cult, yeah. And then it's very American. It's a very American cult.
It is.
It's the American version of Islam. And in a lot of ways, yeah. It is.
It is.
Well, when
Sure.
when Joseph Smith was alive, people called him the American Muhammad, and he loved that. He was like, "Yes, I am the American Muhammad."
Well, you know,
Exactly.
they're real into like fucking multiple wives and all that kind of shit. So
Yeah. Well, so were old Christians. That's another thing that I like to dispel.
That's not an Islam thing. Well, it's an Abrahamic. It's an Abrahamic religion.
They were all like that.
Thing. They were all like that to start with. Christians like to like say,
not us.
We don't talk about that nowadays, but they
did it too.
They were doing that back in
King
times,
Charlemagne or Emperor Charlemagne.
Don't get all up in my face being like judgmental about that.
Emperor Charlemagne, who was reviving the Holy Roman Empire, he had like a dozen wives. Christians could have as many wives as they wanted. Up until recently, the church said, no, you can only have one.
Because all its girls were like just interchangeable. We're just, just knock us up.
That's not what
whatever.
That's not what it was for.
No, I'm just saying.
The male mortality was high. I think that had a lot more to do with it than anything else. And divorce was illegal. So you couldn't divorce a wife, you could just marry another one. That was the thinking of the time. Because women in those days basically didn't have jobs. So divorcing a wife and marrying a new wife would be abandoning the first wife. You had to take care of them both. So in a way, it was like retirement fund or security. It would have made sense at the time. Those people were smarter than you think they were.
Well, like I said, the reason that you had to do that was because women were not allowed to have jobs, essentially.
They had them, but they just didn't. They weren't. But the thing is most of the world was poor.
Sure.
Okay, most of the world was poor. This is pre-industrial. All right, it's tribal, and in the tribal world, might makes right. Whoever's the strongest wins. Legal systems don't have anything to do with it. All right. If a dude comes to take your shit, you just fucking bash his skull in. Now you got his shit. Okay. A woman can't do anything to you because you could just beat her up. How, you know what I mean?
And
how is she above her? And they did that shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't until much later when you're talking about chivalry. Chivalry was about teaching men not to beat up women.
Hey, that's a person.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that we had to like inform you of that shit.
That didn't have anything to do with that either. Didn't have anything to do with being because they killed people regularly. This is not the same society that you're thinking of. These are people that would cut other people's feet off and laugh. All right? These are people that would watch their friends be burned up alive, and they just laugh at it. They were fucking psychos. All right? You read a whole book about it. What was it called? Better Angels of Our Nature?
Yeah.
They did not have the same thinking process. Europeans were fucking nuts.
Well, the whole entire
world was pretty fucking
framework
nuts
of their upbringing and
right. It was not
frame of reference.
These were not modern people by any stretch of the imagination. And might made right. It didn't have anything to do with what sex you were. It was if you could beat somebody up, then you were above them, and that was the natural order. They didn't all this high-minded bullshit about fairness. No, none of that existed. Give me 10 of them cats. Put them cats inside that barrel. Throw that barrel on top of that fire. Let's see how it goes. That's what kind of people you were dealing with. Oh, look at that bear. Tie it down. Everybody, let's beat this bear. Let's see what it does. I mean, they were fucking nuts.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Tila says, in Tibet, women could have multiple husbands. I would not want multiple husbands. Well, see, the thing is, I think that's why that idea never caught on, because women are smart enough to be like, why the fuck would I want more than one? You know what I mean? Why would you want more than one?
Well,
one's enough trouble. A lot of women are like, I don't even want one. That's too much trouble. Yeah. It's like, what? You have one. Why would you want more than that?
You're looking at this from
all I have to do is clean up after more people than that. No thanks.
You're looking at this from a modern feminist viewpoint. And that didn't exist back in the ancient times.
Well, no, because back in the old days, women still had to service dudes. It's like, why?
If they were lucky.
Right. But I'm just saying, if you already had to service one dude, why would you want to service more than one?
There were some cultures where the women weren't even wanted.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
All right. There were whole parts of the fucking Greek style situation where the pinnacle of intelligence, beauty, and desirability were other men. The women were just maids. They were kind of like your livestock. Their whole purpose was to give birth to other men
and clean up after your dirty ass.
They were servants. They were just servants, and that men were
because y'all couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, and the thing is, they had to pass laws to force dudes to marry these women because the populations have started to decline. So there's a lot of weird mutant thinking that could happen that you're lucky isn't happening.
Am I lucky? I'm not sure.
Well, imagine if you lived in a world where all women were just ugly and undesirable, and nobody wanted to even have sex with them. Matter of fact,
why would I care about that?
Okay, well, then they start killing the women because they think that they don't need them. I mean, it could get that weird. I thought in this happy, I thought in this happy utopia that all the dudes would already be dead. Man, I don't really know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
I thought that's what you were getting.
No.
I was just kind of like, but
there was a couple of
this is bad. Why?
There were a couple of city-states that were in the Greek type, what do they call it, diaspora, where just women just weren't valued. Only men were. And the women were just servants, and their purpose was to give birth to men. And they only made statues of men, and men were considered to be sexually desirable, but not women.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's odd when you think about it. I mean, that's just odd.
It's not really odd, actually.
But then the women are subhuman. They're kind of like goats and sheep. And there's that's not right.
That's not odd because that's how it's been for like thousands of years.
No.
That's how it's been for thousands of years.
No.
I don't understand why
I think you're inventing.
Odd to you.
I think women were in general mostly considered to be desirable and mostly considered to be, beautiful. I think they were.
But not people. Like they weren't really considered. They were considered people, but like not the same kind of people that men were.
Yeah, but you're looking at it in a weird way.
I'm not.
You're wanting something that didn't exist because men killed other men like it was nothing. Okay? So being a people didn't mean anything. You killed people. So the way you're looking at it is kind of crazy.
It's not.
The way the world was back then was very warlike. And the value of human life was low. So they did that kind of weird shit.
See, women don't understand history, or they don't understand reality or perception.
It was just very brutal.
It's just like we were talking about. I get it. I don't understand how reality works. I get it.
We live in a civilized age. When poverty and ignorance is at an all-time high, and you have people who don't live very long, violence escalates, the value of human life fucking falls quite a bit. I would think that probably in some places, as bad as women had it, they may have had it a little bit better than the men in some ways. I mean, because I think the men didn't really live that long, especially in the medieval period.
Amanda was saying that she lived in South Korea, and she said even in the modern era, in South Korea, once a woman married, she was expected to give up her career.
Yeah, well, that's everywhere in the East, though. Because
you were kind of expected to just like take care of the man, because apparently they're too stupid to take care of themselves.
Oh my god, no.
I guess
Korea.
They can't figure out how to take care of their own self. They can't clean up after themselves.
No, Korea is very 1950s. All right.
Yeah, so men can't clean up after themselves.
No, nuclear family.
They have to have a woman to do it.
No,
for them.
Women don't work because they raise children. That's the thinking there. And the men pay for everything. They have, they're kind of like the head of the household, just like it was in the 50s. Exactly that same model. They go out and work for these corporations and work for these families, and then they make money, and they go back and they pay the rent, pay all the bills. The woman is staying at home raising children because they have children. That's what it is. They're pretty traditional. That's old-fashioned stuff.
Santa said women couldn't drive in Saudi Arabia until 3 years ago.
Yeah, they can drive now.
But until 3 years ago, they could not. It's just, whatever. I don't know
Each
how
culture has their own interpretation of what should happen. They're different. They have different thinking, different histories. I mean,
Well, yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying, but you know what I mean. I'm a woman, so I don't know how anything works.
See, that's how you go. I'm just telling you the way it is.
I guess.
I'm not trying to make.
Oh, okay. So Tom's just he's telling me how things really
That's
are.
how they are.
Because I don't understand.
No, I know
how anything is.
I can't pass judgment on what other people are doing. I didn't grow up over there because they think what we do is wrong and bad. They have their own. They have their opinions over what we're doing. They say that, from the Middle Eastern perspective, we're pretty fucking bad.
Tammy says, "You're just a girl, Jenny. You don't understand."
Oh,
I guess.
Stop it.
I guess. I'm used to it. It's all right. I don't even bother arguing anymore. Because you know how it goes. You can't tell dudes anything. They think they know everything.
Con says Mexico's the same way.
See, I don't think I would like that.
Yeah.
I don't think I would like that. I don't like people telling me what to do, and I especially do not like dudes telling me what to do.
Yeah.
Especially dudes that think they know everything. I don't like being told what to do. I really do not. So how did we get from talking about killer children?
Well, no, the show's over.
That's true. At least I got through all my fucking notes.
We got that all done.
We've been going on for more than 5 hours, and we have not crashed.
Yeah.
That makes me so happy. It must have been those fucking lights that were doing that shit then. That's good. That's an easy solution. Just we can't turn the party lights on anymore, which kind of sucks because I like those, but apparently that was making our shit crash.
What time
Who knew?
is it? It's about time to end this show. It's
I don't know. What time
it's
is
11.
it? Is it?
Yeah, it's 11.
Holy fucking shit.
It's 11.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be. All right.
Yeah. It's been a long show, people.
It didn't seem like it. I was having a good
Yeah.
time. I was having a good time.
Mhm.
Well,
it's all that alcohol. As soon as you get drunk, you start having a good time.
Well, up to a point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take a whole bunch of aspirin and then drink a bunch of water before I get to bed. I'll be all right tomorrow though.
T says it's a great show. I hope so, T.
I think it turned out good.
Yeah.
I actually think I got through all my notes without messing them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then after we were done, we talked about some other shit and everybody was happy.
Yeah.
It was a win-win situation. And it was a long show and it didn't crash, so we don't have to put it into a bunch of parts, which is always good. So, as always, thank you guys for dropping by and spending your Friday night with us. Try some different kind of party lights. We need some that don't move, I guess.
Yeah,
because
T,
I guess it was the movement that was causing the problems.
Yeah. Yeah, T, we might go out tomorrow night. We probably will.
I would actually like to get I want to go to iBar tomorrow night. I want to dance to some 80s.
All right.
You know what I mean?
All right.
Last time we went on Saturday, we went to Mannequins, which is good, but it's it's nearby.
Mm-hmm.
iBar is downtown Orlando. It's big city shit.
All right. Well, everybody's saying goodbye.
All right, so we're going. So thank you everybody for dropping by as always.
And we'll see you guys.
Thanks for all the donations.
Yeah.
Cunt. Anybody give me some more money? Funny. So you know what I mean. Just say. Like I said, if I say it a bunch of times, people will give me money for it. Yeah. All right, so we'll be back on Sunday afternoon. Probably talking about a movie, although I don't know what it's going to be because we haven't watched anything new lately, and I don't know when we're going to have time to do that, but we'll figure it out. We'll talk about something on Sunday afternoon. We'll be here Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's the next time we'll see you guys. So until then, be good, hang out, be cool, and we'll see you then. Bye.